bits. It differs from, location to location. But in Nigeria particularly, you're right, the financial literacy numbers, they don't look too good, and it's an extension of our formal education numbers. So in Nigeria today, it's very possible, depending on your discipline, right? You can finish school from primary to secondary to university without knowing the difference between assets and liabilities. Like, it depends. You can study. I did cell biology and genetics for my first degree, and I didn't need to learn. At no point did anybody teach me, this is an asset, this is a liability, this is how you calculate your net worth, this is how interest rate works. If you go into debt, this is how it happens. You can actually live your life without knowing. And so you don't learn to plan. You don't know what retirement planning is. You just know that I'm making money and I'm spending it. You don't know to invest. So it's a big problem. It's society.
I like the fact that you said something about formal education. And it's so important that in our education sector, we are not aware of things like this. And most of us get to find out the hard way when we are indebted.
When life happens.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So when is the right time for you to introduce children to financial literacy?
Very early. I say it all the time. Financial parenting. I'm very grateful to my dad. God, rest his soul. From the time I was 5 years old, he started playing Monopoly with me.
Wow.
You'll be amazed. Interesting, fun game, board game, right? And so I started to learn the concept of having money. And then I knew that I could exchange it for assets. So I would buy a title deed, I'll buy a land. I knew that if I made more money, I'll buy a house or convert it to a hotel. I started to understand, assets and liabilities. Okay, I'm owing you, and then we were playing in a group of more than 2 or 3. It would talk to me and say, don't sell this. So I started to understand partnerships and negotiations and all of those things. And by the time I was 6 years old, I could hold my own on the board. Like, I was beating teenagers, on the board and all of that. So I knew the concept of saving. The concept of investing, perhaps not a lot. So whilst I was in the university, I was working on this, and I'm going to talk about this. There's something I tell people about my 4 C's of financial success. We'll get to that, but you have to constantly be creative about earning money. You can't just sit down and say, this is my day job and that's it. You have to be creative, right? So I was in school, but I was doing photography modeling. I was making money on the side. But all I did was save it. I just had a fixed deposit account, period. So I left school knowing what I know now, and I'm like, oh my goodness, if I had started investing then, maybe in the equity market or something, do you know what I'll have by now?
Exactly.
So the best time to invest was then, right?
Absolutely.
The next best time is now. Don't sleep on it.
This thing you just say, you struck a chord inside of me. Let me tell you, the chord is struck. That's how me and my sister were in the university. They were telling us, buy shares, buy shares. That's how we carry our hard-earned money. I can't forget.
You just went to buy blindly.
She bought 1,000 shares. I think I bought 1,000 shares. We're in the university. We're like in maybe 200 level or something. All State Trust Bank. You are still owing me.
You're even naming and shaming. Oh my God.
I have to name them. I have to name them because now I don't even know where the bank is.
Yeah.
Because at some point they said whether it was which bank that took them, bought them over and all of that. But so we invested.
Financial education.
Now I'm coming somewhere. So I say you hit a chord. The chord is still paying me. So by the time I bought those shares, I was so excited. Was it 1,000 or 4,000 units? I think it was 4,000 units.
That's a lot of units.
Yes, we bought 4,000 units because it was quite cheap, and we had saved our school money. Me in school, I didn't used to spend my money. I used to save my money.
Money you should have
until I met boyfriend. Boyfriend, I will now. It's so interesting that anytime my sister sees me going to the bank to withdraw money, they knew that my husband was coming that weekend. Because anytime he was coming, I would always make a bowl of
something
soup
nice
for him that he would take back to the fridge. So anytime I go to withdraw money, they knew he was coming because I was very prudent saving my money. So I bought those shares. And at the time I bought the shares and everything, I was excited. I'm a shareholder. I also bought some as well with Owando and all of that. But it didn't just go well with me. And because of that, if you mention share near my ear, like I just don't want to hear it. And I know that there are a lot of people like me. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
So, should we, because, we had an amazing guest on Monday. She was talking about shares. And she said that, in fact, now is even the best time to actually buy shares, even with all of these things, because when they bounce back, they'll bounce back well. But I'm still a bit skeptical about, where do I even start? If I say, okay, now, I want to start being financially, free, my personal finance, I want to take it seriously and all of that. So for all the loose change that I have, where do I even start to put this money? Where do I take it to? What do I do with it?
So you need to invest in yourself. So I tell people, look, you can outsource some of those things. That's my day job, right? There are rich people who just have money and say, okay, I want to get a financial manager and do it for me. I get it. It's a thing. But you should understand the basics. And I tell people, you can call me and say, oh, Tammy, I need investment advice. I have money. What should I buy? It doesn't work like that. If I give you advice now, that advice is good till the end of the conversation. Because guess what? The market can move in 2 hours. So you yourself should invest in these little things like understanding simple basics of saving, investing, budgeting, retirement planning. How much do I earn monthly? How much goes into my transactional account? How much am I saving? Because every one of us should have emergency funds.
Exactly.
COVID happened in March. Unprecedented. We weren't expecting it. A lot of people lost their jobs. People got pay cuts and all of that. If you didn't have emergency funding, how would you feed your family, right? So we always say that, look, even if it's just 3 months of how much, you earn, just a runway to say, if I lose my job or something, or an emergency, my wall falls in or something, I have this as a safety net. So that will be in a savings account somewhere. It has to be accessible. It has to be liquid. So that's not money you go and use to invest in real estate, for example. It's emergency. You should have access to it, right? And then you have an investment account. And you don't just invest because, oh, I want to buy shares. Or everybody is saying Dangote is the one, No. What are your financial goals? So I'll give you an example. Hypothetically, right? EC is 30 years old. She's not married. She doesn't have children. I'm 35. I have 2 children, aged 10 and 5. We're good friends. We earn exactly the same amount, 500K. EC is only 30. She doesn't have children yet. She can save half of that money. She's not paying school fees. Do you see? She can put it in the equity market. Equity market, shares that you bought, right? It's a long-term thing. Don't get me wrong. You can put money in the equity market today, and with equity, with shares, there's no maturity. So it's not like you're putting money today and it's a 1-year investment. It's ownership stake in that business, right? So you're making money from that company being a going concern, that company doing well, their fundamentals, their profit, and they're paying dividends and all of that, right? Until you sell it or the company goes down, there's no maturity. So if COVID happens or there's a recession or a credit crunch and the company goes down, you still have time. You're 30. You probably work for longer than I'm working. You can wait it out. It's a waiting game, right? But I have 2 children. I'm 35. I'm paying school fees so I can't afford to take all of that money and put in the equity market. Absolutely. I have to take a different approach. Asset allocation. I can buy small treasury bills because you know what? Rent is due in 6 months. You know what? I have school fees. You don't have school fees, right? So when it comes to this planning, and that's what I was saying at the beginning about festivities, right? You start budgeting from January. So even in the way you are allocating to the different accounts, in the way that you're saying, okay, 30 December is coming, I'm going to be putting 50K aside, right? She's living in her own house. She's not paying rent. She can put 50K aside. I'm not going to compare myself to her because I'm paying rent. So can you see that my allocation is totally different? So my budget has to be customized, tailored for me. That's how it works.
You've been saying 500K, 100K. Some people don't have that amount of money in a month.
Absolutely.
So for the low-income earners, what would be your financial advice to them?
Those are the people that actually need personal finance planning. It's not for the rich man. The rich man is okay. He can get a Tammy and pay her on the side to deal it. But for those people, those are the ones that actually need to sit down and say, okay, I'm going to cut my, cloth. Cut my coat according to my cloth. Do you see? I'm going to live within my means. I'm going to spend less than I earn. So I was talking about my 4 C's earlier. My 4 C's of financial success. I say that you have to be creative in how you make money. This one is not about, I'm a CFA charter holder. I've sold hair. I've sold bag. I'm telling you.
Multiple streams of income.
You'll be amazed, right? You can monetize all these other things you can do, teach people how to do. You have to be very creative. You can't just sit down, on just one stream of income. What if COVID happens, a pandemic, or you lose your job or something? So you have to be creative about how you make money. You have to be conservative. You have to consistently spend less than you earn. If you're spending everything that you're earning, it's a big problem. If you're spending more than you earn, your own is a different
your own is
conversation.
worse.
There's a separate show for you, not even today. Do you see? You have to be consistent in how you save and invest. Saving and investing is how you grow your money. There's something called the law of compounding, you know, and it simply says that you should grow your money at compounded interest over time. You know, so don't spend your interest. If you invest 500, 100K, let me use 50K or 100K, right? And you get 2K income, interest on it. Invest the whole 52 and keep compounding and compound. That's how your money grows, right? And it also happens on the debt side. When you take a loan, you know, and you're not paying, that your basic is
It'll be,
compounding
yeah.
as well. So you have to
Exactly.
be intentional about these things to say, this is how much I'm earning. I'm going to, you know, spend consistently lower than I earn so that I have some money to invest. You know, that's your future. All of us have a finite number of years we're going to work for. And then we
totally.
retire. What's going to happen to our lifestyle?
So
Number
the fourth
3,
C.
the third, you know, the third one.
Third
you
is
talked about
Consistent
it, yes.
and be careful who you listen to. Investment advice. Oh, today everybody is doing agri. That's where we're putting money. What are the fundamentals? They come to you, they promise you 50% return in 60 days. What is the underlying? What are they putting that money in this interest rate environment to be earning that back to financial education? Do you see? So nobody's asking you to go get a diploma or go do accounting exam or something, but you need to invest. You know, you need to say, okay, this is my money. What am I doing with it? Where am I putting it into? And be very intentional. Have a budget. And know that with budgeting, look, if it's too restrictive, right, you won't follow it. The idea is not perfection. It's just progress. Stick as close to it as possible. And for, you know, festivities, again, look, it's been a tough year. Chop this life. You only live once, you know.
YOLO.
You know, all of that things we say, you know, problem, no, they finish, all of that. Just plan for it. It has to be within the budget.
Okay. We're going to come to that, coming back again to festivity, because you see why we say we have guru in-house. Everybody's already asking questions. Well, we'll take your questions, but we'll take a very short break. When we return, we'll continue the conversation. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. If you're just tuning in, we are learning how to spend, especially during festive seasons. Yeah. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You see, my head is just swelling here, you know, because honestly speaking, listening to you, Temi, I have so many things in my head, right? I'm trying to just reduce it to the topic that we chose. It's not like we cannot broaden the conversation.
We'll take the rest off camera.
We have to do part 5, part 10, part 100 of this show, because I think, honestly speaking, a lot of the mistakes that we've made, especially when it comes to finance, and it is a general common mistake that a lot of people make, is that we do not learn anything about finance. You know that a friend of mine once told me something, that take your time. So she used to watch, she followed, I think, Financial Times.
Right.
She steady. She said, see, there's no how you can ever be wealthy if you do not learn, as in you don't know, you don't have common knowledge of what wealth creation and finance is. Absolutely. A lot of us, when it comes to business news, we just look away. We don't watch news. So I made it deliberate, you know. There's a particular channel I follow. I make sure I watch their business reports every day, because I'm just trying to say, you know what, let me break that circle of poverty.
Absolutely,
You understand?
absolutely. And it's the
yeah.
full spectrum.
Yeah.
Right? It's the full spectrum from even your money mindset. What kind of relationship do you have with money? Are
yeah.
you one of those people that just see a rich man and say, he must have done something, he must have done for one night or something? That kind of mentality will make money run.
Yes.
You know, do you believe that money can control you or you will control money?
Yeah.
So it's even from that mindset
Yeah.
to understanding, you know, how to earn money and then how to keep it and even how to understand the market to say, okay, this is not the time to even be investing in this currency.
Yeah, so talking about that, there are people, you have talked about people that are earning, earning steady income, paid salaries on a monthly basis. There are people that their business or what they do, their craft is, okay, like for instance, let's take for instance actors.
Right.
It is per job.
Irregular
Right?
income.
Their income is not regular. It's not a steady thing. It's not monthly. So it is on the job. So I earn maybe 500K today. Tomorrow it might be 50K job that I got and all of that. Their income is not consistent. So how would you say that kind of a person should have, you know, plan, you know, especially when it comes to festivities? Okay, with Christmas is here in 2 days. There's going to be New Year celebration.
Absolutely.
There's going to be Valentine. There's going to be Easter. There's going to be summer. Next year, Christmas, and all of that. So if I were to be in that position where my income is not regular, with a monthly one, I think I'm able to think about it and structure it. But for those that do not have regular income, how would you advise, you know, that they go about structuring that, you know,
I like that
plan?
she slipped in Valentine as one of the holidays.
Yes.
I'm like, I got that, you know. So the very first step, you know, for anybody, regardless of your craft or if you earn regular or irregular salary, is to assess where you are, right? So you're an actor, you don't get paid every month, but if you look back in the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you kind of had a pattern, right? You kind of know that, okay, you know, year 5, I made 1 million naira. It didn't come like that, but it was 1 million. So if I was going to pay myself a monthly salary, I know I shouldn't be spending more than like 70, 80K per month, right? So every time that inflow comes, you know that you have to warehouse it somewhere and pay yourself a small percentage. So you kind of have an idea of what you're worth. You have an idea of what comes in. But more importantly, having multiple streams of income is for you. That person that doesn't have the regular, you know, more than ever, you have to keep doing something. You know, you have to look for other things that you can monetize to be sure that if money is not, because you can't control how many roles you get. What if nobody calls you for a role in 6 months, right? So you must be able to control your own. This life is hard enough.
Exactly.
Things are happening that you can't control. So your future, your finances is not
You should be
something
able
that,
to
you know.
control.
You must leave to chance,
To an
yeah.
extent, absolutely. So, you know, you have to find other ways to earn money. But that kind of person, every time you get that bulk funding, you have to put it in a fund somewhere, you know, where it's growing, you know, interest is accruing, but you're paying yourself monthly for your transactional account. That's something that can potentially work.
That's fantastic. Okay, let me
what
take.
about-
Okay, so you come. Let me just quickly say. Bring in some of our audience. Is it Jenny? Angela says, "Ha! I spend more money. Oh, I need help." Then Loretta says, "Your guest, Tammy, please. We need her to design a financial literacy course for kids."
I'm working on
For
it.
kids, so she's working on it. Then Kelvin says, "MMM return is what we all want. I like the breakdown on compounded interest." This is making me
You're
crack
looking
up.
for
You're still
60%.
looking for Ponzi schemes.
No, she said that everybody is, and it's true. Everybody wants this MMM return where they
Quick money,
promise you,
fast,
where they
fast,
promise
fast,
you something that if you check is not feasible.
You
Then
know,
you're
in
gonna say
investment,
something.
before you go, there's something we call the risk-return trade-off, right? It's funny to me when somebody says to you, you earn 60% in 30 days, but there's no risk. The risk, for every iota of return you get, there's risk. So if you're saying to me that the return is 60%, that's when I'm going to run because you're giving me 60 times risk. Do you get? That's why when you buy treasury bills or bonds, these are essentially risk-free because a government that has issued it is not going to default, right? That's why the return is not usually high compared to like alternative investments and all. So the more the return you see,
The
you
higher the
should
risk.
get a microscope for the risk to say, what exactly am I putting my money into?
Absolutely. Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
we've
Isi.
talked about low-income earners. We've talked about irregular earners. We've also talked about individuals who do not earn, they earn a monthly income, which are
Right.
regular earners. And we talked about individuals or child literacy as well. So would you say that education financial education can start at any point. Is it from childhood? Is it from middle
if you've
age
made
or secondary
mistakes.
school? Even whenever you've made a mistake, is it
Absolutely.
possible for you to bounce back and learn
Absolutely.
something?
The best time
and what
was
is the
then,
best
the
way
next
to go
best time is
ahead
now.
to do it?
Absolutely. So, I mean, for children, right, as soon as they can count, you can start to teach them about money. You know, your piggy bank, you know, it's your short-term money, and then I'll open an account for you, and that's your long-term money. You don't have access to it, you know, that kind of thing. And then, if you've missed out before, it's never too late. Just wherever you are, just start. You know, assess yourself. What is my net worth? You know, my assets in totality today, what is it? And how much am I owing? You know, the difference is how much you're worth. And then you start to build your budget and your planning around that. It's a beautiful journey. You just need to understand what you're doing and realize that, okay, I need to have a plan. So I'm going to do Dirty December. I start planning for that. In fact, I put out a fictional story on LinkedIn about, I tagged it Dara's Dirty December, talking about salary earners, because around here, you know, in December salary comes early. They pay you like second week of December. And then you finish the money before Christmas.
January.
And then January salary, it is finished. You know, so I'm like, why don't you start? And then there's something we also call black tax. You know, it's more amplified around festivities. So this was coined in the US, in the black community, where you find that narrative, or this black person is the first person to go to college in a family. So for that reason, as a young professional, the black tax is the money that you make out to struggling family members,
To help
sometimes
them
out
out.
of guilt, sometimes out of compulsion, but you have to help, you know, everybody, and then you do that, and then you cannot save. It's heightened during, you know, festivities, because you're like, okay, I need to buy this for my
Exactly,
mom,
for
my
this
family,
person.
and then you end up having nothing,
So
and
much
then you're cranky, and
responsibilities.
you know, so spread that cost throughout the year. What do you do as a family over Christmas, over Diwali, right? You know what you do. You know how many people you have to buy stuff for. Start to put that money aside. If you started putting 20K aside in January, you have 240K for Dirty December plus interest without touching.
What about for daily
salary.
income earners?
Okay, so
You can also do something. It doesn't have to be that much. 1,000 naira a day is 365K.
Yes, so
I want
in a
them
leap
to be
year,
aware that they
it's
can do
366.
something. So I had to throw in that question.
Absolutely. So it's not for, I keep saying again that, look, the way you would treat 100K in the bank today, that mentality you have, that relationship you have with money, that's the way you would behave when the balance is 10 million. So it's better
Absolutely.
to start when you have 10,000 naira.
Or 1,000 naira.
Absolutely.
okay, so
So
I'm
you were
very
there.
guilty of plenty things. Let me not wash my dirty linen in public. But tell me,
I can see your bone straight
Ah,
for Dirty
but no,
December.
no,
You
this
know,
bone
so you
straight.
just had to.
let us not talk about both streets. you know how you talked about savings, right? Some of us have the culture of saving, especially maybe we open an account for our children, but we end up touching that money.
You end up finding use for the money, right?
The way you are broke. You know, I think, so for me, how do we even go about that financial discipline? Right? How do we go about it? Is it that you have to create an account where even you cannot access it? Or how do you go about it? Because if the account is there, in fact, I deliberately do not put some kind of funds in my personal account because I have mobile app.
Yeah.
Just tell me how much I
Just
transfer
move
to
it.
you. Do you understand? So that discipline is not there. And a lot of us are struggling with that discipline. And we want to be able to, you know what, say, come 2021, whatever it is that I'm spending, you know, somebody said something one time that said that even up to fuel money, you bought gala on the road, write it down. You do. So by the time you calculate how much you spend in a month, you'll be shocked as to how much you're spending and you're complaining that you do not have money.
And go a step further, right? By the time you do that calculation, if you can just categorize it, my needs and my wants. The needs are the things that are absolutely essential. I couldn't have done without it. And then the wants that I'm like, oh, it's a nice to have. You would see most times that the
It's the
wants,
wants that
are
you are
3
spending.
times.
You
So
see,
that discipline has
so
to
how
be
do
there.
we now go about it?
I mean, so the first thing is always good to have an accountability partner. So if it's like the account for the children, you know, you have to be watching your husband and then he's policing you, you know, just to be accountable, right? That's number one. Number two, keep it in a place that is not accessible. you know, put it like in a mutual fund or something, where there's like a lock-in period, and before you can, in fact, the stress of withdrawing it, it's a deterrent. It just incentivizes, you know, you just go in there as frequently as you please. So you can have like a mutual fund where every month, you know, you're just putting something in there and it's growing. Again, look, I keep telling people, the only money you want to save, right, is the money that is for maybe like emergency, or there's like a short term, I need it, you know. Whatever money you have, every penny has to count. It has to grow. So investing is actually more important, you know, than saving. Saving, yes, you know, sometimes it's an accretion. You want it to grow before you use it for something, but we have to be very intentional about growing our money, you know. So just put it in an instrument that is far away. It's not on your app. You can't reach it, right? It's easy to just move money there monthly, and should you need it, you know, then you have to go to that entity to say, I'd like to draw or something.
And you go through a lot of
Just put it in an account that is not, again, those three accounts,
Accessible.
transactional, saving, and investment. So the investment account is not the one that has a card that you can just swipe
Accessible.
easily. No, it shouldn't be.
There was something Osaiwa talked about. She talked about Nigeria not being, what did you talk about in terms of luxury items?
Oh,
yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
that.
So, in terms of Nigeria not being
able to
afford
luxury,
luxury items in 2021, and you talked about needs and wants, right? So, in terms of needs and wants, do you think Nigeria or Nigerians would be able to abstain from luxury items?
You know, as Nigerians, we like our things. When we catch on the bug, we do it to the extreme.
Like bone strength?
Bone strength. And the iPhone and everything, you know.
Exactly.
So the macros, when CBN released that, you know, obviously they were looking at the macros and economic conditions and the fact that, you know, they've had to push out palliatives that do not go out, you know, but hey, a lot of people have lost money, right? And when you're talking about these luxurious items, you know, they're foreign currency items. So imagine when you could buy at 360 and now black market is somewhere around 4 something. It's
Five,
definitely
even
more
five.
expensive. So that in itself should tell you that if this thing is not actually something that I need to breathe, let's normalize saying I can't
Let's
afford it.
abstain
There's
from
nothing
it.
wrong.
But wait.
He's saying I can't
Tell
afford
me,
it.
hold on.
Why should you
a lot of
borrow
people-
for
No, I will-
something that
I
you
will-
cannot afford?
I will disagree with
a
you
lot of
there.
people, a lot
You
of
see,
people
Nigeria,
feel,
we are very superficial.
yes.
We are,
Showboating
as
is
in,
our
we are
watchword.
showstoppers.
We
Yes.
have to borrow.
That's
to
why you
look
will see
good.
that they will tell you, hey, big influencer on social media caught stealing bronze straight hair. You know, so I'm saying that, you know, is it a mindset problem that we have, that we just feel like we need to impress? Because people borrow. There was a video that went viral of a guy that went to buy Mercedes on credit, and he now sold the Mercedes that he bought on credit.
How do you-
you understand?
what?
Like, yes, I saw it.
Not only do you owe,
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
even
like,
sold it. I
so
used
how
the
do you
money.
buy it back?
That's my
You
point.
know?
So this is something that is big, right? So is it just okay for you to just say, you know what, because we are superficial. Tell me, if
It's
I come to your
society.
office and I tell you that I want to do a meeting, you size me from head to toe. You understand? It is the thing. Even
unfortunate.
when you go to corporate organizations that you want to have a meeting and all of that, you have to look the part. So some people have to borrow.
It's in Nigeria that I heard you have to fake it to make
Yes.
it. I'm like, what if you get caught while faking it? You haven't made it. You know, what do you
You know,
do?
so how do you
I
even
think,
do that?
I think it's just society, you know, and at the end of the day, some of it may be self-esteem. Like, your bone straight can be touching the floor. I'll just tell you, look good, babe, but I'm still going to floss my own. Like, I don't have to go and buy it. You know, so it's you, it's society. When you look around, like, the kind of examples you see around, a lot of young people want to go into politics today. Not because they
want
care
to
about
serve.
It's
community.
lucrative.
Thank you. They want to be able
because
to
they
buy
want to
those
serve.
PJs
No, not at all.
and all those things. So I think
So
it's
what
society.
are the quick tips as we are wrapping up now?
Oh,
Because
we
we've
are
really run out
wrapping
of
up. Oh,
time.
my
Yeah,
goodness.
So we are having fun and we forgot at the time. You know, so what are the quick tips you would like to share with
So-
anyone that is struggling with, you know, balancing their books when it comes to their personal finance?
So, I mean, let me start off, you know, by saying, look, let's normalize saying I can't afford it. There's no shame in this game, right? Try to get a working budget and stick as close to it as possible. So it's not perfect, you know, because when it's too rigid, when it's too perfect, you know, that's why you now start to feel a certain way if you don't meet it, right? So just know that it's progress. It's not perfection. So if I didn't meet my budget last month, I'll do better this month. Try to get a working budget. The fact that it's on sale does not mean you should buy it. You know, because I hear stuff like, oh, it's 50% off. It's supposed to be 40K,
sale.
but I bought it at 20K, so I've saved 20. No, darling, you spent 20. You know, the only time it's a bargain is if you absolutely needed, not
That
wanted,
thing, yeah.
needed that thing, and then the price dropped,
Need
and you're
and
like, oh,
want.
it's a bargain. So it's on
Need
sale
and
doesn't mean you
want.
need to buy. If you can afford it, fine, you know. If you can't, it's good. Let's try to resist buying stuff on credit, especially around seasonality. So that emotional, oh, I've worked too hard, I beg, as I dey work.
YOLO.
You only live once.
Self-gratification.
Thank you. You know, let's practice more delayed gratification. Let me save now, and then in future, when I've met my financial goals, I can buy something to reward myself. You know, I mean, and we should enjoy life. Nobody is saying that you should become so frugal that, you know, you like going on holidays, put it in the budget.
The plan.
And start saving towards it, you know. So that's the best way to do it. You just have to be very intentional about it. Have a plan. Know that it's not I can't just wake up today and say I'm putting my money in equity market. How old are you? Is it an up market? Is it a down market? Why are you buying the particular share? What is the time horizon? Are you going for your master's next year? Then that money shouldn't be in the equity market. It should be in the money market instrument. That kind of thing. And ask a lot of questions. Talk to experts. Get a money coach. Learn stuff online. You know, just make sure
How
that you're
affordable are you
learning.
now? Tell me. How affordable are you? So that
at all.
Do we get a special free lesson?
Absolutely.
We are
When
with.
you even talked about
Absolutely.
equity market and money
Yes.
market, I was wondering, is there a difference between equity market
Yes,
and
so money market, very quickly, it's where we buy instruments that are dated 1 year. So anything you put your money into today and the money comes back with interest in 1 year or less, that's the money market. The capital market, on the other hand, is like longer.
Term.
Yes, and then equity is that you're buying shares. It's like ownership. in a
partnership?
Thank you. And it's variable interest, that kind of thing. Or it could be fixed income where you're getting a certain amount. As soon as you're putting the money, you know how much is going to come out
back to
over
you.
that tenor. Absolutely.
Hey,
Me.
see why we told you?
Fire.
We don't play here on Ways. We don't. We have very sophisticated, smart women.
You go.
Don't play with us. Thank you so much, Timmy. I mean, we are going to do this more often.
I
Because you see, I
know.
think part of what I also want us to do for our audience watching is we want to leave you empowered. Not just saying that, okay, you are empowered with information, also financially empowered. Because
Absolutely.
anybody that is financially empowered right now, you have the capacity to think straight.
You're limitless.
Yes, yes, you can think
You're
straight.
able to take
Yeah,
on things and
absolutely,
just face it. You know, you're not
absolutely.
under
Head on.
pressure. you know,
Exactly.
to do stuff.
Thank you so much, EC.
Thank
It's
you.
been a very, very insightful conversation, if I can say so myself.
Absolutely.
Now, keep all the conversation going on our social media platform at Wayshow Africa 1 or on, that's on Twitter, and then as Wayshow Africa on IG and at Wayshow on Facebook as we continue to hear what you're saying. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Timmy and Isi, for a fantastic conversation.
Had such a good
Now, in
time.
case you missed today's quote, here it is again. Your financial well-being in future is crafted by the choices you make today. So make every penny count. That's from our very own Temi Obasanya. We'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On this show, Not Your 9 to 5, we bring you incredible stories of individuals who have left their primary disciplines and ventured into something completely new. Today, we are with Tunde Balogun, who is an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, doing something incredible no one ever thought of.
My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rent Small Small. I studied international business management, and then I had my MBA, also business focused. Before Rent Small Small, I started a company called Unique Edge Management, and we were managing and renting out luxury properties, primarily vacation rental. And prior to that, I had a number of startups that I worked on, and then a lot of my experience outside of being an entrepreneur is primarily internship, Rent Small Small is been one of the most successful business I've started over the years. I'm sure in due time you get to know about Rent Small Small. When we were going to start, we just moved back to Nigeria, and I knew that I needed to gain some, experience or understand the real estate market in Nigeria a bit better. And what I did was to take an internship of some sort. Even before coming to Nigeria, I'd already ran a successful real estate company. But I am the type that I like to gain as much knowledge before I venture into anything. So I interned at a company, a real estate company in Nigeria, a regular 9 to 5. From while I was there, I understood what the real estate market in Nigeria was or is. I understood what drives the market, the factors, the metrics that people look at, both from investment side and every other thing that goes into the real estate market in Nigeria. And primarily, I wanted to play in a space that really is solving a major problem, and that space for me was the rental market. I love development. When I was moving back, I wanted to go into development. That was the old plan. But when I saw the need in the rental market, I just knew that I needed to start from there, and I gained wealth of experience in the short time that I interned voluntarily, no salary, and from there I kickstarted Rent Small Small with my partners, and here we are today. The whole idea is to allow people to pay their rent monthly. Before now, the norm is that people pay a year, 2 years upfront. When I moved back, I saw, I was used to paying my rent flexibly in all the countries I've lived in, both in Asia and Europe. So I just knew that something needed to be done. Not a lot of people will survive or can improve their life by paying money they haven't even earned, upfront. So, and I mean, when we were starting, people were telling us no landlord will collect their rent monthly, and all of that. That this is almost a failure from the get-go. But I was convinced that anything you want to do, as long as it's value packed, and people see the value over time, you will gain ground and momentum. So that was what we started with. And the challenges, before used to be, trying to convince landlords. At the beginning we had challenge with, building, because rent management is technology driven. From finding to payment, everything is driven by technology. So we had some issues with getting the right tech guys to join the team, but we're able to, cross that barrier and, talking to the landlords. But a business like this, over time, it's word of mouth will help you gain some ground, and that has done it for us with a lot of landlords that have really tested, the concept. They will tell us that, oh, I never thought I would enjoy collecting my rent monthly, but now actually I'm enjoying it. And before you know it, they will tell another landlord, another friend, another colleague, and over time we've built that momentum. The challenges we are having now is just still getting more landlords to sign up, because our demand is huge. On a daily basis we have hundreds of people reaching out, signing up on our platform, joining our waiting list that they need a property in different parts of Lagos, different part of Nigeria. And so yeah, we still want to get as many landlords on board as possible, and we believe they are going to enjoy what other landlords are enjoying. We don't pay any landlord upfront. It's a direct relationship with landlord, where they subscribe to the monthly model, right? And it's interesting that the story went from one landlord signing up with one property and say, okay, I'm going to give you guys a try. And then we have hundreds of properties now. We have landlords that started with one property. They have 45 properties, units with us right now, So, and that has been the story. We have landlords that haven't experienced the model and beauty. They come back to tell us that, oh, I never thought I would enjoy this, but now, because before I would collect my money up front, and before I know it, I've exhausted it, I've used it, everything. But now I have something to look up to every month, and it just gives me steady cash flow, right? And because of that, it will refer us to other landlords, to other friends, colleagues, and all that. So we like hearing stories like that, and it gives us the, the boost and the confidence to keep doing what we are doing. This is a one-bedroom. All the units here are open plan kitchen, which a lot of young professionals that stay in our property, they like the idea. It's cost effective also when building, so we don't want to charge ridiculous price, so we try to make do with space and use less stuff but quality stuff. So this is the bedroom, the wardrobe, and the bathroom is big. Some work is still going on here. You can see the length of the bathroom. You have the shower here, the toilet here, and the basin is going somewhere here. But this should be ready today and tomorrow for someone to move in. So, and we have several units like this here. Like I said, people have started moving in. It's beautiful. Everyone have their parking space. It's labeled, so it's dedicated parking spaces. And you have, we have units on the ground floor, on the first floor, and there's a penthouse also. So far, 2 years officially, and we found the company was founded in 2017, so that makes it about 3 years that we, conceived the idea of Rent Monster, and we start working on it. We turned 2 years officially last month. We started from just 2 of the founders, and now we have almost 20 staff. And the story has been, from the tenant side, people telling us that, oh, I got a job in Lagos, I don't have any relative, no family, but I needed a place, a good job. So we have young professionals that have had to move from Abuja to Lagos, and because of the flexible payments that we have, they were able to get a place, almost immediately, and moved into their own space and started going to work. And it boosts their productivity. It allows them to be on their toes, get to work on time, and all that. And for landlords, the same story is that I enjoy collecting my rent monthly because I have steady source of income now. I don't have to wait until 1 year before I see or smell money. And we just want to see more impact, and more impact for us is housing more people, helping a lot of Nigerians to have a roof over their head. Shelter is one of the basic needs, just as food. So when people have shelter over their head, they can think right, they can think creatively of what to do. And we want to define how space, are created in Nigeria, functional spaces. Would I go back to the regular 9 to 5? No, I don't think so. By nature, I'm an entrepreneur. I enjoy what I'm doing, even though it's more tasking. It puts you on your toes, but I want to solve problems. And the only way I can do that is to be in control of my own time. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
And from Tunde Balogun of Friends Small Small, we go to Jude, who left the walls of HR consultancy in Canada to become a writer. He tells us his exciting journey and movement from being a HR consultant to becoming a writer, leaving your regular 9 to 5 to a not your 9 to 5.
My name is Jude Idada. I'm a writer, filmmaker, and a dramatist. That was not the beginning of my story. I used to be a management consultant, working with KPMG. Then it was known as Andersen Worldwide. I traveled to Canada and I worked in human capital development and change management in different companies in different industries, telecommunications, banking, and the health sector. Around 10 years ago, thereabouts, I took the decision to change industries. I left to become a filmmaker from being the Vice President Human Resources for a company called Trapeze Media in Toronto, Canada. But that is my story and I'm about to share the intricacies of it. My name is Judy Dada. I'm a writer, the current winner of the Nigeria Prize for Literature, and this is my not a 9 to 5 story. My story is pretty circuitous because I did start out being pure science student from high school for the maths and all of that. I left and I wanted to be a medical doctor. That was the childhood dream that my parents were holding on to. But then I did JAM and, put in for medicine, and then I changed my mind and I told my parents I didn't want to do it again. I wanted to do, I wanted to do the arts. But of course my father couldn't understand why a pure science student who wanted to do medicine would just make a segue to the arts. We had a JoJo for a while and then finally agreed that I would go to do the social sciences. But you know how JAM is, you have to do the same, you have to transfer to the same course that has the same qualifying subjects. In JAM it was English, chemistry, physics and biology, and the closest social science course to that was agric-economics. So I left and I changed to agric-economics. I was there for 3 years, and in my third year again, I changed my mind. I said I didn't want to do agric-economics. I really wanted to do the arts that I always wanted to do. And of course, my father still held his ground, and he felt that once you put your hand to the plowshare, you had to finish tilling the ground. But I held my ground too, and I said, no, I'm not even giving an inch again like I did before. Well, there was a 1-year interregnum between myself and him, and he finally agreed that I did theatre and film, which I did at the University of Ibadan. When I graduated, I was the best graduate student in my class, and Arthur Andersen, called Andersen Worldwide at the time, came recruiting, and I was recruited to work for them. I served with Guardian Express Bank, and then I worked with Andersen Worldwide, which became KPMG. And I left there and I went, did my postgraduate in Canada, or I immigrated to Canada. And from there, I finished my tertiary, postgraduate studies. And I went into professional work, 9 to 5, every single day, wore the suit and the tie. I rose through the ranks from a recruiter until I became Vice President HR in Trapeze. Then one day, I had an epiphany. I sat down behind my desk and I said, this is not what your life should be. This is not what you imagined it to be. This is not your passion. This is not what makes you wake up in the morning. I hated 9 to 5, to be honest. I did hate it. I was a creative at heart, and it always called out to me. I was always writing poetry and writing drama pieces and all of that. So I went back home. Actually, I didn't go back home first. I instantaneously resigned, which was crazy. I instantaneously resigned and I went back home and I told my mom, because my mom lives in Canada also, and my mom thought that they were doing me from the village. She just couldn't understand why I would take that kind of drastic action. But I did, because I knew that if I told my mom before I told my siblings, they will convince me not to do it. And I was tired of always giving to what other people wanted me to do instead of what I wanted to do. And I used to work 9 to 5 at this company in Toronto. I was Senior Vice President, HR. Things were great for me. But one day I had an epiphany and I asked myself, is this what you fought your father for? Is this what you wanted to change your course for? Is this the life you thought you were created to do? And I knew that the answer was no. And I knew I had to follow my passion. I knew I had to follow my calling. It's like a vocation, like a priest answering the call of God. I'm not trying to say I'm a priest, but something like that. So I went and I typed my letter of resignation. It was instantaneous, it was spontaneous. I didn't even think twice about it. I said, "Dear Brian, it was nice working with you. I have learned a lot under your tutelage, but the time has come for me to follow my purpose. Please accept this as my resignation, which begins immediately." Just like me, there's someone out there, it might be you, who is at that junction asking themselves, this 9 to 5 that I'm doing, is this what I was created for? Is this what my purpose is? And if the answer is no, then just like I did, you should write that letter. You can start by saying, "Dear to whomever it may concern, please, I want to step out of a life of regimentation to a life of true purpose, and then get on with it. I resigned and I sold some of my property, and I went and I did my first film with a friend of mine called Lucky Aging. We did a film called The Tenant. And what my mom had told me to do at that time, even when I resigned, was that I should not close the door to 9 to 5. I should just go do this first film and see how it will be like. So I went ahead, I did it. This was 2008, 2009, finished the film, came to Nigeria. We put it up in the cinemas, it did really, really well. And then I went back to Toronto and I told my mom, I said, this is it, I'm not going back. And it has been 10, 12 years since then. I've made a couple of more films, I've put different plays on stage, I've written 8 books, I have won the Nigeria Prize for Literature, and here I am, going strong, doing what I know how to do best, what I'm passionate about, adding my voice to the tapestry of the change-making of the world, and I'm so happy that I took that choice 12 years ago to follow my heart and be the person I was created to be. The one thing about following your passion is finding out if you can stay the course when the challenges come. It's knowing that even though I love doing what I do, when things are tough, do you stick to it? For me, as a writer and a filmmaker, deciding to leave my 9 to 5, which was really well paying, I was earning 6 figures, I was the Vice President of Human Resources. I was right there in the executive cadre of the company. But I asked myself, if at the age of 70 you look back at your life and you ask yourself, what did I do with it? Would I be able to say that being the top of my class and the top of my field was what I really wanted to be? No. It was more about how did I help humanity. But yes, I left all that money, which is a challenge. Writing hasn't been too rosy as it were, but I still love what I do. Winning the Nigeria Prize for Literature has helped. Being sponsored by NLNG, the engagements I've had, they've helped financially, but there's no stability as it will be if I had a 9 to 5. But that is not enough. My passion is what keeps me moving, keeps me doing what I do. Also, the distribution networks, the people who buy your work, who actually want to read your work but don't want to pay for it. So you have all that amorphous challenges that bedevil you, but you still keep to it. And that's what I keep doing. I am not rich by any expanse of the word, but I am rich in terms of my experiences, I'm rich in terms of fulfillment, I am rich in terms of happiness, and then I'm rich in terms of sense of purpose, of knowing that every day I wake up and I start to create, I am touching a life, I am making the world a better place than I met it. So as a creative, what excites me most about what I do? These kinds of things excite me. The fact that having the power to join in the voice that changes things that concerns the world. I am honored to be a change maker, to be able to get into people's lives, to get into people's minds, to shape the thought systems and the thought patterns, to, create the world as it should be, not necessarily as it is. Because at the end of the day, a creative is a vessel that is surrendered to communication with something that is divine, to be able to move the thought patterns of the world so that we exist optimally and we create the best systems, the best lifestyles, the best relationships that we can possibly have. So I am empowered. This is what I do. This is what I was born to do. And this is what I will keep on doing. Being a creative, being a writer, being a filmmaker, being the voice that matters. So I'm reading from my latest book. It's called Boom Boom. It's a book that explores the intricacies of the nature of sickle cell anemia. It's about an 8-year-old boy called Osaik who is trying to save the life of his 5-year-old sister called Ege Boom Boom, who has sickle cell anemia. I'll be reading from chapter 3, which is called Boom Boom is Her Pet Name. I remember how much my mom cried the day she was told that my sister would be like her. My dad didn't cry at all, but his silence was just like tears. It was heavy and very sad. I was too young to understand what was wrong at the time, and no one bothered to explain it to me. But the night my mom slept and didn't wake up, she told me that she and my dad should not have had my sister. She said that they should have known better because there was a huge chance that my sister would be born with the same illness that afflicted her, since my dad had the genotype AC and she had the genotype SS. She explained to me what genotype means as she groaned from the pain that made her tremble with heavy beads of sweat on her body. First, she told me about genes. A gene is what determines a characteristic you have. It is like a recipe that makes food come out a certain way, she said. Like a manual that teaches you how to play a video game or build a tree house? Yes, aren't you a brilliant board? So would I go back to a 9-to-5 again? I doubt that. But it depends on what a 9-to-5 is. Is it regimented? Is it so structured that there is no space for the expression of self? If it is, then I can't find myself there. But would I leave what I'm doing right now to go back to a 9-to-5 in a different industry? That is a definite no. Imagine if I didn't do what I'm doing right now. Would I have won this? Would I have been a winner of the Nigeria Prize for Literature? Would I have done so many films that have shaped thought patterns and plays that have begun good discourses or books that have enriched the lives of people? No, I wouldn't have. And that is why this life that I live, it's not your regular 9-to-5, but it is my life. It is my purpose.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
On Plus TV Africa News, Academic Staff Union of University suspends 9-month strike. On the foreign scene, United Nations troops retake Central African Republic town from rebels. And outside Africa, UK detects second, potentially more transmissible COVID-19 strain from South Africa. Thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I'm Anetta Felix. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, on Wednesday suspended its strike, ending the industrial action that began in March 2020. ASU National President Biodun Ogunyemi made the announcement during a briefing of the union in Abuja. Ogunyemi also said the lecturers sympathize with students, who added that no amount of sacrifice will be too much to get the matter resolved, as long as the government is consistent with its promises, while warning that the union will return to strike without notice if the government fails in meeting its part of the agreement reached with the university lecturers. Ogunyemi noted that the reopening of the schools, considering the COVID-19 pandemic, lies with the federal government and Senate. Joining us live to discuss this is Professor Adebayo Kolawole, Department of Agric Extension and Rural Development for NAB. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to be on here.
Now, from the available information, the strike was called off based on the current economic realities. Is this a case of a lost battle?
Well, I think the case is just that there is an agreement between the federal government and ASU, and there are conditions attached to that, and the strike is called off at this moment in the belief that both parties will fulfill their part of the agreement.
And, well, some may want to say, why wasn't that a factor all this while when many Nigerians begged, that the students' time should be prioritized?
You see, I can't speak for the government on this case, but I know that right from the beginning, the position of ASU was clear. And the commitments that were made at this time could have been made many months ago, but they were not. And it is at that point when something makes the semblance of good sense is now presented to ASU, that the members of ASU all over the federation will come to a position to say, okay, we will suspend the strike on condition that these agreements did not go the way the previous agreements have gone.
And what is going to be the significance of this timing, as it appears there might be another lockdown soon with the second wave of COVID-19?
Well, I think there's been a lot of public awareness on the COVID-19 issues. The second wave of COVID-19 has come and people are conscious of that. And I believe that each university has had enough time to actually prepare their campuses and prepare all that is necessary to ensure that the current COVID-19 wave does not swing into our universities. So in terms of timing, maybe it's not totally bad for the universities in terms of announcing their resumption. That would be a decision of the Senate of each university.
And how would you assess the mood of lecturers and students alike to this news that the strike has been suspended?
Oh, I think basically with the experience of previous strikes, we picked off where we left off. Where examinations have not been done, the examination arrangement would have to be made. Where examinations have been done, results would have to be processed. All over the Federation, admission of new students would have to be processed. So I think we'll pretty much pick up where we left off.
And lastly, before I let you go, during the COVID-19 lockdowns, we saw schools and different, environments adapting to, online learning and basically online way of doing things. Is this what we should expect going forward? That, Nigerian university system, we're looking forward to, more online learning?
Well, I think this is something that has come to us now. It's a new way of life. We would have a lot of activities happening virtually. Many academic associations already are adopting this. So part of the arrangement that I expect that universities have made and will continue to make will be to reduce the physical contact between students and between students and their lecturer.
Thank you very much for your thoughts on the news.
You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of the week.
The federal government has declared Friday, December 25th, Monday, December 28th, 2020, and Friday, January 1st, 2021 as public holidays to mark the Christmas, Boxing Day, and New Year celebrations, respectively. The Minister of Interior, Rauf Aribishala, announced this on behalf of the federal government in a statement by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Dr. Shuaib Belgore, on Wednesday. The statement felicitated with Christians and all Nigerians, both at home and abroad, on the Christmas and New Year celebrations. Aribishala urged Christians to adopt the creed of Christ and faith, hope and love, wishing all Nigerians and Christians in particular a happy Christmas and New Year celebrations. The Federal Capital Territory High Court has granted the prayer of Inspector General of Police Mohammed Adamu for Omoyele Sowore, publisher of Sahara Reporters, to appear before it over an alleged false media report. Adamu described as falsehood a report published by the media outfit on August 3rd, accusing him of illegally raising funds to build a police training school in Nasarawa State. Adamu, through his lawyer, have threatened to file a 10 billion naira lawsuit against the online platform and its publisher, Sowore, unless an apology was tendered within 7 days of the letter addressed to the media house on August 6th. The judge then adjourned the matter until January 26th, 2021 for hearing. Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi has assented to the 2021 appropriation bill of over 100 billion naira passed by the State House of Assembly. Speaking at the ceremony, Governor Fayemi said the budget of economic recovery and restoration is to improve the lives of Ekiti people and deliver on his administration promises. Fayemi also acknowledged the patriotism and commitment of lawmakers and urged them to sustain the continuous harmonious relationship between the executive and legislative arm of government.
You would all recall that Ekiti State budget migrated to International Public Sector Accounting Standard, IPSAS, compliant budget in 2020 fiscal year. A new milestone has been achieved by making the 2021 draft estimates comply with the reviewed National Chart of Accounts, which is a requirement of the State Fiscal Transparency and Sustainability Program for Results for the publication of the 2021 budget. I appreciate the Nigerian Governors Forum Secretariat for providing technical support to achieve this milestone. The objective, therefore, is to complete the ongoing projects and commence new ones that are very critical to the economic development of the state. The 2021 budget estimate is 109,666,376,722 naira 61 kobo, out of which 53% is appropriated for recurrent expenditure and 47% for capital expenditure.
Stakeholders in the fire sector to help the federal government chart a course to provide solutions to fire outbreaks. The Comptroller General of the Federal Fire Service, Ibrahim Liman, gave the charge during the commissioning of a fire substation in the office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Liman challenged other stakeholders to emulate the gesture to help the service tackle fire outbreaks in the dry season.
Decoration of the Accountant General of the Federation as Chief Fire Marshal of the Federation is with the intent to acknowledge and celebrate the good works done by the Accountant General in single-handedly building a fire station at Gezawa local government area of Kano State, and also facilitating the establishment of a fire station in the Treasury House. This comes as an inspiration to other stakeholders in this season of rising incident of fire outbreaks in Nigeria, so that the firefighters can cope with the prevalent threat of fire.
The facility like this is necessary precautionary measure that critical national infrastructure should have. However, my prayer is that God may not allow disaster that will allow or that will necessitate usage of this facility full scale.
While I'm eager to cut this date and declare this fire service station commissioned, let me mention that initiatives such as this, among other infrastructural development projects embarked upon by the OAGF, are in tandem with the policy of this administration.
In the past 12 months, major economic issues shook the Nigerian media space. Most notable of them are the Company and Allied Matters Act 2020, that's CAMA, and the news that the country had slipped into recession. The CAMA debate pitted the church against the state, and the recession, according to many financial experts, was expected for the obvious reason: COVID-19 pandemic. This next report takes a look at both the defining events for the year 2020. In the first quarter of 2020, most countries had experienced an outbreak of the novel coronavirus, and an economic recession had become a global phenomenon. The Nigerian economy was not immune from this, especially as the prices of crude oil experienced a drastic fall. Millions of businesses were shuttered due to the COVID-19 lockdown and the country's recent history with a recession in 2016. Nigeria's Minister of Finance stated soon afterwards that Nigeria would exit recession historically fast.
What will decide how fast we're going to get out of the recession is actually the specific steps that we take. And I'll give you an example. 774,000 jobs were meant to have been created since June up till now. We have not been able to execute on those 774,000 jobs. So if this is the same way we're going to do with all the other initiatives, and we're not taking the right steps or executing on our policies, then working out of recession will not be automatic.
Economic expert Mokhtar Mohammed adds that the government needs to concentrate on building a buffer against negative economic trends by developing our human capital.
We need to invest on our people. Our people are supposed to be the most powerful resources that we have, not the type of resources we are seeing from the government or just depending on crude oil. The economy has moved beyond natural resources into digital, and then when you talk about digital, then you talk about your people.
Another big economic issue in 2020 was the Company and Allied Matters Act, simply known as CAMA. It was a controversial document that enraged religious groups because of certain provisions. The bone of contention of the bill was regarding the management of the church if it is found to be erring on the side of the law.
I don't think the church is against Kama. I just feel that the church needed a little bit of clarity from the government, and they wanted to be involved in the processes so that they tell the government how the churches work, and through that, the government will be able to set up that law. But the government never gave them that opportunity, just came up with a law and said, this is what is entailed, and this is how it has to be followed. And like I said, in every law, there should be justice. So if you're telling me that I don't have a right to challenge you, I don't think that it gives you. You are not being the judge on your own case. But when you look at the broader picture of the Kama law, I think it's one of the best law in terms of business when you look at other businesses. But when you look at charitable organization, I think that's where they had a problem.
Bolahan agrees with Mokhtar, saying the aspect of regulating the church management was only a controversial issue that distracted from other merits of the Kama bill.
Generally, the focus was to make the business environment more friendly. We shouldn't allow 2 pages of contention to diminish 600 pages of work. What we need to do, I read the contentious part, and honestly, it is deeply contentious, and we need to revisit it. The best way to do that is to sponsor an amendment.
2020 might have been a gloomy year globally, but the African Development Bank Group projects a positive future for the Nigerian economy. They say real GDP growth would rise to 3.3% in 2021. But they peg this to how effective the government can implement the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP, which emphasizes economic diversification. Joining us live to discuss this is economist Gospel Obele. Thanks for joining us, Gospel.
Having me.
Hi. Now, let's start with the recent, which happened in the last quarter of the year, recession. The discourse is not whether it could have been avoided. Now, the discourse is about COVID-19 and how do we come out of it?
So in terms of coming out of a recession, I think that it's going to be a very slow recovery because there are more cost-driven implications due to the structural deficiencies we have now. You know, things like the increase in fuel, the increase in food, and all of that. And these are the main pressure points when it comes to the average survival of the average Nigerian. So when you have a very huge cost pressure on the economy, all right, it means that it's going to take a longer time or a fairly longer time to come out of recession. All right, and when you do not have a strong structural buffers to enable a sustained recovery, then it may be slow. But at this point, I think I'll also like to state that coming out of recession has to be very cautioned. You know, we have to take a lot of caution in coming out of recession because as it stands now, we are largely dwindling between the 3 to 2 to 1% growth rate. And what would likely happen is a situation where we might be getting into recession more subsequently if the right structural buffers are not in place. So it's not a matter of if we'll come out or not. It's a matter of if we'll do the right work around enabling the right structural balances or buffers to scale the economy sustainably.
And let's now talk about the controversial Kama Law 2020. The controversy surrounding the agitation of the religious stole the show. What's your take on the law generally?
So I primarily want to look at the law from a brighter side because the goal is largely to ensure that it enables the ease of doing business process and all of that. Yeah, there are 1 or 2 loopholes here and there in the law, and that largely speaks to the policy design issues and all that. So the perception around religious lines or not are also the are different ways through which different stakeholders, all right, in the ease of doing business space, all right, interpret and understand the provisions in that law. However, what I would also want to look at in the long term would be that there are more stakeholder representation in designing these laws and ensuring that a right communication is being put across, especially if there are possibilities of religious lines and religious conflicts and all of that.
And what's your assessment of the performance of Nigeria's economy and what must give way?
I'm sorry, I didn't question.
Yeah, we're trying to find out your own assessment of Nigeria's economy, how it's performing, and what you think the country must do to move forward. Gospel, can you hear me? Gospel. It seems we have lost Gospel there. We'll now take a short break and we'll be right back. Please stay with us.
If I understand that correctly,
first point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
And we have back again Gospel Obele, still discussing key economic trends of 2020. Thanks again for still being here, Gospel Obele.
Thank you for having me.
Now, before we let you go, we're trying to find out what you think is your assessment of, the performance of the Nigerian economy so far this year, with all the negative trends of inflation, recession, and the COVID-19 pandemic and its effects on the economy regarding the lockdowns we saw.
So on the good side of things, I think that sectors that performed well and consistently, well in that regard, did so because, number one, the naturally resilient sectors. And there were sectors that thrived on the numbers. And thirdly, there were sectors that were largely inelastic in nature, sectors like agriculture and the likes, regardless of how bad things go, people will still need to eat, and then make calls and all the likes. So I think that these sectors happen to thrive, in spite of government and in spite of the pandemic and all of that. However, the issue around recession happened earlier than expected, but in as much as that, it was also expected, because there were already structural warnings. There were key warnings towards the end of 2019 as regards the state of the Nigerian economy. And we found a situation where generally the costs, implications in the economy rose. And it was a direct hit on the final consumer and along the different value chains in different industries. So quite frankly, the economy performed badly. And the average Nigeria, like I'd always say, was poorer month on month. We expect that in 2021, these situations will get better, provided that the fiscal and monetary policy are more in sync in terms of complementary policies and ensure that these policies are properly coordinated, and they're designed and tailored to reach the final consumer or the average Nigerian. So that's what we hope for in the coming year.
So, Gospel, still talking about hopes for the coming year. Do you think with all the, chatter about the possibility of a second lockdown, with Nigeria still trying to recover from the first, how do you think Nigerian economy might be able to hold up if that happens in the coming year?
Quite frankly, I don't see the Nigerian economy being able to hold up if there's a second lockdown, because generally on the rung of the developmental ladder, we are on the lower rung of that ladder. So what it means is when anything happens in an advanced country or the advanced markets, the hit on economies that are on the lower rung of the ladder is usually harder. And usually harder because we do not have, then again, the structural buffers to hold this economic shock. So the most important thing we need to do right now is to fix our structural deficiencies, and it cuts many things: institutional capacity, the non-oil sector, enabling human capital, and a lot of things. So until these structural deficits are being fixed, we may not be able to contain the effect of another lockdown or a second wave of COVID-19. So quite frankly, if that happens, all right, if a second lockdown happens, honestly speaking, the Nigerian economy will probably be in a longer, will be in this recession for a longer time, and the hardship will grow, and we'll probably have to still deal with a three-level trade-off around public health, social security, and the economy. So I don't pray for us to get to that point, but chances are we may end up getting there if the right things are not done in terms of structural buffers, all right, as a proactive measure towards enabling the economy withhold any global shock or whatsoever that comes our way in the coming fiscal year.
Economist Gospel Obede, thank you for your time. Coronavirus vaccine will be administered to Nigerians for free when vaccination begins. The national coordinator of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Sani Aliyu, said this on Wednesday. Aliyu said, quote, "The president has given us a marching order that the COVID-19 vaccine be made available in Nigeria. They won't need to pay for that," end of quote. He said that Gavi has guaranteed vaccines for 20% of Nigeria's population, which is about 40 million people. He added that there are fears that Nigeria may be reluctant to receive shots of the vaccine and that efforts are being made to sensitize people on the safety of the drug. Jigawa State has recorded 1 death and 47 new COVID-19 cases, bringing the total number of fatalities and cases to 12 and 386 respectively. Governor Badaru Abubakar confirmed this to journalists at the Government House in Dutse, the state capital. He said that government has reopened all the state treatment and isolation centers in order to accommodate the rising number of cases recently recorded. He also urged residents to ensure personal hygiene, observe social distancing, and wear face masks in public places. Ondo State government has cancelled crossover vigil across the state and shifted the resumption of pupils and students in primary and secondary schools to January 18th, 2020. The chairman, Ondo State Interministerial Committee on COVID-19, Professor Adeshagu Fatusi, said this on Wednesday in Akure. The chairman further explained that no church service organized in respect of the new year must exceed 10 p.m. until further notice. Nightclubs and relaxation spots must not operate beyond 10 p.m. Fatusi highlighted the need to take proactive measures against the second wave of COVID-19 and announced 3 months imprisonment or payment of 20,000 naira fine or both for violators. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News. Afreximbank says Africa needs about $9 billion for COVID-19 vaccines. This and more when we return.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
In other parts of Africa, the United Nations has retaken Bambari, the fourth largest town in the Central African Republic, which was seized by rebels on Tuesday. Spokesman for the United Nations peacekeeping mission, MINUSCA, Abdulaziz Fall, said that armed groups have been pushed back into the bush and that civilians are starting to return. The attacks in Bambari come as the country faces elections on Sunday, December 27th. Forces of the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, are engaging in armed hostilities against federal government and Eritrean troops in parts of the restive Tigray region. And that's according to Getachew Reda, advisor to President of the TPLF, Gebretson Gebremichael. Reda reported the fighting incidents in a series of tweets on his Twitter handle. He said the government recorded heavy losses, including hundreds of soldiers and an Air Force gunship, but they preferred to hide it by controlling the media. The United Nations is launching a new humanitarian plan to raise approximately 208 million euros for persons displaced in the ongoing conflict in Mozambique. Terrorist attacks in Cabo Delgado, northern Mozambique, continue to intensify, and the latest records show at least 500,000 displaced persons. A United Nations resident coordinator in Mozambique said the figures have gone from 90,000 displaced people in early 2020 to more than 500,000 now. Myra Collard said they need resources to relocate the populations that are in high-risk neighborhoods to other safer places. Malawi will close its borders for 14 days and restrict public gatherings to 100 people following a new surge in cases of the coronavirus. Malawi's Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 said this on Tuesday after nearly 2 months without new positive cases. The task force said that only essential services personnel and traffic carrying essentials like fuel and medicines would be allowed through the borders. Malawians deported from other countries would also be allowed to enter the country, and those returning would be required to go into mandatory isolation facilities at airports. The chief economist of the African Export-Import Bank, Hippolyte Fufak, said Africa needs about $9 billion to finance COVID-19 vaccines and halt the pandemic on the continent. It, however, said the bigger problem is assessing that supply amid global race for doses. He argued that African nations cannot compete with wealthier governments that have secured huge supplies of inoculations. He added that if the supply of COVID-19 is left to the market, many developing countries will be rationed out of it. But some funding will come from COVAX, a global alliance co-led by the World Health Organization that aims to secure free access to COVID-19 vaccines for poor countries. Outside Africa, British Health Secretary Matt Hancock said a new, potentially more infectious variant of the novel coronavirus has been found in Britain in cases linked to South Africa. South Africa's health department said last week that a new genetic mutation of the virus had been discovered and might be responsible for a recent surge in infections there.
This new variant is highly concerning because it is yet more transmissible and it appears to have mutated further than the new variant that's been discovered in the UK. We've taken the following action. First, we are quarantining cases and close contacts of cases found here in the UK. Second, we're placing immediate restrictions on travel from South Africa. And finally, and most importantly, anyone in the UK who has been in South Africa in the past fortnight and anyone who is a close contact of someone who's been in South Africa in the last fortnight must quarantine immediately.
New York police would start paying home visits to enforce a quarantine order for travelers from the United Kingdom in an effort to stop the spread of a new COVID-19 variant found in that country. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio said on Wednesday, December 23rd, that the city sheriff's office will check on travelers from the UK at their homes or hotels to ensure compliance out of concern that those travelers could bring a new, highly transmissible strain of the virus to New York. Travelers could face a $1,000 fine per day if they violate the rules.
Folks coming in from the UK, given that particular concern, we are going to have sheriff's deputies go to the home or the hotel of every single traveler coming in from the UK. So when they arrive at the airport, they're going to have to fill out the form notifying us that they are coming into New York City. We're going to provide them with that commissioner's order, but then there's going to be a follow-up direct home visit or hotel visit from the sheriff's deputy to confirm that they are following the quarantine, or if they are not, they will be penalized. We cannot take chances with anyone who travels, particularly folks traveling in from the UK.
A Hong Kong court has granted $1.3 million bail to media tycoon Jimmy Lai on Wednesday, December 23rd. Lai is the highest profile Hong Kong pro-democracy activist and an ardent critic of Beijing. 73-year-old Lai was arrested in August when about 200 police officers raided the newsroom of his Apple Daily tabloid. Lai has been a frequent visitor to Washington, meeting with officials including Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to rally support for Hong Kong democracy. This prompted Beijing to label him a traitor, accusing him of colluding with foreign forces. United States President Donald Trump has granted full pardons to 15 people and commuted all or part of the sentences for 5 others. A full pardon was given to George Papadopoulos, a former Trump campaign advisor who admitted lying to federal investigators about his contacts with Russians. Full pardons were also granted to 4 Blackwater security guards who were convicted over the 2007 killing of Iraqis. The White House statement said the 4 men, former members of the military, have a long history of service to the nation. Police in Columbus, Ohio, said they relieved an officer of duty on Tuesday, December 22nd, after he shot an unarmed black man to death. Columbus Police Chief Thomas Quillen said he relieved the officer involved of his duty, requiring him to turn in his badge and gun pending the outcome of an internal review and an investigation by the state authorities. The incident is the latest in a spate of killings of African Americans by police in the United States this year, including one in Columbus on December 4th, that have triggered waves of protest over racial injustice and brutality by law enforcement. At least 10 people have been critically injured on Wednesday, December 23rd, after an explosion shook a downtown Baltimore office building. The Baltimore Fire Department said it responded to an explosion and partial roof collapse at the Baltimore Gas and Electric Co. building, which was likely the result of an accident. 2 window washers were also rescued after they were trapped several stories up and were left dangling from a scaffold on the exterior of the building. Firefighters quickly extinguished the blaze on the 16th floor of the building. Up next, passengers decry hike in transport fares. That's in our business news after this break.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns,
whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Many thanks for staying with us on Business Reports. I am Justin Akadonye. As Nigerians get set to celebrate Christmas, both traders and sellers in Lagos are not smiling as they lament the biting effect of inflation. Details in this report. Just some hours before Christmas, and the popular Mile 12 international market is bubbling with activities. However, not as previous years. The surge in inflation has taken its toll on business activities, with buyers and sellers telling sordid tales. Surprisingly, vegetables, especially onions, which have skyrocketed for months now, have reduced, although not comparable to prices of previous years. However, like Oliver Twist, buyers demand more.
Before, 90,000, 95,000, but now 30,000 a day, 50,000 a day, 40,000 a day.
It's okay for me. It's affordable compared to 2 weeks, 3 weeks to this time.
Before we are selling 20, but as at now we are selling 10,000, 9,000, 8,000.
I bought one basket, not full basket. That's the way they normally share it. I bought 4,000 naira, but before it's also of 2,000 naira.
The same can be said for other staples like rice, beans, and gari. The traders are quick to blame the rippling effect of COVID-19.
Last year, bag of beans, we are selling 17,000, 18,000 to 20. But this year, they reach 37,000, 35,000. They double money too. Foreign rice, they are selling for now. The small one, they are selling 23, 24. And big one, they are selling 27, 26.
The price that we bought full stop last year is quite different to this year.
Meanwhile, the market authorities have assured all of adequate security and good shopping experience this season.
So we have made a provision for security, but they're much enough that at least they can secure people's, even though we don't have any experience of thieves in the market. In the roadside, we can't say because it's Xmas period or festive period, we displace people and police ourselves. So we have a lot of people who are working in traffic.
The Yuletide cannot be complete without chicken and turkey. Yet again, the rising prices of cost of feeds resound.
Last year, this one you see here, this little one in my hand, what we sold last year is 1,112. When you come with your 1,000 sometimes, we just have to, because we want them to live in time so that we have many goods on ground. But like this one now, you can see, like last year, this one now, we sell 2,500. But truly, this one, this year, if you can buy 2,000, that's the least.
And for those who cannot afford chicken, there are always options of beef and goat meat. So as Nigerians celebrate Christmas in the wake of the rising COVID-19 figures, the market authorities say it may be difficult to ensure physical distancing. However, Nigerians are advised to commemorate the season moderately. Justin Akadoni, Plus TV African News. In the same vein, passengers using public vehicles to commute to their hometowns to celebrate the Yuletide are asking the government to intervene in the increased fares charged by transport operators. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chinde files the report.
With less than 48 hours to Christmas, passengers found at the Ajah end of Lagos, Nigeria, have decried what they call unreasonable hike in the fare this year.
The hike in price of transportation during seasonal period like this is something that is not called for.
What is going on is that the passenger is very, very angry with the way everything has gone high. The transport going to Port Harcourt now, you can imagine, just 16,000, 17,000. Something that we are carrying from 12, 11, 10, but now it has gone high, double. So it's not easy when you are driving them, they'll be shouting at you, insulting you, but you don't have anything to say. You just have to calm down and pet them because it's their money.
The price difference from what I've been paying up to what I'm paying now is very high, right? So I don't think people who want to travel to their villages to celebrate with their families and stuff, most of them may not be able to meet up with the demands, like the difference in price, because initially I was paying 8,500 to get to Asaba, but today I'm paying 13,000, which is 4,500 difference, and a lot of people would not want to travel because considering this the extra thing you get to pay, I'm not sure plenty of people want to travel.
Despite the increase, some travelers are still excited to go back to where they call home.
last time, I think when I was going back to Owerri, my destination, I think I paid about 5,000 naira. But to my greatest surprise, coming here today, I'm hearing 18,000, 17,000 to Owerri. But finally, one has no choice, but we have to celebrate the season with our family, loved ones at home.
But the manager of one of the parks attempts to offer an explanation for the hike.
The issue remains that when we blow from here to Lagos to Abuja, you blow empty all the way, not picking even single passenger. That is why there's a difference there. Normally, from here to Abuja without Christmas, is 13,500.
Lagos to Calabar Uyo is now 15,000 naira, and Lagos to Enugu, Owerri and Abakaliki is now 16,000 naira.
And finally, on business reports, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says it will investigate the scarcity of funds witnessed by customers in most automated teller machines, ATMs, in Lagos State. CBN's Acting Director Corporate Communications, Osita Nwanisobi, told newsmen on Wednesday that ATMs were introduced so as to ease the sufferings of the people. Nwanisobi spoke on the heels of customers complaining that the proliferation of agent banking is responsible for ATMs not having money to dispense anymore. And that's Business Reports. I am Justin Academy. It's back to Annette Felix for the rest of the news.
In entertainment, the 90-day finance reality TV show Season 4 couple Usman aka Soulja Boy and wife Lisa Baby Girl Ham have officially ended their relationship. The couple is reported to have been estranged for more than 6 months, but they're now making the split official. In an interview, Usman confirmed that he has sent Lisa divorce papers, but she refused to acknowledge them. The rapper also said that his life has improved since breaking up with Lisa, describing how happy he is without the drama. Meanwhile, Lisa tendered an apology to TLC, apologizing for all the things that happened in Nigeria, adding that she takes full responsibility for her actions. Amazon Studios has unveiled the first trailer for Coming to America, which sees the return of Eddie Murphy as the charming Prince Hakeem. In the upcoming sequel, Prince Hakeem, who is set to become the king of the fictional country of Zamunda, finds out he has a son he never knew about. The street-savvy Queen's native Lavelle, to honor the former king's dying wish to raise his grandson as the crown prince, Hakeem and his younger brother Semi once again leave for America. The 1988 Coming to America, directed by John Landis, introduced Murphy as a young royal who moves to New York City to escape an arranged marriage. Murphy's co-stars James Earl Jones and Arsenal Hall will also reprise their roles as King Jaff, Joffer and Semi, respectively. American bad girl Rihanna is being sued for allegedly using a song in an ad for her Fenty beauty product without the artist's permission. King Khan and Sabalu, a German father musical duo, claim Rihanna's team used their song Good Habits and Bad in one of her Instagram posts, promoting the cosmetics line. In the lawsuits, the German duo claimed that the singer used their original music and lyrics, but did not have their blessing or legal permission to use the song. Instead, they say she ripped it from a music streaming platform. Rihanna is yet to give a response to the claim. Sean Diddy Combs gifted his mom Janice with $1 million and a new Bentley in celebration of her 80th birthday at a lavish dinner in Los Angeles on Monday. The 51-year-old rapper proved that nothing was too good for his mother, who is 80 years old, as he presented her with a big money check in front of guests at her birthday party. Diddy then led his mom outside, where he revealed a brand new Bentley on the driveway for her as their friends gathered around to watch. She embraced her gorgeous and generous son in a room filled with their family and friends. Diddy held the bash at a Los Angeles mansion and shared clips of the moment he led his mom down the stairs, which had been decorated for the festive season. A glam grandma has won a beauty pageant, proving that age is just a number. Karen Russell from Kentucky, USA, beat much younger women to gain her prestigious title at the age of 60. Speaking after the pageant, she said being a beauty queen isn't all about looks, it's about being charitable and helping the community, something she's passionate about. Karen now takes home the first place crowns. Co-host Richard Osman's debut novel, The Thursday Murder Club, was the UK's best-selling book in the last full week before Christmas. The murder mystery sold 134,500 copies in the week up to Saturday. Now, that's more than double the next biggest seller, Barack Obama's memoir, A Promised Land, which sold 66,500 copies. Osman's book had the highest sales for a Christmas #1 since Jamie Oliver a decade ago, according to the bookseller, and is the first debut novel to be Christmas #1 since the current records began in the late 1990s. The Thursday Murder Club has also sold more than 700,000 copies in less than 4 months, according to publishers Penguin, making it the third best-selling hardback novel after Dan Brown's The Lost Symbol and J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Coming up next is Sports News with Wale Scott.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Anita. And now for sports. Flycast Productions, organizers of the country's professional boxing championship, have postponed the event indefinitely. The competition, which had been slated to hold on Friday, January 1st, 2021, is built to hold behind closed doors at the Mobolaji Johnson Indoor Sports Hall of the Roe Park Sports Center in Lagos, will now hold at a date to be announced later. The postponement, according to the Chief Executive Officer of Flycast Productions, Jenkins Alumina, was compelled by resurgence in the country's COVID-19 infection figures. He said the move had drawn the federal government and Lagos state government to impose restrictions on events with potential. Flycast Productions, organizers of GoTV Boxing Night, has postponed the 22nd edition of 4 crowds in excess of 550 persons, having consulted widely before taking the decision. Alumina said public safety and the well-being of Nigerian sports was important to the company. The Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, says the federation will not put pressure on the Golden Eaglets following the poor performance of the Flying Eagles at the just concluded WAFU Cup. Its General Secretary, Mohammed Sanusi, said the NFF wanted to ensure that the team keeps the developmental agenda of the federation, stressing that the essence of the cadet team was very important to the federation. Sanusi said the essence of the Golden Eaglets was for the federation to have credible football players who will graduate to the Flying Eagles, Olympic team, and of course the Super Eagles. According to him, the team's technical crew has promised to give their best in order to record excellent performances in continental and international competitions. A group of former footballers and politicians have called for a review into the possible link between headache and diseases that affect people's mental abilities, such as dementia. A letter addressed to the Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, has been signed by 9 ex-players. It asks governments to assess if current heading guidelines are suitable too. Ex-footballers are 3.5 times more likely to die of dementia than the general population. 5 members of England's 1966 World Cup winning squad have been diagnosed with dementia, including Nobby Stiles, who died in October. Led by former Chelsea and Charlton player Mickey Ambrose, the letter has been signed by Peter Reid, Phil Brown, Viv Anderson, Darren Moore, Clive Wilson, Dean Wilkins, Vinnie Samways, and Mark McCammon. Atletico Madrid and England defender Kieran Trippier has been suspended for 10 weeks and fined £70,000 following a breach of betting rules. The Football Association has said this on Wednesday, alleging that Trippier breached 7 of FA rules, $8 in July 2018. An independent regulatory commission proved 4 of the alleged breaches and dismissed 3 during a subsequent personal hearing. The suspension includes all football-related activity from on Wednesday, following an application to World Soccer's governing body, FIFA. The autopsy on Diego Maradona has revealed that the Argentina's football legend had no alcohol or narcotic drugs in his body at the time of his death. Maradona died at the age of 60 on Thursday, November 25th, 2 weeks after being released from a hospital in Buenos Aires following a brain surgery operation. Earlier this month, a preliminary autopsy determined that Maradona died in his sleep of acute pulmonary edema, a buildup of fluid in the lungs because of a congestive heart failure. The latest toxicological report detected no alcohol or illegal substances, but the presence of psychotropic drugs used to treat anxiety and depression. It also indicated that besides the heart and lungs, Maradona's kidneys and livers were damaged. And now, that's our here in sports tonight. Aneta, over to you, Aneta. My name is Wally Scott. Good night.
Thank you, Wally, for the sports updates. And before we go, here's a recap of our major headlines. We told you that the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has suspended its 9-month strike. On the foreign scene, we told you that United Nations troops have retaken Central African Republic town from rebels. And outside Africa, we brought you a report that the UK has detected a second, potentially more transmissible COVID-19 strain from South Africa. And that's all the news at this hour. For more stories, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And please do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making headlines. I am Aneta Felix. Thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
for the most part, is a performing art form consisting of purposefully selected sequences of human movement. This movement has aesthetic and symbolic value in most cases, but here is someone to whom dancing is a form of self-expression. Today on Not Your 9 to 5, we meet Sarah Bolus, a biologist turned professional dancer.
My name is Sarah Boulos, and I run the Society for the Performing Arts in Nigeria, of which I am the person, the chairperson and the overseer. So actually, I graduated in 1994 with a biology major, and also went on to study public health as a master in the University of Texas School of Public Health. So Houston Baptist University as a biologist major, and then after that it was public health, epidemiology, and I did an epidemiology study on lead poisoning. My work experience has always been surrounded between a lot of sciences and biology major and everything. I worked for the Red Cross in Burkina Faso. I also traveled in Lebanon where I did an epidemiologic study on lead poisoning, which I formed a thesis out of it. And when I came here to Lagos, when my father bought SCOA Nigeria PLC, I worked at Kirikiri in the logistic department, doing all the clearing of the containers. And then I opened La Pointe Supermarket in 1997 and ran the supermarket also for many years. So I'm still the owner of La Pointe Supermarket, it's still there. Other people are running it, but I'm still behind the scene. I believe that when you have a spiritual experience, like I did in 2000, you search for something more than just what is available to you, what is under the norm, accepted as is. And so I was praying, and I had a very strong spiritual experience with Christ in the year 2000. I was a Jubilee child, and then I went and started with my Bible study. And in 2003, I was looking for more. So I was asking God, show me more. I am not happy. And then at that point in time, there was a lady who came from South Africa, and she was with us in the Bible study, and she told us, you can hear the voice of God. So we were looking at her like, the woman is crazy. But we still had like this kind of skepticism. Then she divided us into 3 groups. Then she came to my group and she sat with me. I was petrified. I said, oh my God, I asked for something. I hope it's not going to happen today. I was like kind of like rebellious about it. And so, boom, she looks at me and she said, Sarah. So she was asking us, it was an exercise. Be calm, be settled, close your eyes and hear what thoughts are coming to you about this person and ask God to tell you something about this person. So we did the whole round. Everybody was saying something. Actually, thoughts were coming. And suddenly she comes to me and she says, Sarah, and I said, yes. Out of the blues, she doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. She just came from South Africa. Her name is Una. Do you dance? And I looked at her and I said, yes, I dance in parties. No, actually, do you dance? I said, when I was a child, I used to do ballet. I used to be a ballerina from the age of like 3.5 to 16, but I was kind of overweight, so I stopped dancing ballet. And she said, no, there's something here. You've got to dance for the Lord. That's what God is telling me. My friend, her name is Tanya Word, she says, you know what, Sarah, your world has become crazy suddenly. Let me give you a book. Maybe it will settle your heart. It's called The Purposeful Driven Life by Rick Warren. So she gave me the book, and I'm reading the book, and I'm swallowing the book. On the 5th chapter, it says, life is a test and life is a judge. So I said, okay, Lord, you are going to give me something that has to do with dance, that has to do with life, and it's going to be judged. So I fell asleep. It was a very early morning in May 2003. I'm about to wake up and I don't want to wake up. because something is going into my mind. So I have my eyes closed, and suddenly, boom, I see a building. I see dancers, musicians. I see painters. I see actors. They're all on scene. And then I hear dance. Then I see music. Teach dance, teach music, teach acting. And 15,000, I hear 15,000. Is it 15,000 naira money? I don't know. Everything was coming. Teach, give, build, a theater. Everything was coming up. And then I say, I'm closing my eyes, and then suddenly everything disappeared. And then I'm like, okay, why does this happen to me? Then I look at my husband and said, I think I had a vision. He looks at me and said, uh-huh. So we were like living in a very weird atmosphere. This week was very intense for me. It was May 2003. I will never forget. May 8 to May 15, 2003 was like unbelievable. So, boom, I go to my Bible study and I said, ladies, what is music, dance, and drama? And I have to dance for the Lord. I said, it's performing arts. So I have to do a school for performing arts. And I have to do a building. I didn't even know. I had to ask people, what is it that I just seen? So to tell you the truth, that I didn't premeditate it. It was something that came to me, and I had to ask questions. Because in France, you either have a music, a dance, or acting. You don't have the three together. Now in France, you have what we call conservatory. I was raised in France, so I came to the States, I was 18, but I never attended a performing arts center. I was in biology, for God's sake. How am I supposed to do dance and all these things, you know? It's like totally opposite field. So I found out that they are performing arts center. And one thing that was very significant to me at that point, I saw a pentagon. The Lord showed me a pentagon like the Pentagon of the United States, which is huge. And so now I found out that my land, where I want to build SPAN, it's at Eco Atlantic, it's a pentagon shape. So there were so many things and signs, so many things. And if you want to build a theater into a 3-double, it's 15,000 square meters. That's 15,000. So it's so precise that there's no way that somebody can create and invent something like that. So I had to leave everything. But what pushed me to leave was not that dream. What pushed me to leave was the tragedy. Because September 2003, so God tells me, do this. Fine. I go on holiday, I'm having fun. I go back, we study the story of David. Then I found out that King David danced before the Lord. I said, okay, there's people that dance for God. Good. Lord, bring me those people. 8th of December 2003, I'm asking for singers, Christmas singers. And my friend Abby Ayoku, who is into entertainment, she tells me, you know, Sarah, you've been talking about David all the time. There's this group called Spirit of It. Maybe they sing too. I said, okay. She didn't tell me that they were dancing. She just said maybe they sing too. So one of the boys shows up, okay, the young man of Spirit of David, and says, so what do you do? He says, we actually dance for the Lord. And I was like, I was looking for singers. I pray for people, and you bring dancers. This is unbelievable. I've never seen something like this. So it was for me a big shock. And so I go on holiday. I come to Lebanon, and then on the 24th of December, and that's where everything started. On the 24th of December, you won't believe what happens to me. We get a phone call that my aunt and my uncle had left candle on the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree caught fire and they died asphyxiated. And they were the one who raised me. One is 24, the other one one was 24, one was 38, the other one was 52. So when they came in, I was under shock. We went to the village, we saw our family house, burned only with the trees. And so we are all like that, and we're saying, this is what's going on here? We were all devastated. They had to give me a pill. I was crying so much. I wake up in the morning. I called my mom. My mom said she's on her way to the airport. She's in Cotonou. And what she wants to do is go to the airport and take the flight to go to the funeral in Lebanon where the funeral happened. You know what happens? You won't believe it. 25th of December, my mother, my brother, the wife of my brother, my cousin, and the father of the wife of my brother rushed to the airport and changed 5 Air France tickets for another plane. And the plane crashed. So on Christmas Day, I buried my mother, my brother, his wife, the father of his wife, my cousin, my uncle, and my aunt. I went through 7 funerals. I actually buried 7 people. So you are going to ask me why I've left biology? That's it. Now, studying has given you an opportunity to raise myself as a human being, as a mature human being, to be able to lead people to grow. Today SPAN has affected over 15,000 people, between kids, between children, between teachers. We have graduated over like 200-300 students. We have had too many people who came through my house to learn. I closed down my garage into a dance studio. For like 5 years, they used to come to my house to learn how to dance. And then after they went to Lagos Island, when we moved with Lagos Island, we went from one garage in Gerard Road to one small house in Bananas to now a 3-story building in Lagos Island. And it was amazing. So I see the power of purpose. And when I buried my parents, I buried my mother, not my father is alive, but I buried my mother and my brother and his wife. It's still fresh, like it's every day. So there's no way I can survive in this world of ours that is for me filled with darkness without giving light. And light is for me to dance. Light is for me to teach dance. Light is for me to bring joy and happiness and lead people to understand that the fruit of the Spirit are so important for you to survive every day. That you use your purpose and you do mighty things to make a difference. You pass it on. You don't just stay there. You just become just a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer for just the purpose of making money. You wake up and that gift that you have, you use it for a greater purpose. That is to serve others, to give back to others. So when I started dancing, even on the street, doing like ministrations and everything, they were telling me, Sarah needs to go and see a psychiatrist. She has issues. They didn't take it lightly, but my husband, some of my close friends helped me to launch the first thing. So they were supporting me because of the accident also and because they love me. But deep down, they were thinking, this is madness, you know. So I had like conflicting opinions, you know. And I'm so happy that I did not stop from wanting to continue what and until today I'm doing it. Until today. Like today at SPAN we're going to do a celebration for my birthday. It's on the 23rd. And what's going to happen is that we're going to be all together having Thanksgiving and thanking God and have 50 people out of 150 that are coming. So that's a lot of people. So it means that life where you're all together, community work, community exchange, making a difference, you know, that's what I look forward to every day.
My mom dancing is a great thing. She's done it her whole life. It's something that runs in the family. She is passionate about dance, so it's a great thing. To do what you love in this life is not for everybody. So I'm very happy that she gets to do what she loves.
My challenges are being respected in the field of having people to support. I'm OIBO, so they think I have already the money to build the center, and I don't. So having the Nigerian conglomerate and the Nigerian corporate agencies coming to tell me, okay, you know, Sarah, we love this idea. Echo Atlantic should have a performing arts center, and we're going to invest with you. That's what my challenge is today, is to get that. But I have other companies who help me. I mean, Tolaram Group, 7up Bottling Company. They're all people that are supporting me in my thing. But, you know, I believe that the ITB construction was supposed to help us construct everything in the Eco-Atlantic. We have a purpose. The vision is to build something for a city that will be the next thing for people to come and develop themselves. We have to believe in the communities and the land that we have. My Eros, my unknown is about dance. It's about music. It's about drama. It's about giving a person the lift to get to the next level and giving people hope in their gift. I cannot stop. There's something about, when I dance, I heal. When I dance, I am totally relieved. There's a freedom in me. There's something that comes out of my body, and I call it darkness, and only light sets in. For me, dance is closer to heaven. Life is part of an adventure. We have to enter the unknown. We have to be part of the unknown so that we can know what is out there for us. If we only settle for what is known, then what you've got to gain? Nothing. Our parents today should challenge us to enter the unknown. Don't settle for less. I will dance until the day I die.
Indeed, the place of passion over the years has led to a series of the adoption of life-altering decisions for many individuals. So, still on the show, we meet Wasem Anosike, a computer scientist who became a poultry and fish farmer.
This is my poultry farm. My name is Wasem Anosike. My background is computer science. My last job actually was an NGO, non-profit making organization. And I was in charge of the IT, the website management, the content, the social media, and all of that. And I worked there for actually 3 years before I decided to resign. I'm not the kind of person that just wants to sit down doing nothing too. There was just a whole lot of thinking going on in my head, like, so what am I going to do next? What business am I going to venture into? So that was when this came up, because I'd been to this place like a couple of times. I looked at some of the things that people are doing, and when my husband just, like asked, is this something you can do? I said, yeah, sure. Why poultry? I can't really give a direct answer to that. Why? Because it was not something I thought about like in a long time before venturing into it. It was just as a result of I had to resign my job because it wasn't paying anymore, or it was kind of shutting down. So I had to like think fast, like, okay, so what do I do next? And my husband has always had a love for agriculture and stuff, and he had been mentioning it, like he had mentioned it a couple of times that he wants to do something like that. So when he brought it up to me, at a point in time,
where I was trying to resign my job. He asked if I could do it. And I said, yeah, why not? If I'm not doing anything like, and with the way the country is moving, you need to get something for yourself. You need to do a business for yourself. And so we decided to do this. And while starting, it's not like we started with this. We didn't start with layers initially. What we started with was broilers. We had a lot of information about, birds, like the profit that it brings and all of that. So we decided to start with broilers. We actually got someone to raise them for us for a couple of weeks, like 4 weeks. But in the process of waiting for the person to bring those birds, it took so long a time, and we're thinking, okay, why don't I get it myself and start? From there I learn, and I know what it's all about, how to raise them and all of that. So we got some for ourselves. We started raising them, and at the end of the 4 weeks, the person was supposed to deliver the ones we gave him to raise. We could see that the one we had raised ourselves, from learning, trying to do some research, reading on internet and all of that, did better than what we paid the guy to actually give us for 4 weeks. So I thought to myself, okay, I think I can actually do this. But at the end of the day, what we got from the broilers was not really what we expected. Maybe in book, it looked good, but in reality, it wasn't that good. So we said, okay, let's look into layers. Maybe layers will pay off better, and it might be less stressful, because that one is really stressful. And then we started this. These birds, they are just about a year. So they started laying in February, and now we're in December. So that's about like 10 weeks. So, and so far so good. It's been good because chickens, they lay every day. So every day you know that you have this number of eggs that you're picking from them. I have about 1,000 birds here. But the truth is that not all of them will lay. There's no way all of them are going to lay. Some actually lay, some don't lay. Some start and some don't. And at this point in time where we are, there are some of them that you see, they'll lay today, by tomorrow they don't lay. They're actually supposed to lay in every 26 hours. Yeah, so that's why some of them, you notice that some don't lay a particular day, but the following day you notice that they'll lay, because they've already clocked that cycle, that 26 hours. So you see that they'll drop. It's a good business. It's been keeping me really busy. The truth is that when I look at it and what I was doing, my 9 to 5, it takes a lot of my time, but at least it allows me to have time for my kids. Like, I know that I'm coming to the farm at this time, and I have a worker. It's not like I do the work all by myself. So I know that I'm coming to the farm at this time to check on things, to see how things are going, and to make sure that the recordings are correct, because after each day, you record the number of eggs that you pick in a day. So you know exactly at the point where the production drops, so you know what to do. And again, when you have a worker, the person might not actually pay attention as much as you will, because it's your own business. So sometimes I have to come in here and look, because there are sometimes when if a bird is sick or has caught up infection, you see that it will be closing its eye, or one thing or the other. So you need to notice some of those things and start to treat almost immediately, so they don't start to die.
When I actually resigned and started doing farming, people's reaction to it was quite interesting, or should I say, they were not taken aback by it. It was really encouraging, because you expect that you don't expect people of my age, or young people, my friends, because I know what they are doing, to go into such kind of job, because I know a few of them have told me before that they can't do this, it's dirty and all of that. But it's quite encouraging when you hear them say I'm so proud of you, this is really good. And because I post these things on my WhatsApp, on my Instagram, I'm not I'm not afraid to say this is what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is dirty. I'm not afraid to look dirty sometimes, because it's bringing me money. Come on. So the feedback is quite good. It's encouraging. A day in a farmer's life is quite interesting. Like, okay, my day, I wake up in the morning as usual, take care of things at home, you know, and then I come down here. So what I do mostly is just to manage activities. So she already knows what she's supposed to do, which is come in the morning, you make sure you feed them on time, you give them water, and you sweep up the place, you make sure everywhere is clean and neat. You just check to make sure that, because what I use is nipples for their water, to make sure that there's water going around all the cages. So once I'm done with the poultry, I come down to the fish where I have to feed them. I have about 5 ponds. These are 3. Then I have those 2 at the end there. These are all my ponds. So when I stock this one, I stock about 3,000. You feed them in the morning. You make sure you change the water. When they are still small, you change water like every 2 days. But when they become big, you need to like change like every day, almost every day. The challenges for the fish farming is basically just maybe breakouts of infection or anything like that, because when it comes, they don't die just in once. They die in like 10s, 20, you know, like hundreds and all of that. So quite recently, like maybe a month or 2 months ago, I had crisis with one of the ponds. The last pond over there, I had crisis with them. I had some sort of infection, and I moved out. In a day, I took out about 20 fishes, big ones. So those are some of the crises that I experienced here. And I've even had, I've had worse, because when they were small, but it's even better when they are still small, because then you know that what you're losing is just minute. But when they become that big, it becomes more terrible, because if they die, you can't sell it. You can't sell the fish that is already dead. So it's just a loss on your part. Do I go back? I really like this because it also gives me time for my kids.
Every man is political. Politics is embedded in man and from creation.
Evans is talking like we are in a hurry to take the vaccine. We are not.
Everything is really abysmal. Nothing is working in Nigeria.
I've never seen good governance since I was born. I shouldn't die like this. Let us deregulate us all, like she said.
How can you take 300 children while I'm in Katsina and all my security apparatus is around here?
No one saw anything.
It is well with us.
The reality.
My solution is to allow the president, his ministers, the National Assembly, all our elderly
who are
take
not
his
the generation.
Let them just take the vaccine. President, lead by example.
Death in a family is always sad. Death of a breadwinner with a wife and children is even more so. Around the world, the death of a spouse in most cases bring up challenges that often undermine the quality of life of those left behind. For women, the world calls them widows.
My husband died 2000 January, when I carried so much one baby.
I became a widow when I was 47 years old. And my husband was sick for good 3 years. And the family abandoned me and my husband. The family reject us. Nobody out of us. The family reject us. They reject my children. Nobody. I have to struggle. Who am I to query God? Who am I to challenge God? Because He's the unquestionable God. It has been ups and downs, struggling. I'm a mother of 3.
Just once every year, attention is drawn to their plight on June 23, marked as International Widows' Day.
People will neglect you, people will reject you.
Some people, before they will render help to you, they want to take you to bed.
There are some words that they will say to a widow that will injure that widow's mind, that will make the widow to think back and say, ah.
I tell them not to rely on any man. Don't just believe that your get friend. Don't just believe your family people are there.
If I call some of my husband's friends, the people that I think that they can be of help for me, you see that they will disappoint me at the end of the day, and they will turn it another way around and be looking for a way to take advantage of me because I am a widow.
Being a single parent is terrible, very, very terrible. I didn't even pray it for my worst enemy.
When your husband is there, you look as if you have an umbrella that covers you. You have respect. But when the man is not there, you see that people look down on you.
Heartbreaking conversations, to say the least. According to recent statistics, an average of 500 men die across Nigeria yearly, some naturally, others unexpectedly.
Because if say my husband die, Nesha die for good. He went and collect money, then kill her.
Grace, my ribs. I said, what happened? What did you do? Did you fall down? Say no. That very night, he died.
Their death introduces their wives into the growing community of widows. Among them is Mrs. Grace Imariegbe, a struggling widow with 2 children, twins, a boy and a girl. They live in conditions that will break the hardest of hearts.
Things are not be easy at all. Things are not be easy. When we came here, the children was worried, they cry, every time they cry. If I say, let us pray, if they pray, they will turn it to cry. Sometimes all of us will be crying. We will pet each other. Small, before you know, when somebody just favor me, somebody rent me a favor, I use the money, I buy wheelbarrow. When I bought wheelbarrow, I brought it. The children were happy. Say now we cannot carry with our hair pan again, with head again. Now we can use wheelbarrow to push the sand.
How long have they lived like this, in such squalid conditions?
I've been a widow since 2008. Since my husband died, things are very, very tough. So since then, I'm the one taking good care of my children. The family neglect us, they reject us. Even the piece of land that my husband bought before he passed on, the brothers, they seized this from my children, they collected this from us. So since then, I've been struggling here and there to survive with the children.
We are not going to school in this place. Then my mom said that we should stay at home, that we should be praying, that God should
send somebody that should take us to school. In Isashi, life was good there. There was light, there was no mosquito, there was no rain, sun. We were happy there. If there is sun, we enter inside shower, we bath. Now, when we came to here now, life has been hard for us. We are not able to be bathing like before. The mosquito is too much here. Ants. And mosquito is giving us malaria and cold. When they call us to come and fetch water, sometimes we fetch water, they will give us 300. Sometimes we will clear for people. We clear. They will call us to come and clear. Sometimes they will give us 1,000 or 1,200. We will collect it. When we bring the money, I'll give it to my mommy to cook. When there is no food, we use it and buy small things. Then we use it and eat.
How did it all happen?
They called my husband from home that he should come, that one of their elder brother died. That is his father's brother. That he will be the one that will lead them for the burial. That is how all of us prepare. So my husband came, Grace, my ribs. I said, what happened? What did you do? Did you fall down? He said, no. Before you know, he started sick. That is how we carry him to General Hospital in Benin. That very night, he died. Around 12 o'clock, he died. So, as I stayed for 1.5 years, mocking him. The family reject us. Nobody has of us. The family reject us. They reject my children. Nobody. I have to struggle. No husband, no brother, no boyfriend. I say, no, Jesus is the husband of a widow. I will keep to these children. If it is my last vein, if it is my last life.
Grace is just one in millions. Globally, the number of widows is put around 245 million. And of this figure, over 100 live in extreme poverty. In Nigeria, statistics show that we have over 8 million disadvantaged widows with an estimated 21 million children. This is quite a huge number for any society. Why do these women suffer so?
My first son was in 200 level when I lost my husband 2009. So I can't discontinue the education of the child. Their family said it's none of their business.
First of all, husband family really face problem for right, for left. Like we people, whom and that we stand, we talk to you, we are not supposed to talk to you. If you want to go and commit suicide, you can go and commit suicide. They don't care, they don't ask of the children, and they eat, whether school fees or anything. I know what I go through.
But the most annoying aspect of it is that what is due to my children in form of inheritance, maybe from the family, what is due to their father was denied them. And that is what most widows go through.
Up to today, I don't have freedom for when my husband is freedom. Since 19 years now, I don't have freedom.
In Africa, and in Nigeria in particular, there is the belief system that a woman marries a family and not just a man. The allegations against the extended family unit is strong. There are strong claims that some of these behaviors are not random and may have their roots in certain cultures and traditions. We spoke to a chieftain from the Niger Delta and another from the Southeast.
One of the main practice of the people of Uroboland as regards widowhood is that the widow is taken as a special person. She is the responsibility of the whole family. The Urobo woman marries the whole family, not only her husband. That's why my senior brother cannot ask me, say, how is your wife? he will say, how is our wife? So the woman is a mother in the family and a wife to everyone in the family. For that reason, if she loses her direct husband, the rest of the family becomes her husband.
When a woman becomes a widow, traditionally, she has to bury her husband, mourn her husband for a minimum of 6 months. And within that 6 months, the woman has to wear the mourning cloth. She's supposed to shave her hair as a mark of respect for the husband. Then after the mourning period, there comes some questions and answers.
In our land, the woman is even viewed as a property, not to talk of property that they both own together. So the properties that the husband owns with the wife are assumed to be the man's properties. And if the man did not leave a will, I'm talking of current practices now, if the man did not leave a will, even if you go to court, the court will award something to the family. So it is possible, if you are not lucky, the customary court may actually say, you leave the house for the family.
A woman that loses her husband after mourning the husband, depending on her age and her choice, has the right to still remain in the family as a married woman to the family. They will give her a knife and say, among the male brothers in the family, anybody she gives the knife means that person will take over the position of the husband.
Asking the woman to marry a member of the family is still on till tomorrow. She is appointed and given to a member of the family to look after in great details. In fact, in marriage, someone in the family has to marry her. If she does not want to marry, everything is handled amicably. She is asked, what is your choice? What do you want to do? And she says, I don't want to marry any member of this family. Okay. So she is allowed to go. But if there is a young man within the family who showed serious interest in her and she kind of snubs him, that member of the family can create a lot of confusion for her. And it can get to the extent where she will be asked to leave the family. Then she must return the dowry. But usually it is a token that is returned. Just a token, not the whole dowry.
Shaving of head is like a respect. It's mark of respect for the husband, you know. But it's still in practice. And the people that normally do it are the Omoadas. But it's not as if you will be forced to do it, but they know it's the tradition.
During the sharing, because that's the other part of the culture, the woman is shared along with the properties of the man. During the sharing, most of it will be given to the children, but some will be given to other members of the family. In fact, in most cases, if your father was old and he had young wives, one of the children of the man will be made to marry the young wives of the late father. I think that practice is not good.
Many people normally confirm and said when a man dies, the woman, they sees the woman as a witch. That woman is the one that killed the husband. So I want people to know that, this world is not permanent.
Like now, if they accuse the woman of killing the husband, in my place, they will ask you, they administer an oath to you. We are not God. Vengeance is left for God. The oath taking is like convincing the community or your accusers that I did not kill this man, I did not have hand in the death of this man. It doesn't mean whether you have hand or you don't have hand. Nobody has the way to determine whether you have hand in the death or not.
You are a witch, you killed your husband, you can stay there and suffer. Nobody will do anything about you. But if it is a serious case in which people actually believe strongly, they will ask her to take all kinds of oaths. You know, some people will even go to the extent of asking her to drink the water that they use in washing the husband, you know, things like that.
A lot of innovation has come up and it has really affected the culture. And it's a blessing because what people know now is not what they knew those days. You don't just get up and condemn somebody all in the name of you committed atrocity, you committed unforgiven whatever. You don't take laws into your hand. There are laws there. The traditional customs is a matter of conscience. I mean, if you decide to administer an oath on me, it's left for me to, I have the right to say I will not. You sure if you kill your husband during this, I don't subscribe to that. And it can't happen in my reign. Because when somebody is dead, there are other means of identifying what killed that person. It was in those old days that they don't have the system, the mechanism to identify what killed that person. Now, anybody that is dead, you can do autopsy. An autopsy report will definitely indicate what killed the man. And if the autopsy report reveals that the woman killed the husband, she will face the law.
A woman who has been very good within the family can never be abandoned by the family. I can tell you that. It's only a woman who has been difficult, particularly to her husband, while the husband was alive. In fact, it will even be assumed that she is responsible for the death of the husband. That's the more reason why people will, will abandon her.
Employers of labor of these men who work hard and pass away untimely, often without a plan in place for their family's welfare. What role do they play?
After my husband left, the colleagues threw us out, pack our load to Main Road. He's a fireman, firefighter. The first time, they nail our door joined together, keep me with the children 2 weeks outside. No food, no clothes. All our property is inside house. Then after that one, they throw it outside.
My husband was the first man, and we were living in barrack because the government gave us 6 months to pay almost 2 million. And the job, I'm a teacher by profession. I'm in a low-rank officer.
Like the place I went to college. Now, and I find out that they don't even want to give me a shop because I'm a widow. They gave me that shop at the first time, and they later used another way to collect it. They are asking, do you think that the woman can be able to pay for this shop if the rentage is due? Because she's a widow. And when we talk, people will support her.
Till today, they have not given us anything. The last time that they came to our place, that warrants me to stand naked before them. This man died in acute service. No burial, nothing. No care for the children. Not even a handshake for any good thing of life.
See, that's not surprising that that happened. I mean, I've heard of several cases of things like that happening. For those kind of companies, it's a question of economics, you know. They're thinking time, they're thinking money, and if they have if that spouse isn't working with them anymore, there's somebody else waiting for the same accommodations. So for many organizations, they would have what you call some type of insurance, such that when a spouse dies, they're able to take care of their beneficiaries. In this case, it would be the widow and her children. For most organizations, it's one payoff. It's just a payoff. Some organizations will spread it over a couple of months. Really, there are no laws as to how it is done. It just depends on the organization. Some organizations will take them up for maybe a year, pay school fees, and do stuff like that. But usually, a lot of these things are agreed beforehand, and it depends on the type of insurance coverage the organization has for the employees.
A report not too long ago by the United Nations identified the continued plight of widows as a major threat to the realization of the Millennium Development Goals 1, 3, and 8, which seeks to end poverty, promote gender equality, and engender global partnership. Now, Nigeria, as you may know, is among the 120 signatories to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. But much has not changed in the way women, especially widows, are treated in the society when it comes to the issue of inheritance and rights. What does the law say?
Once a woman loses the husband, she should be predisposed to certain kind of information, okay? Nobody have the right, okay, to inherit her as property under our laws. Nobody have the right to inflict traditional and cultural violent practices against her. Nobody have the right to subject her to sleep in the same room where the corpse of her husband is kept, because that's exactly what they do in some of the culture. Nobody shall be subjected into any kind of servitude. Nobody shall be dehumanized of his human person or be disrespected, you know. So that is why women should think first and decide, take on a statutory law marriage. That is very important. And while the husband is alive, they should also remind the husband to have a will. Because once the man have a will, and in his will he has stated everything there, the woman is at advantage, because the will determine how the thing will go, okay? But where there's no will, the man dies intestate, and she's married under native law and custom. She's in trouble.
Governments say they're doing their best. Some tout the various amounts they spend on widows' welfare. Wives of state governments, and even that of the President of Nigeria, have pet projects that hope to address some of the basic issues so identified. But experts say these are just too little. More needs to be done, definitely.
The suggestion I will give to government is that the various states we have, they should come up with legislations, laws, that once a woman loses the husband, if she's not skilled, okay, if she's not skilled, she should be enrolled in a program of her choice. And then the government should cater for that.
The government can come to our aid. Your lady, he said you cannot be giving fish. You have to teach somebody how to fish, so that by tomorrow that person will not disturb. If they can help us raise a little money for us to be trading, so that we'll be able to take good care of our children, we'll be glad.
God already do it for me, but I pray that God, some widows that just happen, their own just happen, let government put eye for them and help them, because it's not easy thing.
Those that God gives the ability to care, the ability of caring, they should try and care for widows, not hoping to get something in return from them, because it's only God that rewards.
Agreeably, some women are lucky either to be well provided for by their spouses or they're gainfully engaged financially. But for the majority, as you've seen so far, the story is rather an uneven one. The truth? Non-governmental organizations are plentiful across the continent of Africa, and Nigeria has its fair share, like the Blessed Fruit Foundation and the Trinity Center, that work to help alleviate the challenges widows face.
In 2008, I got a call that I should work for widows and orphans. I should support and assist them.
Actually, I lost my husband at a very tender age, 30 years, 1985. I was just 30 years, 1985, and with tiny children. It was not easy, but I continued trying. But along the line, I had this urge to call and help them through their plights, address their issues.
And since then, we've been having so many programs, and a lot of widows have been coming to register with us. Now we have over 200 or 300 of them registered with the foundation.
There will be money that I will pay interest for me. So now they give me until I deposit with the children and never do. No one gives it to me. Their faith help us a lot. They help us, especially for food. Then if person sick, we prepare them.
Well, we have several intervention programs. The first and most important one is what we call the Business Empowerment Program, where they apply for loans. And the loans are interest-free. The foundation pays the interest for them. They just pay the principal over a period of 6 months. Then we have a program we call Back to School, where we support about 50 children.
As highlighted by the United Nations, empowering widows through access to adequate healthcare, education, decent work of lives free of violence and abuse requires more than charity if they are to have a chance to build a secure life after they lose their loved one. The role of the government, the UN emphasizes, is to take action to uphold their commitments to ensure the rights of widows as enshrined in international law, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, are upheld. What is your role, you say? It will never happen to me. So did some of the women we spoke to, and many others think. Just do what you can for the widows around you. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. We can, if we choose.
Due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, several economies around the world have experienced a downturn with huge job losses recorded globally. Amazingly, one area that escapes these tragedies is the forex market, because as long as we buy and sell from one another, there will always be a forex market. Welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I am your host, Anita Felix, and with me is my co-host, Moremi Akano.
On today's episode, we will be talking about forex trading with our guest, Ifoma Uchenna Onebune.
She is passionate about creating wealth through Forex training, and she enjoys sharing her financial knowledge with willing learners. Ifeoma is a chartered accountant with both ICANN and ACCA accreditations. She is a member of I Am Academy. Please tell us a bit about your background, school, work, and all.
Okay, so Ifeoma is your regular girl. I grew up in the East. That's where I went primary school. I schooled at the University Primary School in Enugu campus. So pretty much I grew up in an academic community. Then from there I went to Federal Government Girls College Onitsha, where I got my SSCE. From there I moved to the University of Nigeria, where I studied BSc accounting. I came out with a 2-1. Then I did my MBA with the same university. My MBA, I majored in banking and finance. From there I moved to work as a trainee accountant at the then Akintola Williams Deloitte. And from there, I moved to the bank, where I spent over 15 years, worked last at First Bank of Nigeria, and delved into entrepreneurship, and now Forex trading, like you already know.
You've been in finance all the way.
All the way.
Okay.
Please tell us about I Am Academy and when was it founded?
Okay, I Am Academy is nothing but a first-class Forex education and software provider. That's the company we partner with, the company I said that has demystified the process when it comes to learning how to trade Forex. The company is actually established in the US and it was founded in 2013. That means they are 7 years in. So what they have done, different from what every other person that is championing the cause of Forex has basically done, is to introduce a set of tools, a set of applications, and a set of softwares that help us with the education part of Forex, to ensure that you have quality Forex education, requisite Forex education at close to nothing compared to what you usually pay, in order to access that kind of education. And of course, tools and resources that I choose to call the decision-making tools that help you with your analysis and ensure that you have spot-on decisions to enable you to win in Forex. The company was founded by a man known as Christopher Terry. That's his name, and his wife, Isis De La Torre. Who is Christopher Terry? Christopher Terry is a renowned Forex trader, has over 30 years experience trading and winning in the world of Forex. And he happens to be amongst the very best when it comes to swing trading. Swing trading is a form of Forex trading. I lay this emphasis so people understand the kind of people that we deal with. So what he's actually saying is this set of tools and applications are the things that I have used to do well at what I do over time. At this particular point in time in my life, it's no more about what I'm going to eat or what I'm going to wear or the schools my kids are going to go to. I'm made for life. I'm thinking about giving back. I'm no more operating at the bottom of the Maslow's theory of needs. I'm actually at the point of self-actualization. So I want to teach as many people who are willing, that's the key word, willingness to learn, because this is a teaching architecture, a learning architecture. To as many people who are willing to learn, I will expose you to these same tools and softwares that have helped me over time. If you are able to use them the way I show you, you should be able to win with Forex. This is basically what it's all about.
But looking at reviews of the Academy online, I saw all manner of reviews, people saying, oh, don't put your money in there, it's a scam, it's this, it's that. So does that mean it's too risky, or how can you even address these assertions by people about it being a scam or being too risky?
I'm so happy this is coming up because people get it all twisted. Like I said to you, the I Am Mastery platform is nothing but a first-class Forex education and software provider. They are not Forex brokers,
so
remember?
They educate basically.
So it's basically for education. Okay. It's just like you go to the University of Nigeria and you study accounting, and you come out after you've gone to school, you didn't do quite well in school, probably come out with, a grade that is not good enough to get you a job, and you begin to blame the University of Nigeria. I'm drawing this analogy for people to understand. The platform is for you to get the education. Outside of the education, they will also expose you to some softwares that can help you with better decision making, in addition to the great mentorship that you get from all the 6-figure traders, 7-figure traders, 8-figure traders that are affiliated with them. So that's what the I Am Mastery is. We are not forex brokers. We don't have a trading platform. You don't trade on our platform. It's basically pretty much education. Provide you with tools that give you quality forex education, give you requisite forex education, expose you to tools, resources, and softwares that break down, the technical analysis for you so that you can make spot-on decision and move to profitability as fast as possible.
So that's basically what it is. It depends on the student to take whatever from academics.
Exactly. Use the platform and, of course, follow the trailblazers. That's why I like to call them. People that have walked the path before you, the master traders that are on our TV station. I think along the line, I'll talk about some of the tools and softwares that we have so that you can really, really understand how this works. So, yes, it is just for you to get the education. Look at yourself like somebody who has gone to acquire a skill set. That's what it is, pretty much.
Great.
So we've been talking about forex trading, and I'm sure this is a concept a lot of people hear all too often. But in the layman terms, what is forex trading?
Forex is just simply the exchange of one world major currency pair for the other. That's just what it is. We don't do any other thing. And the funny thing is that a good number of us have actually done Forex without knowing it. Why do I say that? As long as nations of the world continue to transact with one another, as long as a good number of us continue to send our children abroad for university education, for good quality education, as long as businessmen continue to go to different nations of the world to buy their merchandise and bring it back to their home country, there will always be need for foreign exchange. So what I say to people is that this market can only get bigger, pretty much. So that is Forex. I buy the British pounds and I sell the American dollar. We've all visited or maybe employed the services of a bureau de change. That's Forex at a very local level. When you get to the BDC owner, what's the first question he asks you?
Do you want to buy or sell?
Exactly. That's the first question. So he's going to ask you, have you come to buy or have you come to sell? Because you know what? The price for buying can never be the same as the price for selling. Depending on what you tell the BDC owner, a transaction is going to ensue between the two of you. Somebody's going to make a spread. That is Forex at a very local level. But what we want to introduce you to is a system where you can actually trade on a world platform, where Forex traders all over the world trade. The MetaTrader 4 platform through a certified Forex broker, and you need not know who you are trading with. That's Forex. This is an area where the banks play. We have the hedge funds involved in Forex. We have nations of the world, they trade Forex. We have CBNs of nations, they trade Forex. The super rich and their children. This was actually their exclusive preserve until the late 1990s. Courtesy of technology, the foreign exchange market now became accessible to the retail arm, which is you and I, for those that dare to learn the skill.
Okay, so I'm a beginner. I want to trade. So I believe trading is the buying and selling we just spoke about,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
How much can I start with if I want to trade?
That's the beautiful thing about Forex. When I say that learning how to trade Forex is a 21st century vehicle for financial, liberation, more or less, I really do mean it. Why is that? Because, it teaches you the act of money multiplication. That's the idea, But it's not only Forex that will multiply your money for you. I hope you know that. A lot of other vehicles can do it for you. Real estate, the stock market, they can all help you to multiply your money. But, for some of these things, you need a lot of money, especially real estate. But when it comes to Forex, you can start wherever you are. Whatever your capacity is. You have $50, you can start with it. You have 1,000, you start with it. I have 1,000,000, I start with it. And I grow it gradually over time. That's one thing about Forex. Some brokers will even take as little as $5 from you. You can take that to the bank. But of course, I would not advise you to start with $5 because you can't start with $5 and expect to reap $100 at the end of the day. It doesn't work that way.
But why is it then that most times when people trade Forex, especially as a beginner, their first experiences are usually losses? Why is that?
Everything in life, there's always a teaching process. I hope you know that. And what you are telling me is actually strange to me because what I actually do experience, I don't know whether it's spiritual, I don't know. I know most people, when they trade for the first time, when they go live for the first time, I call it first-time traders' luck. My experience with my team is that most people actually make money.
First time?
Yeah, I don't know why. they actually do make money on their first trade or their first few trades, and they're so excited. But for some people, things can go wrong. Why is that? Greed comes in, emotions comes in, lack of trading discipline comes in, and all of that. And these are some of the things we'll be teaching you. Because it's not just all, when you talk about learning how to trade Forex, it's all encompassing. It has to do with the psychology of trading. It has to do with risk management, because risk management is key. You know, you have to watch your greed level, a lot of things. And that's why I said this is like going back to school, quote and unquote. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. And of course, like I said, everything in life has a teaching process. The first time you do something, you are not quite as good. Remember, it takes you time. But the theory of learning says what to you? That the more you do something, after some time, you begin to do it with little or no effort. Same thing with Forex.
So you've just said something about, gradual process, teething and all. So are you saying that patience is a virtue when trading?
Of course. I can shout that, you know. Not just patience, it's about, number one, I call it the 4 Ps to succeed in Forex. The first P is you must be willing to follow the process. What is the process? The learning. Delve into the I Am Academy. Watch the videos, the educational videos. Follow an educator or two on our Go Live platform, which is a TV station that shows you the practical application of everything you've learned from the application. You know, work hand in hand with the mentor that is attached to you. This is the process. Begin to practice with the decision-making tools until you find out what exactly works for you, because we are different spiritual beings, as it were. So after you follow the process, there has to be a period of practice. How do I mean? You begin to practice not with your real money. That's not what I advise. What I advise is that the practice has to start on what we call a demo trading account. A demo trading account is a virtual account where you can trade with fake money, virtual money, quote and unquote, until you develop a degree of mastery that's going to give you the confidence to now bring your real money to the table. So you begin to practice on a demo trading account, you know, until you have that confidence to go live. Now, you go live. What's the third P? A period of patience. Even when you go live, I don't expect you to begin to take humongous risk immediately. So you are very, very careful with your risk management. Yes, we know the higher the risk, the higher the return. But remember, this is a new area for you. These are new waters, so you have to be very careful initially. So you start small with smaller lot sizes until things begin to look up, until you find out that you have gotten a hang of this, until you find out you are beginning to win a lot more of your trades. Then, with time, if you want to increase your risk management parameters, that's fine. That's when the profits will begin to roll big time. So I said process, practice, patience, then profits will roll.
And it's the period of COVID-19 right now. Would you say that Forex trading is lucrative or favorable to Forex traders at the moment?
Yes, it's very, very lucrative. And why is that? Because we're all sitting at home, pretty much, most people. I have an office in Victoria Island, and I don't know how many times I've gone there in the past how many months. But my business didn't stop. It didn't stop because it's pretty much online. So, I mean, anything that you can do from the comfort of your home, anything that you can do, you know, from anywhere, is actually very attractive at this particular point in time. You know, a lot of us thought we had our A game. We thought we had very lucrative jobs. We thought we had very, you know, lucrative businesses. Everything was going pretty well. Suddenly, boom, something hits us. Something completely unprecedented, something that we didn't plan for, you know. But even in the midst of the doom that everybody is screaming, some people are declaring a lifting up. Some of them are Forex traders. That's the truth. And all they had was access to an information. The same information I'm sharing with people listening to me today, that it is possible for you if you are willing and ready to do the work. Very key. Ready to do the work. It is possible for you to learn this skill set and grow gradually at your own pace, no pressures, doing this business from the comfort of your bedroom.
Interesting conversation so far on Ladies Talking Business. We'll be right back for more after the break.
Welcome back. We've been simplifying Forex on Ladies Talking Business, and our guest is Ifeoma Onebune. So how does IM Academy work, especially dealing with emotional traders?
Okay, fine. Okay, like I said, it's a learning architecture. So we have broadly, I like to call them, that's my own way of describing it, 2 sets of tools. The first set is what I call the educational tools, and the next set I call them our weapons, the decision-making tools. So the education, I'll start with that because that's what forms the bedrock of everything we're going to be doing with you. So when it comes to the education, we have what we call the Mastery Academy. 3 variants we have of the Mastery Academy. The FRX for learning how to trade your traditional Forex. Then we have the HFX for learning how to trade high-frequency Forex, otherwise known as the binary options. And of course, the DCX for learning how to trade in the cryptocurrencies market. You can choose any one you like, and you go with it. So this academy is nothing but a set of videos, more or less, that takes you through every single thing you need to know when it comes to Forex. So it starts with as basic as what is trade by barter. That's our benchmark. And pretty much everybody knows what's trade by barter. We walk you through the evolution of money. Then we take you through the rudiments, the basics of Forex, the intermediate level, the advanced level, the technical analysis, sentimental analysis, fundamental analysis, market geometry, mindset development. Very, very key. Because of course, mindset is everything. Before, and every single thing you need to know to be a successful Forex trader. Just videos, 2 minutes long, 5 minutes long, 10 minutes long, that you can listen to once you're a member of our community from wherever you are. You are in your office during lunch breaks, you are listening to your videos, you are making money, you are learning, you are in traffic, provided somebody is driving you, you can be listening to the videos. Now, after you've listened to all of these videos, and you start trading, what people usually realize is that it seems I don't really have a hang of things after all, because listening to videos and taking notes when it comes to practical, it can be shaky, Yeah. So we realized this, and so what did we do? We have an online TV station that we call the Go Live TV station. Okay. So what do we do on the Go Live? That is where you see the practical application of every single thing that you're learning from the academies. So my suggestion is that you use the two side by side. Because once you belong to our community, you have it. So as you're learning on the academy, you are selecting an educator or 2 or 3, depending on what is convenient for you, that you follow on the TV station. You learn on their training sessions, and also they trade online real time on the TV station. What does that mean for you? It means that on my demo trading account, as a beginner, I'm still on demo, I can begin to trade with maybe a Katikatlan, for instance. I begin to pick out trades, replicate it, begin to see what it looks like. It means that I can join the teaching sessions and learn how the vibrator works or how the harmonic scanner works, whatever tool it is that I like, until I have a hang of it. So that's the educational side. Okay. Then when you have gotten it all right, you can now find out that maybe you can begin to do this analysis yourself using the decision-making tools. And that's actually where the financial freedom comes in. Because it is only when you get to a point when you can do it for yourself and by yourself, that's when you can really say that, yes, I've arrived.
Okay, so talking about I've arrived, right? So what determines how you make huge funds when trading? Like, what are the factors responsible? What should you do? How can you basically make a lot of money trading in the currency market?
A lot of things, like the first thing is capital.
Okay.
The more money you use to trade, the more money you make. Then the second thing again is your risk management parameters. We call it lot sizes. But then again, I don't really like talking about making a lot of money in Forex, especially when I'm talking to somebody that hasn't done this before. Okay. Because what I've realized is that a lot of people have a misconception when it comes to Forex. They see it as something that they enter today and tomorrow they begin to make $1,000. It does not work that way. I can't emphasize it enough. So more or less what I insist on is, even though using bigger lot sizes can give you more money, even though coming in with a lot of money can give you a lot more money, my default advice is this: start small. It's a new terrain. Don't use big lot sizes. Start with smaller lot sizes until you are familiar with the waters. It is so important. And that's why you meet a lot of people, they are trading with very small money, because you can use a small account balance and use a big lot size and make crazy money. They put in a big lot size, and a small movement in pips can actually blow up the account, and they will lose all the money. And they will come out tomorrow and say Forex doesn't work. But actually what has happened is that you are greedy, you're unrealistic, because how can you start a business with $100 and expect at the end of the day to make $1,000? Is there any traditional business that can deliver that kind of return? This is a business as well. You have to look at it as such.
So we can say Forex is a business?
It's a business. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's paying the bills, so it's a business.
So about the IM Academy, I'm aware there's some fee that needs to be paid for you to get on the IM Academy platform and learn. So do you mind sharing just how much that is and how long the training process will be?
Okay, naturally, for anything good, nothing good comes free. I hope you know that. There is nothing good in life that comes free or even cheap, except maybe the breath, air that God gives to all of us free of charge. So of course, to access the platform, you have to become a member. You need to register with us, and registration fee goes for the sum of $235. That's what the registration fee goes for our basic package, so it can be either the FRX, the HFX, or the DCX. But you can also choose to go on the elite package that has everything we have on this platform. That one goes for the sum of $325. So that's the baseline fee for joining the I Am Mastery platform.
Okay, amazing. I was going to ask something about trading. I know that trades go on for, I think, 5 days, right? Or is it 5.5 days?
It can go on for even a month, depending on how you trade.
Okay, so I was going to ask, what happens if I don't exit my trade on a Friday? It closes on a Friday, right?
Yeah.
And reopens on Sunday evening or Monday?
That's for the Forex market. The cryptocurrencies market is actually open the whole week.
Okay, so let's say for that currency market, I don't close my trade on a Friday. What happens if I forget to exit?
Nothing happens.
Okay.
On Monday morning, the market starts wherever you left it.
So it's not like I'm going to lose?
No, you're not going to lose money. The truth is that it can actually swing in your favor on Monday morning. But what we normally do advise is that you don't know whether the market is going to open up with a gap that may or may not be in your favor. So for people that are starting off, what we usually say is as much as possible, try and close out your trades before market closing. But of course, if you're a swing trader, closing trades on Friday shouldn't even be your headache, because probably the analysis you have done, you've done it on maybe the yearly chart or the monthly chart, as the case may be. So yes, people keep their trades running till Monday morning, depending on your style of trading. Some people are intraday traders. They close their trades every blessed day. Some people are swing traders. They stay in the market just for a very short period of time. They cash in and cash out, while some people are swing traders. They are different. Some people only trade news. People that trade fundamentals, those that understand it, and they can still cash out from it. The most important thing is that whichever one you choose to do, learn it well, master it, and make money from it.
Now, when it comes to learning about Forex trading, do I need to focus on a long-term strategy?
Yes,
or do we need to keep redefining that?
The truth is that sometimes when you look at the longer time frames, it actually helps you because you have a better understanding of technical analysis and how things work in the market. But the truth, again, it does not discount the fact that you can also make a lot of money scalping. That's the truth. People make money.
For those who don't know, what is scalping?
Scalping are short-term trades. There's no currency that moves, that buys the whole day, for instance.
Okay.
So there are oscillations. It will go up, there will be a pullback. It will go back up, there will be a pullback. So if you're scalping, you're actually capitalizing on, those short-term pullbacks, make some money for yourself. That's why we don't stay long in the market and you cash out. Of course, in the I Am Mastery platform, we have tools and resources strictly for people that love to scalp, and we have other tools and resources that are also good for people who love to swing. So in the long run, basically, learning how to analyze the longer time frames actually helps because it also gives you an insight of what's going to happen on the shorter time frame. So people usually, look at the two whilst they make decisions. So it all depends on you. There are no hard and fast rules, really. When you come in, as you do it, you get better, you see what works for you. There are no two traders that the same thing work for. No two traders have the same trading style. That's why we say you must have your own trading plan. What works for you is not what works for me. For me, I enter the market, there's a certain amount of money I'll lose in a day, I will not trade again, I'll close my laptop. It's my own trading style. For me, there's a certain number of trades that once I take them, there's a certain amount of income that once I hit, no matter how good the trades are looking, I close my laptop.
So it's more of a personal thing, you know what works for you.
You understand? So that's it. So you must develop a trading strategy and keep to it. That is discipline.
For someone thinking, why do I have to pay over $200 to learn Forex with the I Am Academy? I can just go online, watch videos on YouTube. What can you say to convince such a person?
Okay, that's a very good question, And I'm going to answer it with an example. So I say to you, you want to get to the 200th floor of a building. You know, there's a building. You have two options to get to the 200th floor. It's either you use the staircase or you use the elevator. If you use the staircase, will you get to the 200th floor on time? However, if you use the escalator, will you get to the 200th floor and in record time? The escalator is the I Am Mastery platform, while the staircase is learning how to trade Forex on your own. If you choose to learn to trade Forex on your own, go to Google, go everywhere, you know, you will learn. But be ready to burn your fingers a lot. It's going to take you time. Whether you will get there, you will get there. Consistency beats genius in everything. Right. So if you are consistent, you will get there. But how many people can be that consistent when they are losing money? How many? You know, because like I said to you, there's a lot to learn. You go to one YouTube channel, to the other, they feed you with different information that are not synchronized. At a point in time, you actually get confused. However, if you choose to go through the part of the I Am Mastery platform, which is like an online course that has been thoroughly streamlined, providing you with just the information that you need. These videos take you 17 hours to watch. 17 hours for at least the basic things that you need before you go on the Go Live TV station and begin to, you know, trade on a daily basis with other people. You know, streamlined, removing all the jargons, every single thing that you don't need. And also, the extra plus is that you have trailblazers that have been there before you and holding you in the Go Live TV station. You are trading with them. You are asking questions. They are answering. Real mentorship. So it makes your journey a lot more seamless. It reduces the learning curves and ensures that you become profitable a lot faster.
So if our viewers or people want to contact you, how can they get through to you easily?
Okay, the easiest way is through the telephone, you know.
Okay.
So you could actually send a WhatsApp message or a text message to this number I'm going to call right now.
Okay.
So just send the message, just put the word Forex there. So the number that you need to send that message to is 070-629-51121. Send the word Forex to 070-629-51121 if you need me to throw more clarifications on what you have heard today.
Thank you so much for coming on the program today. And that's the much we can take on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am Anetta Felix, and my co-host has been
Moremi Akon, and thank you for watching. See you next week.
very good morning to you. It's another very interesting edition and episode of The Breakfast. I'm not sure what my true love gave to me on the third day of Christmas.
They gave you a hat.
Yes, my true love gave to me a hat. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, actually I did. I slept better than I have slept in a little while, and I'm so grateful for that.
You got a good, strong 6-7 hours of sleep?
Yes, I think I slept in batches, but it was all watered. Good morning also to you, and thank you for joining us. As always, we have a full plate for you. We have Today in History, transistor radio that evolves to become television as we are today. We also have the conversation about the strand that was found in the UK. Apparently, it's been in this country since August, and we're just getting to know about it.
Yes, there's a lot
Why
of questions.
the seeming quiet or secrecy? And now that the UK has owned up, we're suddenly putting it out there. Maybe the information was there but weren't paying attention or something, but we'll get to talk about that in the course of this morning.
There's a lot of questions really, in that conversation, about how potent or how dangerous that new strain is. And if it's been here since August, then, how has that affected the fatality rate of COVID-19 in Nigeria? So there's a lot of things that we need to uncover with regards to that.
We have two strong persons to talk about it, Professor Chima and, of course, Dr. Tuyi. Both of them have very strong background on when it comes to COVID-19 management and the general health situation in this country.
Something, else that I'm excited to talk about, even if it's not a very happy story, is the death and, of course, the celebration of life of Chief Bola Ige. I've always wanted to... I always take this story very, very personal, because even if I was young when it happened, there was, a huge sense of loss, inside of me back then, seeing how much, of a personality he was, and how easy it was to just, take him off Mother Earth.
It also brings to the fore again the questions about politicians that are assassinated, and till date the culprits are roaming the streets free.
List is endless.
We have Kudirat Abiola, we're still talking about Funshaw Williams, we're still talking about that. So many other persons that have died, and not because it was of natural causes, but someone else was not happy with their existence, basically, and the work that they do. We'll be talking about that today as well. And up for conversation further is the proposed already the dialogue with bandits. We're bringing it up again because it seems to be getting more mileage. It's getting more attention. Some governors have come out to support Governor Matawale with his dialogue with bandits. We'll be talking about that as well, all on The Breakfast.
Yes, we will. And there's also a conversation coming up, right after the Senate probe on the NDDC. Now we're talking about the budget that has been approved. And so we'll be looking deeper
budget
into it.
Approved now, just days to the end of the year, 10 days to the end of the year.
Shocking.
And then all the investigation and all the drama that they gave to us, what happened with that? Who is going to implement the 2020 budget when they don't seem to have a clear structure as to who is in charge of the NDDC?
And it's weird because the 2019 budget also had similar issues. And I remember that Ponde, the one who fainted, also...
Let's just laugh a little. It's the morning and it's 2 days, 3 days to Christmas.
The one
fainting.
The one who was popular for collapsing
Let me try
without being questioned. It's embarrassing. And I don't know how these persons...
No. I think it's like this.
Yeah, first of all, his glasses went off and then
and then he fell off.
I don't know how these persons, would want to live, all through Nigeria's history, knowing that this is what they would be remembered for the longest time possible.
We have we have transient memory in this country. Before you know it, these people will be celebrated in big ways.
Sadly.
We have a lot for you basically this morning. We urge that you stay with us. We love your company. Without it, we're not doing anything here. So please do stay with us. We'll be right back with the newspaper review after this break. Bolaho Olojede is on standby.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
All right, good to know you're still with us. We kick things up with the papers. Like you said, Gbolahan Olojede is here to help us understand what's beyond the headline, because sometimes the headline can be misleading. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, I'm going to kick off with stories from the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Let's see what we can find. The federal government, of course, is talking about why Nigeria can't ban flights from the UK. It's something that we mentioned yesterday about, what actions we're taking to, save Nigeria from a possible second wave and a complete surge in COVID-19 cases. So the government is saying why Nigeria can't ban the flights from the UK, says no fresh lockdown, and also Nigeria's health system can't survive another outbreak. And that is from the PTF. States working with the federal government to end banditry and kidnapping, says Kayode Fayemi. And also the federal government to shut Third Mainland Bridge for 72 hours. 17 killed in auto crash in Kogi State. Also, it's a shocking story, and I hope that we can also talk about it. Nigeria-Niger border can only be effectively supervised by God. Ooh. Gunmen strike in Kano, Kaduna, kill 8 people and kidnap 5.
We are very good at this. We're very good at this in Nigeria.
It makes you question what else we are handing over to God. Are we handing over our refineries?
I'm praying deeply. You might not see me, but I'm actually praying from the bottom of my heart that God will protect our borders.
Are we handing over our education system and the negotiations with ASU to God also? Are we handing over our healthcare system in the time of a pandemic to God also?
Let's get Gbolahan in and hear his thoughts.
Let's hear from you. Go ahead. Let's start with these.
Oh, well, it's not exactly as surprising as you guys are making it. In one of the ongoing cases in the Nigerian court, one of the prosecution witnesses actually said Nigeria spent 2.2 billion naira on prayers against insurgency some years ago. So if a nation can spend 2.2 billion naira praying against insurgency, you can imagine what is also possible. But it goes to show the nature of the problems we have. For you to even solve a problem at all, you cannot start from a position of giving up on it. And that is exactly what the president has done about policing, about border supervision of the Nigerian-Niger border. It's an extensive border, no doubt about that. It could be intimidating. You could start asking yourself, what am I going to do? Am I going to build a fence like Trump contemplated with the American-Mexico border and all that sort of things? But you see, the difference is that while a Trump at least proposed a solution and he worked at it, the Nigerian leader has given up even before it starts. So we're not going to get anything up until 2023. Maybe if we have somebody who has a different idea, electronics, policing, some of other innovations that might have been used in other parts of the world, to say, okay, we can in fact do something. But with the kind of disposition that the president has, nothing is going to happen until he leaves this administration.
All right.
He doesn't believe that.
Quickly also share your thoughts on one of the stories here from the Financial Times saying Nigeria at risk of becoming a failed state. I saw a lot of comments with regards to that story on social media yesterday, and none of them seems very excited about a story like that. Some of them, say we're, already late with such a headline. What are your thoughts?
The indications are there that Nigeria has not failed yet, but there are a whole lot of boxes that we have ticked towards being a failed state. One of it is the level of insecurity in this country. Kidnaps and all those stuff are all over the whole place. So where you have a nation where bandits can come into a school and carry away 300 students, and the next thing, there are issue of, we paid ransom, we did not pay ransom. You are not even sure whether who is lying or who is not lying. Those are all some of the major boxes that we are ticking. We have a country that cannot, that's struggling to pay its own bills. We all know what percentage of our revenue goes into servicing debt every year. So we are on that teters, and we can easily flip to the other side of being a failed state if we don't do things that are significant. For example, you can see Niger-Nigeria border. If terrorists are coming in from the Sahel through Niger, the president is saying, there's nothing I can do about it.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see what we can do with the Nation newspaper now. The big one here is federal government intensifies push for COVID-19 vaccine. Ministers, there will be no lockdown, travel ban not likely. Let's start with that, Mr. Olujede. The travel ban not likely. Are you worried?
I am worried about that pronouncement, and that is because even countries who have stronger affiliation with the UK, some of the European countries, have already closed their borders to the UK because of this strain of virus. Now here we are, a country that has the healthcare system is not really there. If we have a major crisis now, it will fail. We're not sure where we are on the line to vaccine. We don't know where exactly when we're going to get vaccine. So a country like ours needs to err on the side of caution. There's nothing wrong in shutting down the borders to the UK, and then after you review the situation over some time, you can lift it again. I don't think that the reason Nigeria is not shutting its borders to the UK is because we cannot shut it. I think it must be for some selfish reason.
Yeah, but that point is already countered, don't you think? Because we seem to already have the strain of virus for which borders have been shut against the UK in Nigeria since August. So shutting down or banning travel at this point, isn't it mute already?
I don't think so. I don't think it is mute. And that is exactly what I'm saying. You can shut down and use that period to do a quick review rather than leave it open. If a new strain is found, what makes you think there could not be two other strains that have also evolved from the original strain? There's no way for us to know. So one strain has been identified. There could be one or two other strains that have not been identified. So the right thing, in my opinion, is at least stop it temporarily, review the situation, and then open it if there is need to open it. Rather than saying we can. Do you know how many Nigerians are in the UK and they are all going to come into Nigeria during this period? I'm not advocating that you should shut the people out of their own country. I'm only saying because of our peculiar situation, we should look at things with more caution than we are doing right now.
All right. Yesterday we talked about, I need to highlight this headline. This is from the Palace in Delta. It said, Olu of Warri not dead, but indisposed on easy calm in city. Yesterday, I think the Sun reported his demise from COVID-19, but this morning, I saw the story yesterday actually, the Palace coming up to say he is not dead, but indisposed, whatever that means, we don't know. There doesn't seem to be much of a clarification from that statement. And of course, expectedly, there is an uneasy calm in the city because he is such a big figure in that area.
I'm not sure exactly what indisposed proposed means. I'm
exactly.
not expecting the palace to immediately, say that.
There has to
they
be
need to
some
plan.
people. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Passengers of Abuja-bound bus abducted in Edo. That story is already captured, the Third Mainland Bridge. There is another one on the front page of the Nation newspaper. Just above that screamer, we have bandits kill 7, kidnap 3 headers in Kaduna. DSS issued security alert. I saw that as well yesterday. More headlines. Varsity teachers get 2-month salary arrears. Capital Market puts public offers online. Over to you now. Let's talk a bit about the... okay, you take your pick and then add to it the alert, the security alert by the DSS.
Okay, I'm just going to put two or three of those stories together. There is the abduction at Edo of Abuja-bound person. Yes. There is the killing in Kaduna, killing of 7. Then we can put that together with a warning from the DSS about possible insecurity around this violence, actually, around this season. Let's layer those 3 stories on top of the comments by the FT that Nigeria might be a failed state. Just imagine those 3 stories. People on Abuja-bound bus kidnapped somewhere on their way. And killings in Kaduna have not stopped till now. It has not stopped. At the same time, we are being warned not to gather, to avoid any gathering around this period because some people might detonate bombs at those gatherings. This should be things of very deep concern for us. When states fail, it's not as if there is a declaration over the media one day that, oh, this state has now finally failed. No, states fail day by day, month by month, by things they do or things they do not do. Right. We are beginning to walk towards that direction, and we need to make a detour.
It will be great also that we, at some point, get a proper definition of what bandits are. If these people, if they continue to kill Nigerians in dozens and hundreds without any signs that they are stealing anything in particular, I don't know if we can still continue to call them bandits.
There was actually a time on Plus Politics, we had this conversation, and I went on Twitter, even though I have barely how many persons following me, I put a thought there that, why are we reclassifying people we know to be terrorists? We're now painting a picture. Any crime that is committed, we now say it is bandits. Boko Haram abduct students, we say it is bandits. People kidnap people, we say it is bandits. I mean, why can't we, what are we afraid of in really classifying things exactly the way that they are?
Mr. Olojide, quickly speak on that before we move to the punch. Do we need...
I'm not sure exactly if it makes any difference. Let's say we change the definition of bandits and say they are now terrorists. So what changed? We still have to see them as security threat and deal with the criminality for what it is. The ones that we have declared as terrorists in the Northeast, how has that changed the landscape? Not much, not much. Insecurity, let's deal with it for the criminality it represents.
All right. Let's move to the Punch newspapers now. There's something about the Malabu oil, scam. I think I can still call it that. And, of course, the court cases that have been going back and forth about it. It says the Abacha's family dossed the federal government and others over bid to reclaim Malabu. Also, we negotiated Kankara schoolboys' release through ex-bandits, says the governor. DSS warns of plot to bomb churches and mosques and others. We also have on the Punch this morning, Buhari under fire, says only God can police Nigeria-Niger border. A statement from Buhari.
Yeah, that part about the DSS bombing, there seemed to, alert, there seems to be more clarification. If you could take that again, please.
Okay, it simply says, DSS warns of plot to bomb churches, mosques, and others on the Punch.
Yes.
All right, statement from Buhari as Commander-in-Chief, shocking, says the PDP, and that's with regards to the Nigeria-Niger border. The president using God as a cover-up for his failure, says Northern Can. We also have 10 arrested for attacking Lagos task force officials, 96 motorcycles seized. And also 20 killed on Lokoja-Abuja Highway on Osun Road crashes. We also have here police claim ignorance as gunmen kidnap many travelers in Edo State. We spoke about that earlier. Mr. Olojide, let's start with the Malabo conversation. It's been ongoing for many, many years, I think since maybe 1998. How do you see these things turning out? What do you think is still going on?
It's still going on because of the principle that I involved in it. If this was a case of someone that stole goats in the marketplace, by now the guy would be in jail. But when big Nigerians are involved in cases like this, it could drag and drag and drag and drag. The lesson for me, and this is not the only case, the Malabo oil, even the Halliburton scandal on which some people have been jailed in other countries that was never really concluded in Nigeria. There are several, and they've been there for like 2 decades. Some have been there for like 2 decades. For 7 years, we've been trying to prosecute Maina. We've been trying to repatriate or extradite the former minister of petroleum for 5 years now.
Yes.
Now, the message in that is that when people already have access to huge resources, our system is not yet strong enough to bring them to justice. Those cases stay in the court system forever and ever. And by the time they are even concluded, it may be too late. There may be nothing to recover for the nation anyway. We need to change our approach to this corruption issue. There have been people who mentioned that we probably need special courts to look at this kind of case. That's the possibility, so that it doesn't stay for 20 years in the court system. Number two is we need to shift the focus from trying to recover money or trying to prosecute people after they have stolen our commonwealth. We need to put more emphasis on prevention. Make it extremely difficult for individuals to steal our commonwealth. If we do that, we will stop a whole lot of this and stop wasting time, 20 years on the court, trying to prosecute the unprosecutable.
Yes. All right. Quickly, I just want him to. There's something that is also on the Punch, very tiny. There it says Lagosians may go to jail for failing to wear a mask. Do you think we should get to that level of strictness with, of course, enforcing COVID-19 protocols?
We need to. We need to. It's the only enforcement is the only language our people understand, especially in matters like this. So if we see this as a public health situation, and there are laws in the land under which people will be prosecuted. So anybody found flouting the others, let's go through the law, the legal process. And if jail is what the law says, then let them go to jail. Right, we cannot afford to mess with the health of the public. You're not just endangering yourself, you're also endangering other members of the public. So whatever the law says under those circumstances, let offenders face that law. If that is the only thing that will shape us up.
All right, let's quickly look at The Guardian, and then there is this thing on The Punch. I'd like you, in 30 seconds, if you please, so we can take on The Guardian. SIM NIN linkage applicants stranded as NIMC website crashes. There's been a lot of conversation around that. We know that at some point they have to close to your office. What's your thinking on this entire rush situation?
It was embarrassing, considering the fact that the minister and the NCC guy, these are well-educated, these are PhD holders, who, in my opinion, should have considered all the variables. You have on one side 200 million lines. On the other side, you have 46 million national identification number. You should know that if you put a 2 weeks deadline, though I learned that has now been extended, if you put such a 2 weeks deadline for 46 to catch up with 200 million, there's going to be a problem. You don't have to open any books to understand that. So if that we didn't think through this, we didn't think through the issue of the COVID implication. I saw the crowd at the Ikeja office of NIN before it was finally shut down. And it was embarrassing that we did not think about that. Yeah.
We're out of time. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Just because I mentioned it, let me just go ahead and read some of the headlines. 43 vessels stuck in Lagos waters. There's 3 riders to that story as port congestion worsens. Cost of shipping containers rise 600%. That's it on your screen there. And we have the no social distancing, all about the NIM, NIM, National Identity Number. That's the crowd for you on the front page of The Guardian. For me, let me quickly say this. Yeah. I am in full support of the enforcement of face mask use because we've come to the point where people's mindset has, oh, we have a vaccine. Why should I bother? You know, we have to compel people where we can to make sure that they wear their face masks.
I completely agree. If we have to get to that stage just to ensure that we protect ourselves and we stay alive, then it's completely fine. Also, one thing I would say is also important is that the enforcers must also lead by example. It's insane seeing police officers stopping people for not wearing face masks while the police officers are also not wearing face masks. Because I've seen that, you know, on Twitter a few times.
It can only be in Nigeria. Even when they're wearing it, it's underneath their nostrils. Makes absolutely no sense. You don't understand why that is the case. Yes. All right, we go on a break now. And when we come back, we'll be looking at the transistor, how it came about. Today, there was a demonstration. We're talking about it. And, of course, the assassination of a renowned politician and foremost human rights activist, lawyer, however you want to classify him, a phenomenal man, Bola Ige. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
On this day in history, in 1947, the transistor was demonstrated. Let me give you details. The transistor was successfully demonstrated on December 23, 1947 at Bell Laboratories in New Jersey. Now, the lab is the research arm of the American Telephone and Telegraph, AT&T. It's being called the most important innovation, should we say invention, of the 20th century. There are three key names, 3 individuals were credited with the invention of the transistor. There are William Shockley, John Bardeen, and Walter Brattain. These men worked together, but there is a little twist to the story. Shockley was reported to have called the invention, we'll get back to that story in a bit, a magnificent Christmas gift. It was just 2 days to Christmas, as at that time, 1947. The reason for the development of the transistor was to replace the vacuum tubes, which were said to be bulky, unreliable, and consumed too much power. Now, these 3 individuals individuals, like I said, played different roles. While Shockley played, he had been working on this for close to 10 years, the other two gentlemen came in just 2 years, and it shocked him when they were able to come up with a key component in the transistor built-up that he had failed to come up with. He was the supervisor on that project as well. He went on to design another type of transistor called the bipolar transistor, which had superior point of contact to the one that was originally brought together. Today, basically, the transistor radio laid the foundation for what we have today. The radio, the television continued to evolve over time. That's basically what happened today in history. The first rollout, the first commercial rollout was actually in 1954. Portable radio, transistor radio was put out in 1954. Now, I would like to also mention here that the scientist, Shockley, tried to form his own company, but that failed because of his penchant, so to speak, to publish the pay slip of his employees. He had this, sense of he was a difficult person to work with. I'm bringing this up because we know that sometimes all these geniuses, they're weird people. They're sometimes you cannot understand them, but they're geniuses. Yeah, the way their mind work is not as normal as other people. So in that sense, he kind of weirded them out so much that they had to leave him and go work with other people. I had to mention that aspect. But today, what we're talking about today in history is that the fact transistor was successfully demonstrated in 1947 by Bell Laboratories. That's an arm of the American Telephone and Telegraph. I don't know if you have something to add to that.
No, I mean, I'm just, every time I hear things like this, I'm always very thrilled about how far back, there were, all these, inventions and the work that was done to give us the world that we live in today, These are, in the 40s and the 50s, we've spoken about things, in 1910, 1903, when the Wright brothers, had their first flight. So it's always very, very thrilling for me, seeing how far back.
We are so lucky in many ways.
Yes, we are.
So lucky. We have such huge advantage to people. Adam and Eve, for instance.
I always wonder, what I would have been able to invent. If I was an inventor, what is that thing that...
Well, you don't know because you didn't live in that time.
I mean, even now, there has to be something.
Well, we've been too, how do I put it? We've been too spoiled. So we still have people inventing. After all, people worked on this vaccine. We didn't have coronavirus, and amazing human beings came up and put their intellect together.
When I was younger, I used to, wonder if I could invent some type of software that you can get food off the TV, So if you're watching, a television program and it has really good burgers and sandwiches and all that,
I could invent stories. Maybe I still would write someday. I would invent stories off the top of my head. I'll tell you fantastic tales. You won't believe it.
All right. Today in history also, December 23rd, it was a Sunday evening and a very sad one in Nigeria's history. In 2001, the world was still, and I think also Nigeria was still, trying to understand what had happened on the 11th of September with the World Trade Center terrorist attack. Chief Bola Ige was assassinated today. He was a Minister of Justice and Attorney General at the time under former President Olusegun Obasanjo's government. He then, of course, joins the long list of political assassinations in Nigeria. Delegiwa in 86. We have, of course, Alfred Rwani in 95, Kudirat Abiola in 96, Abiola himself in 98, Barnabas Igwe and his wife in 2002, Harry Marshall in 2013. The late Chief Bola Ige joined that long list of assassinations and unsolved murders in Nigeria's history. There was a lot of conspiracy theories, suggesting what had happened and why it was so easy, for his life to be taken that way. Wole Soyinka not long ago also, made certain statements saying that the Obasanjo government hid and protected the killers of Chief Bola Ige. There's also numerous narrations, that may suggest the reason why he was, the reason he was assassinated. There's people who say
a tussle
that
between him and his deputy and his party at the time.
First of all, he had just resigned.
Allegations.
He had just resigned from the. He had just resigned. I think about a week or 2 weeks before, as Minister of Justice. He has attended resignation. There were insinuations that he maybe wanted to tidy up the Alliance for Democracy and maybe run in 2003 for president. So that one was one theory. There was another one about the Iola Omishore and Bisi Akonde tussle. It was an Osun State battle. Bisi Akonde was governor of Osun State at that time, and both of them were having issues. Iola Omishore was meant to be impeached by the Osun State House of Assembly at that time. And then people wanted Bola Ige, because of the personality that he had, to take sides with Iola Omishore, but he didn't. And then there was some anger because, Omishore was an Ife man. And so there was that. A week before he was assassinated, he had attended the chieftaincy title being given to the wife of Olusegun Obasanjo, former president. And at that event, he was attacked, he was assaulted. His glasses were knocked off. He was, his cap, I think, was also hit off. And
sometimes
he was really lucky to
I
make it
know
out of
it's
there
a bit
alive.
pedestrian, and or should I say a bit childish to say it, but I need to say it on national TV. Perception is what you want to make of it. How is it possible to pick up a gun or a knife and look somebody straight in the, and your hand doesn't fall, like it doesn't go weak? Because this is a fellow human being. You know that if you touch that person, blood will spill. I mean, sometimes you wonder, are we really human beings, or we're just a misengineering that came to be, that is not the original concept of humanity that was actually made?
It is popularly said that the heart of man is and completely very wicked.
It's amazing, really.
It's not shocking, seeing that people would kill for money. It's not shocking to hear that people would. I mean, there are robbers who rape, there are robbers who kill.
All right, let's celebrate the man for in the 1 minute that they just told us that we have left. Let's celebrate.
He was one of maybe the world's finest orators. If you ever got to listen or to watch Bola Ige speak, there was always the silence that you would never imagine, just hearing him speak. And it's one of the things that he was very well known for. He was also described as maybe Yoruba's finest statesman and politician after
he was
Awolowo.
one of the founding members of the Afenifere group. Yes, and we also know that he fought, that's the part that I really must mention here, even though it's now a law in Nigeria. He fought the Sharia law at the time when he came up, and he stopped the execution of a woman who was accused of adultery. They were supposed to stone her to death. Those are some of the things that he did, and he was quite vocal when it comes to the issue of racism. We know that he was part of countless organizations that fought against racism in his time. The sad thing is, successive governments have come. At some point, there was so much noise. We're going to get to the root of the killing of this man. It's now 19 years. And next year, it will be 2 decades that this man was taking away from us. It
really just reminds you, when people say that, when things like these happen, the government definitely has a hand in it or knows about it. You can't argue with statements like that. And if you also remember, in 2001, after he was killed, former President Obasanjo also, sent, Nigerian security agencies to quell any type of uprising or riot or protest, against his death. Till date, still nobody has been found guilty.
Well, let me quote somebody that says it will be a coup de grace if the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, they still have at least 3 years and counting to go to get or start a real investigation into the demise of these key personalities, Kudirat Abiola, Funsho Williams, Bola
Marshall,
Ige.
there's so many of them.
So many other names. I think some people even added Delegiwa to the
as
the
far
mix,
back as 86,
you know.
it was maybe the
yes,
first.
investigation needs to continue, and that's why conversations like this today in history is relevant. We remind ourselves of some of the things we're missing, some of the important information that we need to have so we can chart a better future for ourselves. Thank you very much for humoring us most of the time with Today in History. We'll be back in a bit to talk about the new UK variant of the COVID-19, which apparently has been in this country since August. We'll be talking about why it was not made known until now. Stay with us.
Welcome back from to the breakfast. Still more to share with you this morning, and we're getting into another conversation entirely. The scientists at the Redeemers University have announced that the UK's new COVID-19 variant has already been in Nigeria since August. And of course, we have invited two medical practitioners to have a conversation about this and, you know, basically share with you as much as possible why this is a big story. We'll say good morning via Zoom to Dr. Chima Onoka. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here.
And of course, Dr. Tuyi Mabawondu, thank you so much also. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
Yeah, I'll start with you in studio. Are you shocked that we've had this with us and we're just getting to know because of the UK case?
I'm not shocked. Virus undergoes what we call constant mutation. Some of those mutations might be actually to attenuate, reduce their strength or increase their strength. It's just that chance. And then virus will not say that because I'm in UK and I'm in Nigeria, I won't mutate. So the key issue is just for us to identify whether we're now having the mutant strain. And of course, where does this lie? It lies on our ability to do those research, those findings, to continually engage our environment and those germs and see whether we're having mutant strain or no mutant strain. It becomes a big issue. Why? Because we don't know if these new mutant strains are going to be quite virulent, very damaging. We're having a big issue in our hands. It can affect whether the drug is going to touch them. We don't know what it's going to mean for the vaccines being developed if you have this mutant strain, especially if the mutation occurs at the pili, those spikes that allows the virus to enter a human being. So, it's good for us to know so that at least we can, create the necessary response to those mutations and be aware that mutation is with us and will keep happening.
All right, let me speak with Chima Onoka now. The idea that it has been in Nigeria since August, even if now we're talking about it because of the conversation from the UK, does this in any way tell us a story about how resistant Nigerians are still to this new variant? If you look at our fatality rate since August, has it changed? Is this something that we should be worried about?
It's been in Nigeria based on that report, and I mean, it's good to know. I think we also need more reports to have that confirmation. It's evidence building up, and we always also look for additional evidence to support that. But in terms of its connection with fatalities, our biggest challenge is that, we still have that situation that autopsies are not done. Anybody that you ask from verbal autopsies, like, do you know somebody that has died recently? What kind of things happened before then? Will tell you that a lot of people died who they didn't know why and how that happened. But Nigerians can tell, all of that story. But autopsies are not being done. That would have helped us to really say, why are the people who are dying? Because it's not the figure of deaths that are out there that talk about the deaths that have happened in Nigeria. So maybe it's an opportunity for us now to really go beyond what we've been doing. And we can't say we were not prepared at all the other time. We are expected to be better prepared now. And it's an opportunity for us to go further to really investigate things. And then, that can help us know what is happening in terms of deaths and all of that.
All right, Dr. Mebawondu, what worries you about the conversation around vaccine? They are saying that this new strain and the vaccine that we have might not be compatible. Does that mean we'll be on the hunt for a new vaccine if this case, the variants become prominent?
Now, let's face it. Clearly, the vaccines that are being used now are classified under emergency use authorization. When a medication or vaccines or medical is classified as emergency use authorization, what it's telling you clearly is that we have not given full approval to this product. But we've seen that the product can actually reduce mortality, the number of people that are dying, as much as 95% in Pfizer own, and also close to that 95% in biotech, in Moderna own, which have been actually deployed now. Now, let's also remember that in the past, chloroquine was given that emergency use authorization. Now, it's still a long haul now. The data are still coming in. The study will still be ongoing. Nobody can specifically tell you now that since there's mutation, then the vaccine will be ineffective. There's no study. We've heard that there's mutation. We've heard that the mutant variant is in Nigeria. We know that there's vaccines being deployed, but I tell you what, nobody as of now can say specifically that the mutant variants will not be
But why do you think our experts are thinking that the vaccine might not be compatible? Because these are people who have
You have to do studies. You see, listen, you might put some conjecture, you might imagine, that's the difficult part of scientific thinking. The scientific thinking means that you have to bring your evidence, you have to adduce your evidence, you must have given the vaccine to people with variants and see that it's not working before you can say that's exactly what it is. And the fact is that if the mutation is not happening at the point of entrance, because those spikes, the crowns, the spikes are what the virus used to enter the respiratory system. If the mutation is not happening at that point, then you may not have that challenge. Because if you look at the vaccine, what it does exactly is to send signal, to make just part of that protein that allows the virus to enter into the human body. And so that it mimics it in such a way that if the virus now enters, the body recognizes it as a dangerous thing and then mobilize body soldiers to go and destroy and fight it. So you have to understand the critical point. Now, even in past viruses like HIV, the mutation can happen at any point in such a way that some drug that uses a pathway to kill them may not affect them, but still some will still affect them. So the mutation is not just that once you have mutant strain, then it becomes a problem. Mutation does not always result into more virulent strain. It can actually be an attenuated strain that is weaker in a way, okay? But it can also be a strain that is going to be more virulent. and can be easily transmitted. But data that has come from the UK shows that the new variant they're having is one that can be easily transmitted. Not necessarily that the vaccine cannot work against
All
it.
right. I want us to go, to the very beginning of all of this science. Dr. Onoka, quickly share with us why and how do viruses develop new strains? Is there a reason, why it has to always be like this? And is there a possibility that this one would continue to mutate over time and we may just never be able to get a hold of it?
We all struggle for survival, humans, and it's the same way that viruses also struggle for survival. Just like, my colleague said as well. If you throw a virus into a system and, you block what it uses to get into cells to cause trouble, it will figure out a way like we all do, find out another way, reinvent itself, adjust a few things to get into those cells and multiply itself. It's seeking survival. And so the risk for mutation is always there. And the risk that could become a problem at any point in time is there. And so it's for us to keep, working on, gathering data, studying it, working each day to see how it's changing, the ones that we have in Nigeria. And in other places, UK is 6 to 7 hours from Nigeria. So it's just over the night while you're sleeping and waking up. Somebody that has left London is in Lagos. Not a problem. But these mutations are likely to happen there. And it's more like we're on a marathon, not a 100 meters dash, because it's viruses that are involved. And so, it's just for us to get ready to gather the data and so that it can inform the decision we are making at every point in time.
Data gathering is not one of our very strong suits in Nigeria, but we're hoping to see an evolution with what this pandemic has showed to us. While we're looking for the solutions, I think maybe I should bring this question to you, Dr. Mebeladu. The NDDC has been aware that there is a strain of the virus in this country, and that information was not passed on to the public as should be. They have this PTF briefing all the time. Why do you think this whole thing was shrouded in some secrecy, and why is it becoming public now? Is there something that we are missing?
At the beginning of this pandemic, sometimes last year, late last year, I was in this studio and I emphasized that falsehood is more damaging to public health than even the virus itself. Now, we agree that we mismanaged information. In the public space, when you are dealing with a pandemic or an epidemic, you have to lay your cards on the table, clear and simple. What government has done essentially that actually, giving a lot of challenge to fight against the pandemic is that they chose to monopolize information, okay? Now, at the level of this pandemic, what you do is that you make your locus of information as local as possible. Now, it has to go down to the basic people, and you must conduct yourself in a way that you can be trusted. What has happened is that because of the way the information is managed, we allow a lot of rumors, a lot of lies, a lot of misinformation, disinformation. In fact, to the extent that the challenge of the COVID fight has actually been political and social media. Okay? Now, where some people, religion, political, social media, some people don't believe in it. Religions feel that it's Antichrist. That one feel that it's Bill Gates. So you wonder how we got to this point. Because government is not on top of information management. In public health, you must honestly tell people what you find out.
My point actually is, they had this information. Why was it not divulged?
They are the only person that can answer that question. Because, listen, Why would they not want to divulge that information? Why would they not want to tell people so that people can take more the issue of prevention seriously? We're not there in research. We don't have drugs. Remdesivir is very expensive. We don't even to do ordinary testing. And about 900,000 tests in 206 million people. It's not work. Okay.
Okay. What's your take? Sorry. What's your take on this, Dr. Onoga?
A very sensitive question. I think it's good to look at the bigger picture. Nigeria, and it's not about these past few years or today. Nigeria does not have the habit of even trusting what comes from universities, local universities. Not the government, not the people. We don't. And that's sad. We are lucky that there's some information that was published by the Redeemers University, scientists there. If that university was also closed down due to the strike action, it is not going to come. We don't have any sustained investment in the universities to make them feel that they are part of research and part of solutions. They are not solutions here. The Yale discussion we have about vaccines is because Yale is open. Now, we build evidence, and NCDC can have one information, evidence from one source. It may need a second, a third, because this is Nigeria. And trust in that hasn't been there. And you may need a couple of them to really put your foot out there to make very definite statements. So we can tolerate that. We can say, okay, maybe that's what's going on. But it's a problem that is beyond even them. It's a Nigerian problem. No trust in the universities. Research is not because of our universities. Investment in research in universities is not happening. We can't move forward as a nation without it. We can't solve these kinds of problems that need local solutions, local data, without systematic, sustained investment in the universities that are going to give us information that we'll use to make local decisions.
All right.
And that's the key.
In other climes, the government will be challenged for putting Nigerian lives at risk by withholding information like this. I know, or I keep seeing what foreign media, international media do to the UK Prime Minister, to Donald Trump, almost blaming him for the loss of 300,000 American lives because of the mishandling of the coronavirus in the US. But we're Nigeria, so that very likely would not happen. You earlier were speaking about the mutation of the virus and the reasons why it might change into different forms. One thing that for lack of research, we're still not sure, the reason the mortality rate in Nigeria has been so low, or in Africa has been low. But should we be worried of a possibility of the virus being able to mutate into a form where it now is, or it can survive the heat that they have rumored as one of the things that has saved us in Nigeria? Should we be worried that the virus can mutate into a form where it now becomes completely dangerous to lives here in Nigeria?
Indeed, everyone should be concerned and worried and actually look out for such mutant strains that can be more virulent, that can kill more people, that can be easily transmissible. And that is why, the challenge of how we understand the dynamics of diseases in this country is so important. What I'm thinking is this. We're going to, the Western world, I'm talking about Europe, America, and co., will invariably end up finding a way around this virus, either through vaccine or through some policy initiative, to deal with the virus. Then what will now happen is that the virus will now come and settle somewhere in Africa and become a chronic disease. If you look at it, HIV originated from somewhere. I'm talking about the real pandemic came from somewhere over there. But the thing came, even polio, the thing came, ended in Africa, and became a chronic disease, spiking up and down. At that point, you wouldn't have choice than to take the vaccine, or even you have to get certification of that you are not having COVID to be able to move from Nigeria outside. So until, sincerely, government choose to look at and decide that, well, listen, health is important, education is important, okay? At least, if you want to add a third thing, maybe you say, agriculture, or feeding. Health is important. If you don't put investment in your education, you can't get your health right.
All right. Talking about investment in health and education, Professor Onoka, what actions are you expecting to see? They've already said we've gone back to the place where theaters are not open anymore, restaurants are being shut, churches are told what to do, gatherings have been limited to 50, mandatory use of face masks. What further action do you think government, through the PTF, needs to do now that it has become obvious that information is being withheld?
I think you're repeating the withholding of information.
Yes, I mean,
I'm asking the consolidated.
Yeah, what actions should they take now?
Way.
Yes, it's a different aspect of it.
So, I think the aspect of data collection and analysis, like we need more information about who has even developed some of the antibodies to it. I've heard a bit about some studies that are developing that, they are testing health workers. There's a testing of health workers in some places going on. From some preliminary analysis I'm hearing, like you have in some places like 40% of the health workers having the antibodies already, meaning that, a lot of people have had it and have recovered and have moved on. So, but is all that kind of information that is needed for effectively to inform decisions, to effectively dealing with this. So I didn't tell you, I've been on the platform several times and I've shouted about all the things that I could still shout about. But, late November, I had COVID. I just recovered. I tested negative just a little less than 2 weeks ago. I faced one side of it. Am I scared of another one? No, not scared, but there's always a risk of another one. Because I've had some friends who have tested, some colleagues who have tested twice, who have tested positive twice.
Wow.
So I can call myself a survivor now.
So
that is something that needs systematic study. It needs information. If the investment in information now is key for us to move forward effectively.
So in a roundabout way, you've answered the question, saying that government should be a bit more open with information sharing so as to restore some confidence in the process.
It would be great if we find out, if we get to a place where we can trust the PTF and the NCDC.
Their mandate has already been extended, trust them or not.
I mean, trusting, with them with the information that they...
information generation. Information generation is different from the communication.
Yes.
Okay.
You can only communicate what you generate.
Okay. In 20 seconds, your concluding thoughts.
If you look at the COVID figures that are coming out, 2 or 3 states stands out. Lagos, FCT, and maybe Kaduna. Now, the question is this. Since you don't have the money or even the human resources to do deep scientific research, you can also look at this now. What are the factors in Lagos, in Abuja, and in Kaduna that's actually driving this figure? Because they're like more than half of all the figures. What are the factors? Then how do we now deploy intervention to counter those factors? Okay? These are simple thinking that can really add value to our intervention as we go on. All right.
I wish we had more time. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming on The Breakfast this morning. Your time, particularly the both of you, actually, you made an extra sacrifice as well as you, Prof, to be here with us this morning, and we truly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Same to you, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Always good to
pleasure,
see you.
Always.
Okay, we will go on a break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the approval of the NDDC budget for 2020. 10 days to Christmas, to the end of the year. I said Christmas, to the end of the year. We'll be back. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The conversation around the NDDC is one that seems unending. We now have a situation where the Nigerian National Assembly has passed the 2020 budget for the Niger Delta Development Commission. This is after they vowed they would not do that until certain issues have been addressed. 10 days to the end of the year, a budget is approved. How is it going to be implemented? Who will be doing the implementation? To help us take a look at this new development, we have the former Commissioner for Environment, Bayelsa State, Eradiri Udengs. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, Nigerians.
Merry Christmas. We can see you already in your Christmas element.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with, talking about, of course, the details of all of this, and it seems to be happening back to back. In 2019, we had a similar incident where Pondé was also complaining, about the late passage of the budget and, of course, almost failure to implement a lot of the details of the budget. He had said that there was issues from the National Assembly that made it difficult to implement anything and to complete any project from the 2019 budget. It's once again happening. What do you think may be playing out here?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I'm not those who will jump into the bandwagon to begin to commend the National Assembly for doing the wrong thing. The National Assembly had from January till about March, before the lockdown, to approve the budget for the Niger Delta for the year 2020. You can imagine that 10 days to the end of 2020, you are approving the budget for 2020. And this budget have a lifespan for between January to 31st of March. And here we are talking about a forensic audit. The corruption in our institutions is not solely hinged on those who man those institutions. But you blame a larger portion of this blame should go to the National Assembly. Because if you approve a budget for 2020 in the end of 2020, and then give 3 months for that budget to be implemented, what are you expecting? You're expecting that whoever comes will just go in and hurriedly begin to sign contracts without going through the due process of audit and a proper assessment of projects that they are supposed to carry out. So at the end of the day, it will just be rushed through, and then the Niger Delta again will go into another circle of corruption around the projects that are supposed to better the lives of people. So this Nigerian project is getting so difficult to understand. If you approve the budget at this time, what do you expect them to do. Some projects, before you kick off, you spend more than 2 months or 3 months.
I want you to go on with the same line of thought. I believe there's a little bit more that you can share with us. But let me quickly share something. The NDDC budget 2019 expired a couple of days sometime in May without any single project execution due to delays. That was the heading. And I'm going to share one thing that it says here. It said the National Assembly seems to constitute 50% of an obstacle to the NDDC, saying some persons hide in the parliament to commit all manner of havoc, saying if nothing was done, the NDDC could continue to lie waste while individuals will continue to loot the place. He also said the place has been turned into a honeycomb for politicians. Of course, then mentioned other ways that the National Assembly plays its part in delaying the budget and, makes the NDDC docile. Like I said, it's happening once again. Why or where do you think the change must start to happen? And if this has been going on for so long, why hasn't anything been done?
Well, I think this brings us back to the discourse that we have always talked about here, leadership. The President Buhari, talked about reaching out his change mantra to the Niger Delta via these institutions, the Amnesty Office, the NDDC, the Niger Delta Ministry. Here is a case of maladministration going on in the NDDC. We expect at this point that it is the president and him alone that can solve this problem. But unfortunately, we are not seeing anything, any movement in the direction of the president. We are talking about leadership here. There is no how you look at it. If I am president of this country and I say I want to ensure that I deal with an issue and this issue is met with corruption every day, there are embarrassments in the National Assembly, today there's a violation of the NDDC Act, and then the president is sitting down to orchestrate some of these injustice that is going on against the Niger Delta. Where else do you expect the people to go to? So I will not be wrong to say that if there's an uprising in the Niger Delta today, the president should be the one to blame. Okay. He will not tell us that he's not aware of what is going on in the country. He won't tell us that he's not aware that every day NDDC has become a discourse in Nigeria. So if the president himself is allowing the aberration to continue, then where else do you expect us to go? The truth is that Mr. President is the one who can deal with this issue. They talked about forensic examination that is going on. Who are those doing the forensic?
But the president, we know that Senator Akpabio is among the leadership of the NDDC now. There is still controversy around who really is in charge. We saw all the drama that happened earlier this year. My thinking is, who will be implementing this budget? Since there is still an issue about the board and the interim management committee, how do you foresee that somehow this budget will find a way to impact the life of the people?
Look, the truth is I don't like pretending. The budget will not impact the lives of the people. We have seen it. Now, the 2019 budget, did it impact the lives of the people? Over 80 billion was spent in less than 3 months for COVID-19 and some frivolities. Over 80 billion. As I talk to you, there is no job going on in the Niger Delta. I just hope that this interim management that have been appointed, or how do they call it, a sole administrator, will be able to do any. But we saw it. The National Assembly have just come up with another resolution saying that the sole administrator should not be allowed to dabble into the capital aspect of the budget, and that he should deal with only recurrent. You know, there is already a conflict of crisis and trust going on. It is the President Buhari, that will come and say, okay, let us set the NDDC board in line with the act. Let us begin to ensure that I monitor what is going on. Because the forensic have been going on, it's close to 2 years now. They have set up all kinds of IMT, now sole administrator. For me, sole administrator is not, they have done it in the past. IBIM was sole administrator. But what is the purpose of sole administrator? In order to come and oversee the forensic so that the new board can have a smooth sail. But with what we are seeing, in fact, I don't know what to say because
what does that
the
leave us
president-
then? What does that leave the people of Niger Delta? I mean, this NDDC was set up to better the lives of the people. We've heard before now efforts to clean up some parts of the Niger Delta that is yet to yield results. What happens with the people if we cannot get the NDDC situation under control?
Obviously, the people are suffering now. We have already said in the past that once you use the NDDC to settle politicians, this is the end result that you get. For me and the Niger Delta people, we have resigned to fate. There's nothing going on. The crime rate that is escalating in the Niger Delta, the pipeline vandalization that is going on is because the NDDC is no longer performing its functions. Look, let me tell you, when the NDDC is actually working, you see that the contractors are paid. There is money circulating in the Niger Delta. There is less pressure on the governors. There is less pressure on the system because the NDDC is functioning. By this time, when the NDDC works normally, you see a lot of people in the NDDC expecting their payments, and then you hear that, look, NDDC have already released money to contractors, and people are running helter-skelter in their various communities, believing that, look, they are part of the largest coming from some of the support from contractors that are doing jobs in NDC. But as I speak to you, nothing is going on. So all the young people are now looking for alternative means of survival. Nobody now, in fact, we have forgotten totally about NDDC because we believe that even this budget that is going to be implemented is going to be used to settle the National Assembly members and politicians. We have already seen the dance steps. They are already, you see them in the way they are discussing. It has already started. It is not new to us. It is what used to happen. So we have resigned to fate. Let me put it that way.
It's a really sad picture that you've painted this morning. And you know, of course, for everyone who has followed the NDDC since it was started, you know, by Olusegun Obasanjo, you really would just see, and you can't argue with people who say that it is really just a cesspit of corruption that has gone on there. The report from 2019, once again from Ponde before the events of this year, it said something, and I want you to quickly address this. It said the worst case scenario, he lamented, is that the lawmakers forced the commission to pay their contract debts, and after that, they ordered payment for any other debts to stop. Then listen, it said only 1 or 2 persons have planted themselves in the National Assembly to make it look like the National Assembly was killing the NDDC, whereas he said it is just 1 or 2 fellows. Mr. Udengs, how do you address, or if you agree with this narrative, why do you think, you know, this hasn't been sorted out? And, you know, I'm sure that you might have an idea who these 1 or 2 fellows are in the National Assembly that may be, you know, causing these issues to keep coming up.
Is this news? Is it news to you? From the day one, we have already, from the inception when Obasanjo inaugurated the NDDC, the intent was to settle politicians. So there was no clear-cut intention to develop the Niger Delta. That's why they began to use it to settle politicians. From the PDP days to the APC, it has been a culture. The issue of the National Assembly, only one man had been chairman of NDDC committee from the inception of the National Assembly until just recently. These things are not news. The point is that the problem is leadership. They know there is security report. There is on the street gossip. We know all their names. We know their projects. We know how they are intimidating the NDDC to always pay their own contractors. In fact, the board that is set up, his hands are tied like the new Aqua, they have just tied his hands. Because everything
so
will be coming from the top.
It's really heartbreaking to hear some of the comments you've made with regards the people resigning themselves to fate. We hope and pray that men like you and stronger will come up and help salvage the situation in the Niger Delta. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Yes, thank you.
Have a good day. Really sad, to be honest.
It hurts.
I don't even have
hurts.
words to add to that. It's just, how do I put it now, depleting when you hear comments like this.
It honestly
people
hurts.
who keep this country going continue to have issues with how they are cared for. The cleanup of the Ogoni land is still story. There was so much celebration as to, and they're going to clean up Ogoni land. Till date, we don't know what has happened with that. So let's keep our pinkies crossed.
I want you to, just have a picture of the amount of money that has been since
I can't even
1999
picture it. I don't think I've seen $1 billion in my entire
I mean,
life.
just
Neither has my father
budgeted
seen one.
for the NDDC, those that have been approved, those those funds that were part of the budget that maybe didn't get approved. But imagine the billions and billions of naira.
I only say it on national television. I've never seen it before, so I can't even begin to imagine how it is. It's just crazy. Let's go on a break, and when we come back, we'll take on something else. Still on Nigeria's situation. This time, we're taking a look at the security aspect. We did talk about the bandits sometime this morning. We're talking about them again. Governor Matawale has been dialoguing with them. We know that for a fact. Now he's getting the further endorsement from governors, and we're looking at the situation and asking questions. Is this the way to go? We have people to help us understand this better after this break.
Welcome back. Moving away from a conversation about the NDDC and, of course, its budget, we're now moving back to talking security. Earlier, we had spoken about the bandits, that are ravaging parts of Nigeria. And, of course, Governor Bello Matawale of Zamfara State was found, in parts of his conversations to be dialoguing with bandits. The Nigerian Governors Forum and a couple of them have then, of course, decided to back the idea of dialogue with bandits. We've invited this morning Bernard Oniga to quickly join us and share his thoughts with us. We also would be speaking very likely with Dami Adebayo on the conversation this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on the show.
All right, Bernard, the governors led by the chairman of the Governors Forum, that's Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi, they are commending Governor Matawale for his efforts at ending banditry and dialoguing with bandits to help. And we also know that the aide to the presidency has said that bandits were part of the people who helped, reformed bandits rather, were part of the people who helped to retrieve these Kankara boys. What's your general reaction to our continued dialoguing with these people who take lives without remorse?
Yeah, until you wear the shoes of a sitting governor in the Northwest, like a man like Governor Bello Matawale, you would not understand exactly what he's talking about. Yes, I understand all over the world it is out of place to negotiate with criminals and to negotiate with terrorists. But you see, the federal government that is responsible for security of life and property in Zamfara State and in the Northeast have failed. That is what is apparent. And you want the man, somebody is seated in Abuja, who is the commander-in-chief, and there's the governor, who is the chief security officer of the state. The people can see the governor every day. These are his people. These are his brothers. These are his sisters. These are his friends. These are his associates. And you want him to sit still and watch his people being killed on a daily basis. No reasonable person would do that. So in as much I understand that on grounds of principle, it is out of place to negotiate with criminals, but anybody who occupies the position of Governor Bello would not have a choice at this point when it is obvious that the military, the police, and the DSS has failed in undertaking successfully its activity. I would not at this point blame Governor Bello. I will ask him to go ahead and do everything possible within his power to ensure his people have peace.
All right, I understand we have Dami Adebayo join us as well. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Adebayo.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I don't know if you got part of the contribution made by Bernard Oniga on... Did you?
Yes.
Okay, I want to get your perspective on the commendation. Should he do all that he can, including this dialoguing with bandits, to restore peace in his state?
Absolutely, absolutely as well. I mean, I think what state governors are facing is they have, reached a point where it is clear that there is no development agenda between them and the federal government, and they're in this place where they're dealing with security challenges that are widespread, that, go across state borders as well. So it'd be interesting to find out that, while the bandits might be domiciled in certain states as well, their impacts, the resources, and the things that fund them and keep them, go beyond the powers of the state governor as well. And if dialoguing is the way for him to get some of these ills off short term, we must say as well, because these things are not long-term fixes to the actual problems, then by all means, he should be allowed to engage in it. And we also need to remember that this assertion or this claim that, governments do not negotiate with terrorists is something that is very recent as well, and it's more rhetoric than actually real life as well, because these things do have consequences. I mean, these are real people's lives we're talking about. So if there's any way you can save them, then by all means.
All right. Okay. I'm going to go back to Bernard. Bandits... even if, yes, we had a struggle earlier with understanding why they keep being called bandits when they're not stealing anything. But bandits in a dialogue or negotiation are not going to be asking for foodstuff. They're not going to be asking for rice or chickens. So how do you think this would play out? Does this in somehow, some way mean a never-ending dialogue with these characters? And does this also maybe mean that taxpayers' money and funds from the state might be continuously given to these characters? Does this also mean side-by-side funding terrorism?
You have asked the most relevant question in the line of this conversation, and not just in this interview, generally about the security situation in the Northeast. You've asked a very critical and a very fundamental question. And your question seemed to be that these approaches seem to be an unending circle towards having a lasting solution to the issue of terrorism and banditry in the North. You would know that we've been told before now that there are different variants of the Boko Haram sect. There's the actual Boko Haram that is actually against Western education. There's an economic Boko Haram sect. There's a political Boko Haram sect. And so these people you call bandits are the economic Boko Haram. They have amassed arms and ammunitions, and maybe they have not seen the need to continue with the original intent of the Boko Haram. And so they are rather taking economic advantage of the North. They are rustling cattle, they are stealing crops, they are harvesting crops that farmers have planted and tendered over the years at times of harvest. They are collecting taxes from rural farmers, fishermen, and communities. And so we see that they have an economic agenda. And so now we are talking of negotiating with them. Since money is their focus, it is obvious without gainsaying that money would be the major means of dialogue or the major means of exchange for this dialogue to scale through. And Mr. Adebayo has said something very important, which I must reiterate, and that is the fact that these are immediate measures. They are not lasting solutions. So I'm encouraging the governor to go ahead and deploy these immediate measures of dialogue. It will have to do with exchanging money.
So there is a price to be paid for this, isn't it? He alluded already to the fact that this might, in some obscure way, be encouraging terrorism, as it were. And then you think about the implication of talking with these people. Bandits seem to be crawling out of the woodworks. The dialogue that he has been on since his governorship doesn't seem to be stopping the spate of bandits that are coming out. So what price are we paying for this short-term solution, as it were, to banditry, which a lot of persons would argue doesn't seem to be making much of a headway? I'll stay with you, Mr. Oniga.
Yeah, Felicity, you see, this saddens my heart. This conversation doesn't seem like we have answers to the many questions, because we have not seen the federal government, which is in charge of security of lives and properties. That's its primary and basic duty. If it fails in securing lives and properties, it has failed in everything, and it cannot achieve anything. And in law, we say you cannot put something and nothing on nothing and expect it to stand. Security is the bedrock of every society. And so if you have a commander-in-chief that has failed in commanding the battalions to be able to man security properly in the country, then you have these kind of situations. And so it is sad to say that the federal government of Nigeria has become helpless in this situation. And it is high time, well, it has been admitted over and over again. You don't even need to come out expressly to admit it. But it is sad to note that you and I live in a country where we are not safe, because the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and because the security apparatus and infrastructure in the country can no longer secure our lives and property. It is as good as saying that we do not have a government, in quotes. I know this doesn't sound too right, but that is what it means. If citizens are no longer safe, if citizens will pay allegiance to terrorist sects and group and pay taxes to be able to drive on the road, to be able to go to their farms, Felicity, there's no point for us to curry these things. I understand that the press is being gagged and the press is being censored these days. But let us say it the way it is, because like Dino Melaye have said, if you say the truth, you die. If you don't say the truth, we die. Our government has failed us. And it is high time. I am hoping and I am praying that the government would live up to its responsibility, as it were, because there is no other option at all. All of these pockets of negotiations here and there.
Hold on, Mr. Oniga. I want us to bring in Dami Adebayo. We are running out of time. Dami Adebayo, please quickly, respond to the same question. And also, does this then mean, there should be no expectation of justice for the victims and the families of these thousands of lives that have been lost to banditry?
So we're in a bit of a bind. We're in this situation where, we want peace and we need it to allow economic development to go on as well. But also in this bind where there is no economic development and, there's a proper challenge that we have with poverty as well. And especially in the areas that are hardest hit, you can see recurrently that these are some of the poorest areas in the country as well. So yes, we should do anything that we can to gain peace and then some development, and then maybe we can look towards justice as well. But again, if I lived in one of those communities, I'd probably be singing a different tune. I would definitely want justice, to be served in its most immediate form and term as well. But there's also the realization that maybe the Nigerian states might not be able to deliver that. And, as Mr. Bennett rightly said as well, so we are in a proper bind. For me personally, I would like to see us do everything we can to regain peace as well. And if this means negotiations, if this means punitive measures, hopefully, we hope that the solution does not lead to part of the problem as we have seen with Boko Haram in the north. But
I mean, but if we're already having a conversation about dialogue with bandits, why can't we go on and have a conversation about dialogue with Boko Haram?
Well, I think the thing though is that we can, like he said, like Mr. Bennett said earlier on, that there are, you know, economic aspects to this as well, and then there's obviously the more dogmatic, ideological based parts of this. So if we do understand who we're dealing with at certain points, so if we do know that, you know, the bandits, you know, are asking for resources and for money to keep perpetrating these attacks to get more money, then that's one way to deal with it. If we do look at people being taken advantage of poor economic conditions, ungoverned areas, because say what you will or say what you might about extremist groups, but the areas that Boko Haram did administer in its heydays as well, people willingly pay taxes. I'm not sure there's many people even in urban areas of the country that willingly pay taxes or that believe in the government in the same way as well. And I know that this might seem like a stretch, but it's the same idea. If we do not believe that the government is working towards the benefits of the majority of people, then people wouldn't be obliged to cooperate or pay taxes to this government as well.
All right.
So, yeah, go on.
That's the much time will actually permit us now. I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Dami Adebayo. Always a pleasure to see you.
Great seeing you.
Same, Bernard Oniga. Thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Have a good day. Bye.
The government needs to get to a place where they accept. I hate to say it, but you know, get into a place where you now start to talk about dialogue means accepting defeat.
I'm totally not in. I don't share their sentiment, to be honest. I don't share their sentiment. I know that we're in a dire situation, but if we continue to look for short-term measures to cure a long-term problem, we will continue to only get short-term solutions that are not lasting, very transient, as we see. There is continuing spike in kidnapping, killing, banditry, and we are still negotiating with bandits, and then they do something with the Kankara boys. We come out and we seem to praise repentant bandits. I mean, what really are we trying to achieve?
For the third week running, I would say this again. Until the Nigerian government becomes honest about what truly is going on with regards to insecurity.
Maybe you want to travel to El Dorado.
I mean, we'll continue to
I hear the transport is very expensive.
this is once again, and I wouldn't argue with anyone who says that the reason we have not been able to defeat insurgents and insecurity in Nigeria for the last decade is because it truly is a cesspit of corruption. It is continue to thrive.
You're preaching to the choir, my brother. I'm just saying the transportation to El Dorado is hugely expensive. I don't think I've ever seen that amount, or we can come with that amount to get to El Dorado. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we have the concluding part after breakfast on Plus TV Africa.
Every man is political. Politics is embedded in man from creation.
Evans is talking like we are in a hurry to take the vaccine. We are not.
Everything is really abysmal. Nothing is working in Nigeria.
I've never seen good governance since I was born. I shouldn't die like this. Let us deregulate us all, like she said.
How can you take 300 children while I'm in Katsina and all my security apparatus is around here?
No one saw anything.
It is well with us.
The reality.
My solution is to allow the president, his ministers, the National Assembly, all our elderly take it.
Are you scared of the vaccine?
Let them just take the vaccine. President, lead by example.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. It's the final lap. One of my favorite things to do in life is laugh at Arsenal fans. With no wins in 7 games in the Premier League, Arsenal's problems continue to mount after being dumped out of the Carabao Cup following a catalogue of errors against Manchester City's side that had been misfiring in recent weeks. Arteta was seeking a big performance after a wretched run of form left them languishing 15th in the table, just 4 points above the relegation zone.
You are mean.
I drink Arsenal tears for
You are mean, Osargie.
I bathe in Arsenal
I might not be a fan of either, but you're mean. Udok and Joko, please, what's going on with the theme? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. It's great to be here, but I also love to talk about Arsenal and talk about the problems facing the club. So it's been lingering for months now, and ranging from injury worries to the manager not doing the right thing, to the board. Everything seems to be going wrong for Arsenal, and it's beginning to tell on the club. And they are gradually getting to that point where it's possible for them to get relegated from the English Premier League. Wow. Yeah. Tragic, I know.
You've listed, a couple of possible reasons. Is it time when the board should start searching for a new manager?
Yeah, so that's the thing. I've always asked this question: is Arsenal a firing club? We saw how long Arsene Wenger stayed at the club for so many years. Even when things started going wrong, it took them a while for them to make a decision on Arsene Wenger. It now looked like he resigned on his own. Then when Emery came in, things were not working well for Arsenal, and yes, they had to let him go. Now Mikel Arteta is a club legend. Would he be fired? No one knows. And the recent information we got was that the sports director is fully backing the manager. So it's looking likely that Arteta might be there till the end of the season, but the Arsenal fans say Arteta out.
Is there something wrong with the team? Is there maybe some concern about the makeup of the team itself that is affecting their game time and time again?
True. Every club has a creative angle to it. Arsenal used to have a very creative midfield that helps them score goals, that helps them deliver the passes to the strikers to score these goals. Now, the question has been lingering, what is wrong with Mesut Ozil? Ozil has not played for Arsenal this season, and it's quite obvious that the vacuum his absence has created in the club. Arsenal needs a creative player to help them score goals. Without this, they can't score goals in the club. And currently, it looks like the players are not even ready to play for Mikel Arteta. Everything seems to be going wrong. Aubameyang is the captain of the club. He's not scoring goals. There's no leadership in the team, so everything seems to be falling apart.
Who was brought in to replace Mesut Ozil?
No one. There's a Ceballos who came in from Real Madrid who is still on loan. There's a Thomas Partey who has come in to secure the defensive midfield role and is injured. So there's no replacement for Mesut Ozil, and he's on the side collecting £350,000 per week.
What's
that's
next for Arsenal?
A good life. Well, what next? The next game they have to play will be in the English Premier League against Chelsea. Yes, we know how Chelsea have been firing from all angles. So it just might be another
Are you
loss.
saying their chances are nil?
Very slim. I don't think they can get a victory against Chelsea. But I saw something on the internet yesterday that a former Manchester United player and a legend at Old Trafford, Van der Sar, just might be stepping in to replace Edu as the sports director at Arsenal. So we'll see how that turns out for Arsenal, if it turns out for good or for bad. But one thing is for sure, the Arsenal fans are fed up. They want to get results. They want to get something positive from the performance so far from the club.
All right.
Let's see what happens in the game. Let's not write them out. They still have fans.
That,
Even the dislike that you have for them, they still have fans. Thank you very much, Udoka, for coming on the breakfast.
Big game coming up 9 p.m. tonight.
Yeah,
what actual champions and people who know how to play football.
Look at
they're going to be playing Everton at 9 p.m. tonight. All right.
All right. We'll see how that goes.
All right, thank you everyone for watching The Breakfast this morning. It returns tomorrow, same time here on Plus TV Africa. In the meantime, please do find us on social media. Stalk us if you please. Share your comments, your thoughts and your observation on what we do here for you. We are on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
Remember also to stay safe. It's the most important information that you can get today, and act right in every single way to protect yourself and protect other people around you from the COVID-19 virus and the pandemic. We would love to see you in the new year, and so please stay safe. The news comes up next at 9 a.m. this morning. I will be here for you. Don't go anywhere.
And I will be out of here. Take care and see you soon.
under the bridge in Mendey, Maryland, at the very popular Cane Village, particularly thrilled at the level of creativity being displayed in terms of the artwork here by the artisans. An array of weavers and sellers of baskets, chairs and artistic household furniture made out of cane were all hard at work at the time of my visit to the Cane Village. The men, women and children all seemed engrossed at their day's task. I was welcomed by the president of the Cane Weavers Association, Mr. Edward Apofure. According to Edward, the weavers and sellers were collectively relocated under this bridge in 2002. A hard miss for anyone coming from Ikeja or Ikorodu access. This is a fantastic location. How long has this Cane Village been in existence?
Well, the Cane Village has been existed for a long time ago. We rise from our forefather who founded this industry, established it for year 1974. But we came to register this industry in 1986. It was registered as National Cane Weaver Association. So we have been existed for many years. Before we came on board, we have been a roadside seller, but the government said that they don't want anything else. Anybody want to operate such thing, must come under union and register.
From my observation, more elderly weavers were in sight as I pondered on the posterity of this age-long craft. What exactly does it take to learn this craft? How long would it take an average person to learn how to make something like this?
If you want to learn this work, one thing you need to have is that you have to have patience. This work is not something you can just carry knife and do. You go for process. You got the material which is called cane. And from there, you scrape it. After you scrape it, you tear it. After you tear it, then you now carve it. And this here you are sitting on today now, before we work on it, we have procedure go through before you come like this. We have the framework. After the framework, before you can whip on it. So learning this work is not really a bad thing, and to know this work is not a bad thing. You know, I can tell you today now, we are this business. We have many graduates in this business. And those who finish secondary school are here.
Are they
here? Yes, and some of them can even do this work and now making their life better by go more further their education more. So we create job opportunity. This job is helping young people who are not lazy.
I was eager to meet the university graduate who came into the business for what he described as a lack of jobs in Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the unemployment rate bedeviling the country as of the third quarter of 2018 stood at 23.1%, hence putting the number of unemployed at 20.9 million.
I'm a graduate from University of Port Harcourt. I studied pure and industrial chemistry. I graduated the year 2010, did my NYSC in Ebonyi State, Zia Girls Secondary School in Zangbo. I left the NYSC the year 2014. So, but due to Nigeria and no job creation for we the youth, so we engage ourselves since Nigeria said that everybody should find themselves doing one or two things.
However grateful for the good gift of education, which he said was sponsored by his parents, with hopes of being employed after graduation, he fell back to this craft, which for him portends a means for better livelihood.
So I started doing it right from the year 1990. After my university, since there is no job, I have to fall back to what I know how to do best. So at least I can make money and take care of myself.
He described the various weaving techniques associated with the creation of a variety of cane-woven designs.
As you can see, this one, the cane comes from Delta State. It grows within the riverine areas. There's one that comes from Delta State, Bayelsa State, Rivers State, Edo State, Ondo State, and there are some in Lagos as well. But that in Lagos differs from the one that comes from Delta State. So But we prefer the ones that come from Benin and Delta states. So that is where we have our suppliers from. So now this one is the cane. It's also the same cane that we use in caning kits in the school. So now for me to use this now, example, if I want to make these chairs now, like this one comprises of two materials. This one, there is the wooden part, which is the frame. Before you make the chair like this, you must make the skeleton, which is the frame, with the wood. Then after the wood, then before you get your cane, then after the cane, you cannot just use the cane like this. If you can say that the color of this one and the color of this one, they are two different colors. Then when I get to this stage, now depends on what I want to use it for. Depends on what I want to do. If I want to do this chair, then definitely I'm to chair this into 4 pieces because I'm to use just the back of it. I won't use the inner of it. But if I want to do another design, maybe something like this, I'm going to use the inner of it and the outside.
While this craft had transcended many generations, I could tell it consumed a lot of production time, which affected the ability to meet up with purchase order demands from customers. For this reason, some of the weavers have employed the use of rattan made from polyester, a more expensive but efficient material imported into the country. Macaulay, however, confirmed my assumptions.
The manual processes delays the production. So, and that's the reason why these days we are now shifting from the cane aspects to the one we call the outdoor, the rattan process, which is now the one that has been done through polyester materials. But meanwhile, it's not being done in Nigeria yet, and it's more expensive compared to that of the cane. Like if you see these two materials now, they are different. This one is the rubber one. This one is made from polyester. Then why this one is a cane. So this one is faster in production compared to this.
While the cane weaving procedure can be done in isolation of things like electricity, the rattan procedure may use an electric-powered compressor or one which makes use of fuel. But due to the inconsistent power supply in the country, weavers such as Macaulay settled for compressors which make use of fuel.
Meanwhile, in doing this, there is no how I can do this without the help of this gun and a compressor. Meanwhile, there is a stapler we put inside. Then with the help of the compressor, see, we use this to staple the rubber to it so that at least it can hold. That of the cane aspect of this craft is already weaving out due to the factor of producing it and getting of materials from the forest. And the forest where they get these canes from these days, like the people that supplies us the cane are complaining that the bush are already being burned. Now people that plant these days are now burning the cane. So before they get to the forest where they will get this cane now, it's very, very difficult for them. So now that's the reason why we try to advance into this new technology that the whites, the Americans, the Japanese, the Chinese, they are already using in their own country. And some Nigerians travel abroad and import this thing into Nigeria. If someone comes to me and said he wants this one, he wants like 15 sets of Dick's dining within 1 week, I can boldly tell the clients that he's going to pick it up. But that of the cane, even 1 month, it won't be ready due to the process of preparing your materials, getting your frames ready. Like that of the cane, a set of cane chair, at least you get it for like 150,000. 170,000. But a set of rattan chair, the least amount you can get is 250,000.
This market right here does have a high level of economic benefit for the country if issues such as financial deficit as well as a restructuring of the business can be done by the government. The weavers remain optimistic about their ability to expand and possibly export their products someday. Edward says financial aid from the government would go a long way.
If government shall now say, I want to give individual 500,000 to start. I tell you, when you invest 500,000 for this business by a year, by the end of the year, you will make a return of even 300,000 on top of that 500, even a million. Because during December time, the period of December, when many companies want to do outpass gifts, they come here to have a demand of basket, meaning even when you do not have money, you can never meet up there because they will come, they will demand more than you not even have. So, but you don't have money to do this now, you cannot get it. But at that time, the price will even favor you because that time the price will wait up because there will much demand that time. So if the government help us, will give us money, we do this business, we keep them toward December time, we bring them for sale. You know, when you borrow money for bank, maybe some all these bank microfinance now, you borrow today, tomorrow you are coming to collect the money from you. And this our business does not go like that. You see, we do the business, you give us money, you give us time to work with that money. So by the time maybe 7 months, 8 months, we started to pay. You know, we have produced something that by the time we carry the market or where we want to sell, return that money back will not be a problem at all. But when you give me money today, tomorrow you are coming to, you are trying to keep the business man. You are not making my business to this. We are not buying and selling. It's not this buying and selling this thing. So it's something you produce before you can sell.
For Edward, financial aid from the government and a restructuring of their current location to take on a more tourist look would improve the shortfall in supply as well as make them more competitive in the global market, hence giving way to export.
Like this place we come today now, government can come to this place and turn it to tourist center as cane industry. So whereby they build a good structure and whereby people come and make their daily bread, whereby government can get sort of out of it. It's the looks of this our work now. You have to finish there to export them. It's another problem because we don't have the financial background to carry this work outside for people to buy. We only look at this rata work now. Before we don't know how to do them, but now we are now named them and we know how to do them. So all those things that are even we are going for abroad for, we have them. We have the knowledge, the people who are so intelligent to do this craft work here in Nigeria, in this cane industry. It's just what the government should come and ask us, how can we do it? And we tell them the other side of it, where we need their help.
Macaulay was gracious enough to take me around the cane village on a tour.
This is dining for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chairs. There's going to be a glass of 10 mm on it, which is this. This is a glass. This glass will be on it. If I'm to produce this one now, to do this one alone, it's going to take me about 1 week to produce just one of these. But if I'm to do it in the rattan, it's going to take me maximum of 2 days. I'm done with it. This one cannot withstand the outdoor. It's not something that can withstand rain. And that one can withstand rain. This one is made with raffia. We'll call this one raffia. This material is sort. This material we get this material from Cotonou. Something like this one now is about 2,000.
And how long would it take you to make it?
This one takes about 1 hour. So that's the reason why during the Xmas period, people don't even do chairs.
Amazing, amazing items. I certainly had fun here, and I did get myself some take home as well. For Plus TV Africa, I am Irene Ubani.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste Mal.
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so,
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst.
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
What?
That was it.
Oh!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger. Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig.
And again.
Müssen wir einmal. Oh God, Jesus.
That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production.
kann ja nicht
Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
haben wir die Nachhaltigkeits-
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Kann's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever gonna walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Da hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing.
Lift off.
If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you.
Lift off.
If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time.
Lift off.
Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID.
Lift off.
As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes. It's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's all so unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home, but I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lukas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different.
Ganz anders sein.
Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
The Oshafa Pottery Center lies in the ancient village of Oshafa in Buari Area Council on the northern axis of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It was established in 1991 as part of Mariam Babangida's Better Life for Rural Women project during her tenure as First Lady, showcasing the skill and creativity of women potters in Oshafa community. Sadly, the center, which was a major tourism attraction site and could boast of visits from former U.S. President Bill Clinton, former Egyptian military and political leader Hosni Mubarak, one-time British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and the former Swiss Vice President Ruth Mesler, has now become a shadow of itself. PLUS TV Africa, in collaboration with Google Nigeria, alongside media practitioners, journalists, and social media influencers, visited the famous Pottery Center to showcase it as one of the important landmarks on Google Maps in Abuja, Nigeria.
Google Maps has transit information for nearly several thousand agencies, which means transport agencies for all around the world who provide transit for people, and more than 3.8 million stations in the world. Over 1 billion kilometer worth of transit results every day. And that's mind-blowing.
We were given a demonstration of the local way of making a pot such that designs are achieved using local tools. For example, twisted strings or notched wood over the surface of the clay.
She tends to go round and round about the pot until she achieves the desired shape and height. Then there are some tools equally here she has that she used to equally design it, then shaping it, then smoothing it. You have to turn and turn. She has to turn around so that the wall will be even. If you don't turn, the wall will not be even. The essence of she turning is for the wall to be round, for the clay to be even round. You can see one other tool here. That one is like a rag.
Are you serious? Out of that small. Wow.
If they didn't show you, it's magic. This is dance.
Wow. Magic.
That's how stars do.
The range of beautiful products created include incense burners, teapots, beads, plates, candle stands, water jars, cooking pots, bowls, and flasks. The people of the Oshafa community have been relentless in sustaining this ancient tradition of pottery making, while they hope the government will come to their aid in terms of investment and well-packaged products for exportation, which will generate more revenue and better their means of livelihood. Elsie Godwin reporting for PLUS TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to PLUS Reports, a compilation of stories that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku.
Nigerians woke up to the new directive on SIM card registration using the national identity number. Otherwise, the mobile numbers will be blocked by the end of the year. Reactions have continued to trail this move among Nigerians.
2 days ago, the NCC, after a stakeholders meeting, issued a statement asking Nigerians to register their SIMs using their national identity card number, NIN. But many Nigerians who spoke to Plus TV Africa felt the 2-week ultimatum is not feasible.
It's a good innovation, but it's coming at the wrong time. Because it's coming at the period of where we're having the second wave of COVID-19. And the timeline that is given is very short.
SIM you have been using, you've registered for some years. Now they ask you to come and do blah, blah, blah. It's not fair, it's unfair.
It makes sense to me, the whole SIM card registration rule. And I heard recently that now that you need your national ID for it. And I registered for my national ID years ago and I still haven't gotten it. So I don't understand what gives.
As Nigerians continue to describe the registration as ill-timed because of the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, the NCC maintains it is the right way to go.
For the telephone subscribers, the idea is that the NIN is your unique ID. And irrespective of the number of networks that you have subscribed to, you have one unique ID. Currently, you have situations where individuals have different network subscriptions, and it is difficult to manage identities across those different networks. What a unique ID does is that regardless of the number of networks that you've subscribed to, you can be identified without any ambiguity.
Plus TV Africa visits the National Identity Card Office, which was shut down as at 2 p.m. Experts say it would be almost impossible to register over 50 million Nigerians within a 2-week window.
Everywhere you go, there are layers and layers and layers of identity, from your BVN to the address verification system to your international passport, to your, driver's license. All of these are unique numerical or alphanumeric identifiers that can properly identify someone.
It is wrong. It is untimely. The decision is completely out of place. Putting a nation of almost 200 million to register or perfect their registration in 2 weeks is completely wrong, out of play.
Though the move is seen as a way to clamp down on the rising wave of insecurity, which include terrorism, banditry, and others, maybe shifting the 2 weeks deadline should be considered to enable everyone, especially those who are yet to even process their national identity cards. Another worrisome situation for the country is the second wave of COVID-19, and the Kano state government says it will recall all volunteer health workers and other frontline fighters to help curb the pandemic.
All those health workers, NGOs, development partners, our various health programs that came up with different type of blueprints, engaging different personalities. I think we have to be on the same page so that we take this fight back to community level.
There is no better time than now for us to put our hands together to support what policy this administration is bringing to ensure that we contain finally this pandemic in the state.
Well, this is also a reminder to everyone that the virus is still very much out there and to ensure strict compliance of the guidelines. Restructuring of the country has been in the news and have yielded to somewhat agitation and argument like the one from the former Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi, and Lagos-based lawyer Femi Falana, who have argued in the favor of the restructuring of the country.
Both speakers amplified their voices that restructuring should rather be seen as a bid for equitable distribution of wealth and resources between the federal and state governments and building of strong systems through strong moral values. Guest lecturer Femi Falana, SAN, who delivered the lecture titled Restructuring and the Liberation of Nigeria, said defects in the federal system forms the legitimate demand for urgent restructuring in order to liberate the people. It said the way forward is that the struggle for restructuring requires building a peaceful and united Nigeria rooted in social justice, equity, and genuine freedom.
And my position, therefore, is that our governors must put on their thinking caps and challenge Abuja. Nobody is going to give you your freedom. Restructuring is about freedom. And unless you fight the authorities in Abuja, nobody is going to give you restructuring. Particularly, the APC government put restructuring in their manifesto and program. But upon getting to power, President Buhari says no. And Buhari is not alone. President Obasanjo was there for 8 years. Jonathan for 5 years. Yar'Adua about 2 years. The North has produced 2 presidents. The South, 2, between 1999 and now. None of those presidents has ever, while in power, believed in restructuring. It's when they're out of power that they start talking about restructuring.
The University Chancellor, the 14th Emir of Kano, Muhammad Sanusi, in his remarks said there is a difference between restructuring, secession, division, and civil war. He noted that some are using ethnic profiling to divide the country.
States of origin. The Constitution goes to the extent of saying there must be a minister from every state in the Federation. That is all. Whether these ministers are competent or idiots, whether they went to school or did not go to school, it doesn't matter, they can all be men in their 70s, no woman. The youth do not have to be represented. In other words, our concept of diversity is so limited.
The EKSU Vice Chancellor, Professor Edward Olanipekun, earlier in his welcome address, said the Nigerian nation, perhaps because of the colonial mode of evolution, still remains contentious.
In view of the prevailing developments in the country, and as part of our contributions towards nation building, the topic for this year's convocation lecture has been carefully chosen such that the recommendations therein will be able to, hopefully, address fundamental issues, urgently desiring a collective interrogation as a nation. The lecture, as well advertised, is titled Restructuring and the Struggle for the Liberation of Nigeria.
As this debate is resuscitated, it is only expected that its sustenance is largely dependent on fairness and equity from all parts of the country.
Well, the take-home message here is that everyone should be concerned with the things that will enable growth of the nation. Now, this borders on enabling and encouraging our local produce to foster economic growth. Wife of the Ekiti State Governor, Bisi Fayemi, has advised the federal government to ban importation of foreign fabrics to enable local producers to thrive.
What we need is to build the capacity of local producers so that we can take control of the value chain and our designers or dressmakers can have something to work with. The fashion industry can provide employment for hundreds of thousands of young people. And I'd like us to be able to tap into this, and they need to be supported in any way they can.
She said she already got a place for us that we used as the Ekiti State Fashion Hall. And she did say again that whatever that remains, we will cross the bridge when we get there, which is an excellent achievement for today's program, because that is our dream. Our dream is to have Ekiti State Fashion Hall so that all fashion designers in Ekiti State will be there to reach out to the people and to sew for people, to sew uniform for schools. Anybody can go there to patronize them.
Well, of course, we can't deny the fact that Nigerians are endowed with remarkable skills and talents, which should be encouraged. And now to Edo State. Lack of staff welfare was the point the aggrieved members of the staff of the Edo City Transport Service have raised as they protested against what they claimed as poor operational services by the authorities.
Road service because we don't use cash, we use e-card. Once we close, the 2 shifts we are ruling. Once we close, it should be giving us the driver 1,000 naira, the hostel for 500 naira. As a transport allowance going home.
We dey work every day. They know they break us for house, but when month end we know they see money. Even the 5 months when our government pay for us that time for COVID time, if they charge us 5,000, what will happen? We don't know what happen. We just the surprise say a lot they come 5,000 they come out for salary. Money will not reach to buy bag of rice. They see they remove 5,000. I beg. I need that again. Make una go help us. We dey suffer.
The issue at stake is that about 20 of them they are involved in a disciplinary action right now.
20 of them?
Yes. Interstate drivers, their transport manager, the chief security officer. Oh. We bought some Sienna cars, invited other Sienna car owners, and started using our loading bay and our stations to load for their own personal gain. It's obvious that people that were paid 5 months seated at home cannot rationally be protesting now.
Now the hope here is that the state government gets to do the needful. Now to education. Irregular payment of salaries was blamed on the failure of many students to pay their fees as at when due. This is according to the management of the Ekiti State University, Ado Ekiti.
This university is not also exempted from the adverse aspects of the COVID-19. And of course, the IGR of the university has drastically, been reduced. But yet, we still thank God, at least that we still stay afloat. So, COVID-19, no doubt, has actually, reduced the IGRs of the university. And some of the things that we intend to do, to show up the revenue of the university by the grace of God, we begin to be witnessed by people as soon as normalcy returns to the university. In other words, as soon as full academic activities return to the university.
Well, looking at the other side of it, some of the students have their parents as lecturers and university workers that can only pay fees when their parents must have been paid salaries. Who really should be blamed here? You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break.
The Breakfast, dissecting and analyzing top stories in the news.
The mess of 16 years cannot be clean, and so for 2 years, they also started adding mess to the mess.
If the terrorists killed 100 people, that is probably not news. If they killed the governor, that is a big achievement.
Nigerians are really upset. Labour cannot go there to discuss for the generality of Nigerians.
Join the conversation online on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Send us your comments via WhatsApp on 0906 000 5719. If you have an opinion, share it with us. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thanks for staying with us. and this is on curbing insecurity. Did you know information and intelligence sharing will go a long way in tackling insecurity and terrorism? You and I have been asked to collaborate with security agencies to help curb insecurity once and for all. Our correspondent, Idiong Joseph, filed the report.
Out of 254 entries received, only 135 qualified for the competition. Another 54 made it to the finals, while 18 out of these were selected for their excellent performance.
Build more of your time, eh?
Organizers of the awards said the Security and Emergency Management Award, now known as SEMA, was initiated to reward excellence in the management of security and response obligations.
The idea is to publicly acknowledge and celebrate the best of the best among them with a view to creating resilient and professional approach in the management of security and emergency situations in the country. We believe that by instituting this award, these agencies and individuals behind them will be further motivated in their patriotic duties.
The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami, who backed the Best Minister of the Year award, during the event tasked all stakeholders to contribute their quota to strengthening Nigerians' cyberspace in a bid to foster economic development.
The African cybersecurity sector is estimated at 2.3 billion and projected to become 3.6 or 4.2 billion by 2023. Therefore, the awards come at a crucial and no better a time than now. The task of developing the national digital economy is a huge one, and we call on all stakeholders to make an input to the process and support the implementation.
Also in attendance was a representative of the Director General of the Department of State Service, DSS, Yusuf Bichi, who also tasked citizens to partner with security agencies. Bichi says there is a need for citizens to provide relevant information needed to tackle the insecurity challenges bedeviling the country.
The information that security agencies need to bring, have you brought it? The support you need to give security agencies, have you given it? Now, if we have not done all of this, it is time for us to have a rethink. It is time for us to have a change of mind, to rededicate ourselves to nationhood.
Some of the award recipients expressed their excitement on the award.
I'm happy that the modest effort that we are putting into securing this country is recognized.
People should see the level of involvement in day-to-day activities as if we are not a monster to them.
The Security and Emergency Management Award, SEMA, is an annual event organized to celebrate the best in performance among the military, security, intelligence and response agencies, as well as individuals and group performance of security and paramilitary personnel. Idiong Joseph, Plus TV Africa.
When you see something, you say something. Well, that was borrowed from some advocates. But let's always bear in mind that it requires collective effort to tackle this lingering issue of insecurity. Anti-Humanitarian Act, the wife of the Imo State Commissioner of Police and the chairperson Police Officers' Wife Association Power Imo State Chapter, has empowered 32 widows, indigent women, and victims of EndSARS protest.
The motivation for this program is the neglect often suffered by the families of policemen who loses their breadwinner in the course of active service. It will be recalled that recently the Nigerian Police Force, and in particular the Imo State Police Command, lost some policemen to EndSARS protest.
It's unfortunate the event of the past few weeks, which really draw the police, not only in this state, but in the entire country back a little. But after the EndSARS, we have picked up from where we left. And we are going after the criminals once again.
I received a pop machine
I'm very much happy to be participant in this occasion today. Since my husband died in 2016, and I suffer, but I thank God for today that mommy has make me to start a business that will make me to eat with my family.
My own is Gladden Engine, Gladden Nation. Since I lost my husband, this is the first time I've been given this kind of a thing. I've never experienced that before. I say, may God, Almighty God bless her.
Quite commendable gesture there. And this is about Christmas that is very much around the corner. But what bothers most Lagos residents is the usual glitz and glamour of Christmas decoration, and even the atmosphere seems missing. What could be responsible? Plus TV correspondent Destiny Momo tried to find out.
The year 2020 has been an unpredictable year, from the announcement of COVID-19 case on February 28 to lockdown of businesses, schools, worship centers, and later EndSARS protest in October. It's now time to celebrate Christmas, but the usual colors and beautiful fireworks and celebrations in the season of Christmas are obviously missing in the popular Ajose Adiogun Street in Victoria Island, Lagos.
I found out that the normal decoration we normally see here, this Ajose, is not there. So I began to wonder what happened and why. Unlike before, we are not really feeling it the way we usually do. We all know what happened, and we believe it's because of what has happened. That is why we are not really feeling it the way we ought to.
The money you use to buy flowers, use it to feed the needy. There are people that are hungry on the street. Christmas is not in the air, it's in the heart. It's what I feel in the heart that matters than what I feel going on around me. So it's what you feel in your heart that you share to the people around you. If you can't feel Christmas within you, forget it, you can't feel it in the air. So that's how it is for me.
People attest that even the feel of Christmas in the air is obviously not glaring as it were.
It's just like we are in the normal months. It's just like we're in the normal time. We don't even have any feeling that this Christmas or Christmas season. Because look at everywhere is just boring. Nothing is happening. COVID-19 or no COVID-19. But at least we're supposed, at least this season, we're supposed to be like a normal season that we used to celebrate before.
Now, wow, may God help us, because this time around now, we don't even feel anything at all. Because as these days and this year be, may God help us and support us with everything. We don't even perceive anything. We're not passive.
Again, there is looming reports and rumors speaking volumes of a more severe second phase of the lockdown after the festivity. The question is, can the mood still be reenacted in the coming days? Or better still, the effect of the pandemic will be a thing of the past in 2021. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Well, you will agree with me that this 2020 Christmas season is unusual, but we do hope to have the very best of it no matter what. And this is on another humanitarian act. A non-governmental organization, Rotary Club Owerri, and another group called Amiable Moms have decided to put smiles on the face of some stranded patients at the Federal Medical Center Owerri by offsetting their medical bills to enable them celebrate Christmas with their families.
What we are doing today is to offset the bills of some indigent patients in this hospital. And so far, we have offset the bill of 5 different patients. These are people that we have not met before. These are people that we do not know. These are people that we may never meet again.
So like today, we are in Federal Medical Center to pay bills for those that cannot be able to pay their bills. Some of them have been discharged for long and they're not able to pay their bills due to one problem or the other. Is to make sure that the poor smiles and the needy goes home from the hospital. the indigent ones smiles, especially this Christmas period, when everybody's eating and whining and some people are in the ward crying. So we decided that we'll be helping out to those that need our help.
And on this goodwill, we call it a wrap on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Ubiuku. Thanks for watching.
Nigeria sometimes is often misrepresented in the media. We get a lot of backlash when a small percentage of Nigerians commit crime or get into trouble. Here is an attempt to shine the light on some Nigerians in the diaspora, making the motherland proud. Akinwumi Adesina, the 8th elected president of the African Development Bank. He was first elected to the position on May 28, 2015. He also secured a second term in the position. He is an economist and agricultural development expert with over 30 years' experience. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in agricultural economics from the University of Ile-Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria. He also won the prestigious Rockefeller Foundation Social Science Fellowship in 1988, which launched him into his international career. As the Minister of Agriculture, he turned the agricultural sector around within 4 years. He is a prolific writer who has authored over 70 scholarly publications on policy, agricultural, and African development issues. Paulina Ibokwe, the first and black Nigerian woman to become the chairman of Universal Studio Group. Ibokwe was born in Nigeria in the 1960s and lived with her family in the village, which was affected by bomber planes during the Nigerian Civil War, and moved to the United States at the age of 6. She earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from Yale University and an MBA from Columbia University. Before her appointment, she was the head of the television arm of the company, a position no black woman has held before her. Ibokwe has also held the role of Executive Vice President, Drama Development, where she was involved in television shows such as Dexter, Masters of Sex, Nurse Jackie, State of the Union, The Underground, Soul Food, and more. Kelechi Madu, also known as Casey, he is a Nigerian lawyer recently named Minister of Justice in Alberta, Canada. He is also the first black man to hold this position. He relocated to Canada with his wife in 2005. Before then, he had graduated from the University of Lagos with a law degree and had been called to the Nigerian bar. Before his recent appointment, he was a member of the Legislative Assembly of the province representing the district of Edmonton Southwest after winning the 2019 Alberta general election. Kekelomo Lawal, newly appointed Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. The graduate of Harvard Law School was just recently the Chief Legal Officer, Ombudsman, and Corporate Secretary at Interact Corporation and has over 20 years of progressive leadership experience, including legal expertise as both a trial and transactional lawyer. Lawal is also a strong advocate for inclusion, speaking regularly on the importance of inclusion across multiple dimensions, including gender, race, ethnicity, and life experience. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was appointed Minister of Finance for the Federal Republic of Nigeria in July 2011. She previously served as the Managing Director of the World Bank. She also organized several World Bank initiatives to assist low-income countries. Okonjo-Iweala was educated at Harvard University and has a PhD in Regional Economics and Development from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She is a recipient of many awards, such as the Time Magazine's European Hero of the Year Award 2004, Euromoney Magazine 2005 Global Finance Minister of the Year and more. In 2006, she was named by Forbes magazine as one of 100 most powerful women in the world. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is currently a candidate for the post of the Director General of the World Trade Organization. She has been endorsed by President Muhammadu Buhari. To these individuals and many more Nigerians breaking records, we say the motherland is proud of you.
Governor Seyi Makinde is not the leader of the Southwest PDP, so says former Governor Ayodele Fayose. And Rivers APC crisis takes a new turn as Rotimi Amechi is suspended by the chairman of an opposing faction in the state. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome. This is Plus Politics. Let's get talking. The crisis rocking the Southwest chapter of the People's Democratic Party PDP has been infused with a new development. Former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, has stated that the Oyo State Governor, Seyi Makinde, is not the leader of the region's PDP. He noted that leadership should be earned and not for anyone as a title. He said, and I quote, "Governor Makinde is not my leader. He is my follower. Respect should beget respect. I have been a warrior." End of quote. Okay, still part of the things he said. They thought I would be with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission now, but I am surviving. End of quote. Joining us to discuss this, we have the spokesperson to former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, Mr. Liri Olayinka. Good evening, Mr. Liri Olayinka.
Yeah, good evening.
And also joining us in this conversation is a chieftain of the PDP based in Lagos, Dr. Tokunbo Pierce, who is, just to put it on record, an ardent supporter of Governor Seyi Makinde. Good evening, Dr. Pierce. Please, I would beg that you move your mouth close to the phone so that we can hear you more audibly. Let me start with Mr. Olayinka. I remember the last time we had this conversation, you were very, very unequivocal that the governor of Oyo State is not in doubt that he's a leader of the party, but he cannot, be supporting two different factions. That seems to be your disagreement with him. Is your language different from that of your principal this time around?
Well, like I've maintained, you also remember that I did say that leadership is not by appointment. It's not a chieftaincy title. And you should also remember that I did say that the leadership of the party is not what is enshrined in the constitution of PDP. There's nowhere it is written that Mr. ABCD will be leader on the basis of positioning. So. There's nothing different from what I've said with what my boss, Ayo Fayose, has also said. Leadership is about you saying, "Oh, I am." It is about me considering that you are my leader. It's not about you saying you are my leader, and that is how it is. It is the right of Governor Ayodele Fayose to choose who we want to see as a leader, or who we want to see as not being a leader. He has said his own opinion as he feel that it should be. It is his right. It is also the right of those who are concluding that Governor Seyi Makinde is their leader. As for me now, as far as PDP Southwest is concerned, Governor Seyi Makinde is not my leader, because as far as I'm concerned, he met me in this party. He joined this party in 2018, and so he met me here. He cannot come to PDP 2018 and now begin to also lord himself over us. He has never been a consistent member of PDP.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dr. Pierce, if I understand what Mr. Leroy Olayinka is saying, I think it agrees with the statement of the former president of the United States, talking about Abraham Lincoln, that no one is good enough to be a leader without the consent of others. Is that the case that the former governor of Ekiti State has stated here?
The former governor of Ekiti State has the right to determine who his leader will be in the Southwest or anywhere else. If he chooses to say that Seyi Makinde is not his leader, he has every right to do that. The issue, however, is what determines leadership in the Southwest PDP. If Seyi Makinde, the only governor, elected governor that the PDP has in the Southwest, is not the leader of the Southwest, then who is the leader of the Southwest? Is it the former governor of Ekiti State that is the leader of the Southwest, or who else? This is the issue. Leadership, according to Makinde's Fayose spokesperson, is not by appointment. Very true. But Makinde is not governor by appointment. He is the governor of Oyo State by election, the voice of the people. And it is through that medium of the voice of the people that elected him as the governor of Oyo State that he has become, by convention, the leader of the Southwest PDP. Now, that is not to say that Fayose cannot determine, because evidently Fayose is a man who has no leader and has no direction and has no focus except to destabilize and cause confusion.
Okay.
So if he wants to say he has no leader, that's his own problem. But that does not mean that Makinde is not the leader of the Southwest. Everybody in the Southwest cannot accept any one person as their leader.
Okay, thank
you.
In
a democracy, you have election. Some people will vote for you, others will not.
Okay, Mr.
But
Pierce,
as soon as
Dr.
you
Pierce,
get the highest vote,
Dr. Pierce,
Dr.
Pierce, I know this is already getting into some physical name calling, but just to stay with you before I go back to Mr. Olayinka, can we also look at the import of the statement made by the former governor of Ekiti State that there was a clandestine move to get him behind, to be arrested by EFCC, that if such a person is doing this to him, how can that person be called a leader? Not just his leader, but that is not the attribute of a leader. Have you considered that statement, looking at the statement that was made when he came out of the net of EFCC at that time? Dr. Pierce, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please, did you hear my question?
Well, look, I think I understand the question. It appears to me that for Fayose, leadership is determined by rascality. Leadership is determined by notoriety. In other words, in those days, in many African countries, it is only when you have gone to jail and you come out that you can now boast to be a leader. I think that is the mentality that Fayose has.
Okay,
if he wants to claim to be a leader because he has gone through hellfire and he has survived, because he has abused everybody from predicting that Buhari would die to insulting every leader he knows, that makes him a leader. That makes him the leader of the area boys.
Okay, Dr. Pierce, I think I need to please put a caution here. Please, let's watch our use of words here and stay on the issues that has been raised by the former governor of Ekiti State. Mr. Olayinka, I know you're itching to respond, but I don't know if you can go a different route by looking at the issues rather than name calling. Go ahead.
Well. I'm going to go into issues because, like those who know me know that I don't join pigs to wrestle. I don't wrestle with pigs, so I won't go gutter with
that's a worse one. That's a worse name calling.
When the man was calling a former governor that somebody who was governor twice that he does not have focus, you did not stop it.
I tried to.
When he was talking about Fayose being leader of area boys, the issue here is that Fayose has been governor of Ekiti twice. I want to ask these people who are in Lagos, what have they been in Lagos? What have they been able to deliver for PDP? The man that they call their leader in Lagos, as if for once be delivered his polling unit. We are talking about leadership by political achievement. Fayose has been governor twice. He won election in Ekiti State twice. He defeated incumbent twice. He has done that twice. Let them also bring their results. Let them bring what they have been able to do politically. Have they been able to deliver anything for PDP in Lagos State? The answer is no. And I understand the problem of the fellow that just spoke. They have been running PDP in Lagos State like a merchandise. When there is election, they take PDP to Bodilon and they sell PDP to the man at Bodilon, and they collect money. They go back to their house, share the money, and wait for another 4 years. That is not going to happen any longer. PDP must get focused. PDP must be made to be able to win election in Lagos, and that is the page that we are. Let me now go to the issue of leadership. Like I have said, Governor Seyi Makinde was elected governor of Oyo State. He was not elected premier of Southwest. He was elected governor of Oyo State. He was not elected governor of Ekiti State. And I've asked questions on several platforms. Because we have one governor in the Southwest, what about zones, regions where we have 3-4 governors? Who is now the leader of PDP in the South where we have 6 governors? Who is the leader of PDP in the North Central, where we have 3 governors? Who is the leader of PDP in the Northwest, where we have 2 governors? You see, it is leadership like he has also consented. It's not, it is by convention, it is by consent, it is people conceding leadership. And if by act, by attitude, by pronouncement of Governor Seyi Makinde, he has not lived up to that responsibility of being called a leader. Whose fault? Let me take you to the issue of EFCC. The last time we spoke, I was so diplomatic. I was like, oh, the issue will be resolved and all that. But when Governor Seyi Makinde now choose to go to the public glare and say that Governor Fayose was hobnobbing with APC because of the case he has with EFCC, that to me is the height of political irresponsibility. And Fayose was taken to EFCC because of his stand for PDP. When Fayose was the only voice of PDP in this country, where was Governor Seyi Makinde? Okay. Of course, he was Mr. in SDP. He was in SDP.
Mr. Olayinka, before you accuse me of not giving you room, I think I've given you enough room to respond to that. Trust me, I'll be back to you. And it appears that the name calling is becoming a difficult thing to avoid. But I will try my best. I will try my best to stay on the issues. Dr. Pierce, now, irrespective of what Mr. Olayinka has said, there is a germane question that he has asked. If you agree that this is by convention, and he has also asked this question, if it is not only Seyi Makinde that is the governor of PDP in Southwest, where is this title issue coming from? Do they have any, any legitimate power to decide who becomes the chairman of a state to take some basic decision?
This issue of leadership in any geopolitical zone is not in the Constitution per se. You remember when Trump won the first election, he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes to Mrs. Clinton, and millions of people got on the streets and said, "He's not my president." That is their prerogative. They did not vote for him. He is not their president. Nonetheless, you cannot contest the fact that since he won the election legally, he has become the president of the country. This is democracy. So I agree with Governor Fayose, who says he does not accept Makinde as his leader. Fine, but for goodness sake, leave the political terrain to be conducted the way it should be conducted, which is to say, look, democracy is governorship, rulership by convention and by gentlemen's agreement. Look, I don't want to call former Governor Fayose any names, but his own actions convict him. Look, this issue is a question of understanding and consensus. Look at what happens in any election. When you lose, you concede. You don't say the dog and the baboon will both be soaked in blood. This is what Fayose is doing now. We know that Makinde is not the governor of Ekiti. He's not the governor of Ogun State. And the spokesperson gave an example. He said, what about in geopolitical zones when there are more than one governor? All of those governors become the leaders of the party in that zone. It is only because we have one that Makinde becomes automatically the leader. Please understand that. Also, this man keeps saying we've not achieved anything in Lagos. I don't want to call you any names, but please, you use your common sense and think about it. We may not have got governor. I said it to you before. We've had 6 members of the House of Representatives. We have won elections to 22 council seats in Lagos. We have won 8 elections to the Lagos State Assembly. And we are trying our best in every election.
Okay.
When Governor Fayose was the Southwest, was the governor of Ekiti, and the only governor we had in the geopolitical zone. You remember, he was automatically, by convention, by gentleman's agreement, to be the leader of the Southwest.
Okay, Dr. Pierce.
And he led
Dr.
us
Pierce.
astray.
Dr. Pierce, let's continue our conversation from that realm, and I will allow Mr. Olayinka to either support that view you just raised, giving us some statistics. I am also aware some of these figures you put out there that they are not. It's not something you debate. I know PDP wants some seats, but probably he has a different interpretation to what he was saying. And also, what about the reference he made that when Fayose was the governor, it was not a dispute that this is the leader in the region?
You see, it is when it is convenient for us, we push position. And I have stayed in this party enough to know how things were done in the past. In 2016, for instance, PDP had two governors in the Southwest, Fayose and Mimiko of Ondo State. Then, when we were having the Sona Congress in Akure, other people were also having Sona Congress in Ijebu-Igbo. Some people, most of these people are saying, oh, Father Makinde is now the supreme leader of PDP in the Southwest. Insisted then that late Senator Buru Dikashamu was the leader of the party in the Southwest. Even when we had two governors, this is not the first time. Even when we had two governors, some of them were going to Ijebu-Igbo to meet with Senator Buru Dikashamu as leader of the PDP in the Southwest. That was the person they agreed was leader of the party in their own estimation. It was their right. Nobody questioned them. Nobody caused. There was nothing like this. And let me also say this, frankly, expressly, when Fayose was the only governor of PDP in the Southwest, and I will give one example. In Osun State, Senator Omishore, who was very, very close to Fayose then, wanted Shibayo Faforiji as chairman of PDP in Osun State. Omishore wanted Faforiji as chairman. The other people in Osun wanted Shoji Adagunodo as chairman. Why did Fayose why did he not insist that time? Why did he not impose Bayo Faforiji as chairman of PDP in Osun State? At the end of the day, it was Shoji Adagunodo that emerged as PDP chairman, not Bayo Faforiji that was supported, that was promoted by Omishore, who was, and I will say this today, one of the reasons that Senator Omishore had to fall out with Fayose was because Omishore felt Fayose ought to abuse his position as the only governor in the Southwest to impose his candidate in Osun over the people of Osun State, PDP of Osun State. Fayose did not do that. Then was Fayose the one? Let me conclude this. Was Fayose the one who made Salvador chairman of PDP in Lagos State? Did he? Did Fayose make Chief Alhaji Kumi Mustafa PDP chairman in Osun State in Oyo State?
Okay. Okay, Mr. Olayinka, let's round up this conversation, and that is actually my concern as a moderator. And if Dr. Pierce could help me, I think I wish that next time we have this conversation, it shouldn't be about who is the leader. It shouldn't be about two factions. It should be about, let's calm some nerves. Let's come together. See if I'm a member of PDP. You guys can come together and actually provide
my brother,
a viral opposition.
Can I come in there, finally? And my brother, can I come in there finally?
You will come in.
I said this the last time you had me here.
Okay.
What is happening in PDP is normal. It is normal.
It is not looking normal again.
It is normal. It is not looking normal, but it will be normal. It is a struggle for control. I said it. We are going to be having Sona Congress next year, early next year, maybe January or February or March. We are going to have Sona Congress. And as it is, there are two candidates now. There's one from Oyo, there's one from Ondo. At the end of the day, there will be election. Whoever emerges as Zona
and you will agree.
PDP, all of us will line up behind that person and will follow the person. It's as simple as that.
Okay,
I'm saying is that
I think your point is clear.
Let me conclude.
We don't have that time, Mr. Olayinka.
It is okay. Quickly, it is a game. Fayose is playing his own game. Others should also play their own game. It is as simple as that.
Okay, good. Let's hope it's as simple as that. Is that the position of Dr. Kumbo Pierce? That let's leave the divisions going until there is a convention or a congress.
I agree with Fayose spokesman entirely. This is the political game that is being played. In fact, Plato, the great philosopher, defined politics as war by other means. So this is war you are seeing now, especially in a democracy as practiced in PDP. All I appeal to the former governor of Ekiti is that he should play this game with decency. He should play this game with the understanding that if he is too aggressive and too negative about this game, that it may destroy the team. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I apologize if Governor Makinde said anything about EFCC problem for the former Ekiti governor, because I know that it was working for PDP that got him into trouble. That is true. But campaigning against Makinde does not help the party in any way.
Okay, good.
Campaign for your candidates in the zonal congress, which is what this is about, by the way. It's mainly about the zonal congress. So let us say campaign for your candidate, but for goodness sake, keep it civil so that at the end of the day, we can all come together for the progress of the party.
Thank you so much. That's a very wonderful way that two of you have ended this conversation. And I must say a big thank you to Larry Olayinka, who is the spokesperson to former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. And a big thank you to Dr. Tokunbo Pierce, a chieftain of PDP in Lagos. And I must also say that a former governorship aspirant in PDP here in Lagos. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And thank you for joining us. Our viewers will take a short break now. And when we return, the war brewing in the Rivers State chapter of the APC is up next for discussion. Please don't go anywhere.
Every man is political. Politics is embedded in man and from creation.
Evans is talking like we are in a hurry to take the vaccine. We are not.
Everything is really abysmal. Nothing is working in Nigeria.
I've never seen good governance since I was born. I shouldn't die like this. Let us deregulate us all, like she said.
How can you take 300 children while I'm in Katsina and all my security apparatus is around here?
No one saw anything.
It is well with us.
The reality.
My solution is to allow the president, his ministers, the National Assembly, all our elderly
who are
take
not
his
suffocate generation.
Let them just take the vaccine. President, lead by example.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. It's to Plus Politics. The Minister of Transportation and former Governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, has been suspended by the Ugo Aguma-led, that's Ugo Aguma All Progressive Congress faction in the state. This new development has deepened the crisis in the state chapter of the party, adding that both camps strived to gain control of the APC ahead of the 2023 general elections. The Amici faction of the party at the weekend declared the suspension of former Senator Magnus Abe, Igo Aguma, Livingstone Wichi, Wogu Bombs, and all caretaker committee leaders inaugurated by Aguma. Joining us to discuss this is Francis Chilaka, a political analyst. Good evening, Mr. Chilaka.
Good evening.
Yeah, let's quickly look at this issue. And for many political watchers like you, I think the worry is, hasn't APC in Rivers State learned their lessons with what happened in 2019? Or you have a different interpretation to what is going on?
Well, the truth is that the Nigerian political landscape, people don't learn. People don't, they think it's all Uhuru, but yet it is not. I think that the issue happening in Rivers State will continue so long as we have situations where ex-governors want to impose who would be the next governor. They want to impose who will be a senator. They fail to understand that the moment you leave government house, you should give room to whoever is there. Yes, in the last election, with all this kind of brouhaha, they didn't have a candidate and they lost out. It's obvious they haven't learned, and it's going to happen again because the people themselves, I think the people don't even want APC in Rivers State. So everybody is working hard to ensure that Rivers State does not have a sustainable APC on ground.
Okay, because I'm looking at it now, maybe for a second, let's think a bit like Nigerian politicians, to look at the investment of the person of Rotimi Amechi. This was someone whom a lot of people were shocked that he could leave PDP to join APC and worked for the party, as it were, and it is also on record that he spent so much to bring the party to where it is. Don't you think such a person, it might be difficult for him to just hands off and watch things happen without his influence?
Well, we need to understand that Nigeria is evolving and the political landscape is evolving. People are beginning to become more politically aware and conscious. You can't continue to be in power as if power belongs to you. Power actually belongs to the people. And until our politicians begin to understand that, they'll keep having issues like this. I tell you, the truth is this. Rivers State is predominantly a PDP state, whether we like it or not. So it's always difficult for it to move. And the people are at home with what PDP is doing. And I can assure you that this whole thing happening in Rivers right now, PDP has a hand in it. But the truth is that the APC needs to understand that from the top down, Nigerians are dissatisfied, Nigerians are not happy, and so Nigerians themselves are becoming politically aware and conscious.
Mr. Chilaka, maybe this might be like an argument or a disagreement with you, because I remember...
for the people to take power back.
Okay, Mr. Chilaka, I said that this might look like a disagreement with you because your opinion seems to be very popular. But what we saw in the last governorship election in Bayelsa State, where we had, if not for what happened at the court, if not for what happened with the issue of certificate, APC are definitely taking a state like Bayelsa, just because it is about the gladiators, it's about the politicians who are aligning together. You remember the story of Jonathan giving a tacit support to APC. So don't you think it is not necessarily true to say that Rivers State is a PDP state, looking at who and who make up this party?
Well, you are looking at it from that perspective, but the question I should be asking you is, are you in Rivers State? Have you taken time to carry out a survey in Rivers State to understand the mindset of the people? It's going to be tough for APC to take Rivers State. With the likes of Governor Wike right now, it's going to be tough. But the truth is this, it's time that our politicians put their house in order. They need to calm down and understand that the people matter. The problem we have with politics in this country is that our politicians don't see the need to carry the people along after winning the elections. And it has to change. So long as the politicians believe that all they want is to win and remain in power, not minding what comes to the people at the end of the day, I mean, it's going to be difficult. Looking at what's happening in Rivers now, you know that Wike has aligned with the people so much so that the people will do everything to support PDP in the next coming elections. And I can assure you that APC will lose out, even if they have the best candidate coming in the next election.
I want to put it on record, like I always do, that whatever you say remains forever because the internet won't forget. And when you say that whoever the candidate is might be a statement that you need to reconsider. But staying on the conversation, let's look at how this suspension is being carried out. It's looking to me like, is this a child's play? You are suspending a sitting minister, you are suspending a former governor of the state, if not one of the founding fathers of the APC in Rivers State. And also looking at the issue of Magnus Abbey. That's another strong member of APC in the state. Putting these two together, what is it about suspension and not suspension? Shouldn't the leadership of the party at the national wade in?
Well, you see, the issue of suspension, we need to understand the constitution of the party. The party starts from the local government, from the wards to the local government, to the state, to the national. And you cannot join the party at the national without going to your wards to join. So when the ward or the local government says you're on suspension, it is a serious issue in our politics. And it brings back what I keep saying, that the people own the power, not the politicians. So something has gone wrong, why the party at the grassroots level is saying, we don't want you in our party. We don't want you in our party. And I think that it's a sign. It happened in Edo State. We saw it play out in Edo State when the current governor was removed from the party and he had to go to another party. So it shows you that the people have a say in who is in the party. The party is not just about the big names you hear, because the big names also have just one vote. But the party belongs to the people. And most times when the people speak, we need to listen to them. Unfortunately, Nigeria is a country where we don't listen to the people. Nobody wants to listen to the people. The people are only useful, like I keep saying, during the elections when people want to win. After winning, what happens? So there must be something that these people have done at the grassroots that is affecting the grassroots. And the grassroots is saying, no, we don't want you anymore. And we need to move on. So I think that, no matter how you look at it, it's a suspension, yes. There'll be up and down. People will talk, people will do that. At the end of the day, let me tell you the truth. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to exchange of money. That is what is at play now. It's going to come down to, people wanting power, people wanting money, people wanting some form of gratification. And, once they get it, the suspension can be uplifted. But right now, the suspension still holds. So everybody will maintain the status quo.
That's a very, very cheeky one. And quickly, I still on my question, I'm looking at some set of people were suspended by a faction, and this suspended set of people now suspended the leader of the other faction. So I'm looking at legality. I'm looking at the party at the national looking away. Don't you think that in terms of party system, in terms of internal politics or internal democracy, this is the best time the party at the national should wield the big stick? This is not looking like, oh, the ward suspended Amaechi from his ward. It's looking like, oh, if you suspend me, I will suspend you, even when there are no, substantial issues warranting this suspension.
Well, you see, the national will only wait in when the state invites the national, and when the national finds out that things are getting out of hand. But right now, I know that APC has this rule that stops anybody from going to the courts or approaching the courts. So I know that, yes, it's an internal wrangling. It will be resolved, but it may not resolve in favor of everyone. But some people will get, some reprieve. And at the end of the day, the state will take it up and then they'll bring it to the national, and then the national would be able to say, okay, those that are suspended, if they have not done anti-party, lift the suspension. But you see, the national is also very careful in passing instructions to the local government, the ward, and the state, because when you sit at the national and decide to impose power, impose your position on them, they also will reject. And you know that right now everybody is a jumping party. People are camping from PDP to APC, APC to PDP, because the Nigerian politicians simply have nothing to offer the Nigerian people.
Okay.
So they always jump to where they think they can end meet.
Mr. Chilaka, this is a bit personal, and I will appreciate it if you have information on this. I remember the kind of closeness that existed between Senator Magnus Abbey and the former governor of the state, that is talking about Rotimi Amaechi. I remember, whether it is implicit or explicit, about some kind of sacrifice that was allegedly being played by Senator Magnus Abbey when Dakuku became the governorship candidate. And it is believed in some quarters that, oh, wait for your time. And when it was his time, it wasn't picked. But along the line, we saw Magnus Abbey having some kind of relationship with Wike. Couldn't that have been the reason why Amaechi is not looking at his side in endorsing him as the lead, or me as a candidate of the party? Or how do you think this issue can be resolved? Or you don't even think this issue can be resolved between these two people?
Well, a lot of water has passed under the bridge.
Okay.
So it's going to be difficult to bring in Rotimi Amaechi and Magnus Abbey to a table. You see, the thing is, everybody in politics wants power, and everybody wants to be in control. And the Nigerian system is saturated with godfatherism, which is the main problem. Everybody wants to be seen as a godfather who has made you a governor, and then they want to dictate to you. So, yes, Magnus Abbey said it clearly that he made sacrifices, but that his sacrifices were not
compensated.
His sacrifices didn't pay off. Yes, it didn't pay off, and that he was not recognized for making such sacrifices. And you see, it's easy for anybody who makes sacrifice that is not recognized to move to where he feels he will get some form of recognition. So it's an issue it's a power tussle between Amaechi and Magnus Abbey. And I can tell you, it will not go down well, because these two people will not agree on anything right now.
Wow, these two people will not agree on anything right now. Let me underline the word right now, so that we are not surprised at the end of the day if the right now becomes some kind of surprise for us. Don't you think? From what we've seen in Nigerian politics.
Yes, I will tell you that when I say right now, I am talking in terms of what is on ground.
Okay.
But knowing Nigerian politicians for what and who they are, yes, they could settle, but it's going to mean that there's going to be a lot of sacrifice from the side of Amaechi. He's going to give up a lot of things, which I think he's not ready for. And I know that Magnus Abbey is not going to shift ground from where he is right now.
Thank you so much, Francis Chilaka, for your position. And we hope that anyhow the whole thing turn out, it will be for the benefit of the people and not just this selected few. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And quickly, we will take a short break now. And when we return, I'll be giving you my take on the two issues discussed. Please don't go anywhere. Here is my take. On the crisis in Southwest PDP, while the two gladiators had consistently denied existence of crisis, the foot soldiers did not only make it obvious, the gladiators themselves are beginning to leave the realm of self-denial. The earlier declared admittance that the earlier declared admittance that they will walk the path of reconciliation and possibly provide credible alternatives at the poll. On Rivers' APC crisis, what more can be said when a major opposition party refused to learn the lessons from its defeat in 2019? Not only was the party denied from participating due to internal wrangling, the party has also failed to play the role of opposition in the state as the ruling party continues to rule the state without any checks and balances. 2023 may look far away. However, if care is not taken, there will be a deja vu where PDP will have no one to contend with, leaving the state with no option, which defeats the concept of democracy. And that's my take on the two issues discussed tonight. Plus Politics returns tomorrow, same time, same station. I am Kayode Ladende, saying bye for now.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IO.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
Sleeping early.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa. So we always felt like the picture is incomplete. So we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression. between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continuing with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society wouldn't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that. That is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of incorporating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees, or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side. But the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist, a lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of these sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Close to 800,000 persons die by suicide every year. Now that's according to statistics from the World Health Organization. More statistics reveal that every 40 seconds, at least one person is likely to die by suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. When Nigerians crossed over to the new year in 2019, it was all prayers to God and excitement. Little did the nation anticipate the reign of multiple suicides that would soon ravage it. January 2nd, 2019 was greeted with the first case of suicide. DJ XG, the popular Lagos DJ, who took his own life allegedly over marital troubles just a few hours after posting a sad suicide note on his Instagram account. Then to Ms. Hikmat Badamosi, a 100-level student of the University of Port Harcourt. And that statistics continued to swell with a first-class student of yet another Nigerian university, the 21-year-old Akachi Chukwuemeka, who took his own life after dropping a suicide note on his Facebook page. This suicide takes me all the way to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where his friends and classmates speak about his last moments.
Akashi was dealing with depression long before he came out as an atheist. So, if anything, the depression had left a footprint. And like I said earlier, you can find it reflected in his writing, which is what a lot of people should do.
Akachi's life is kind of complicated, sort of, because I've always known him right from year one as this type of person who is reticent. It's kind of a lonely being, let me put it that way. He usually like being on his own, kind of. So most times, even earlier that day we met, I noticed his mood, kind of. I even asked him basically, Akachi, what's your problem? I've asked him several times, what's your problem? He always tell me, Chris, you won't understand.
I meet Victor, Akachi's closest friend and coursemate. He is very emotional as he speaks with me. He deeply regrets his friend's decision to commit suicide.
I never expected something like this to happen. It was a shock. It's so sad that he had to end his life at the ending while we were just about graduating, but I don't still understand it. And concerning the circumstances of his suicide, I personally know the struggles he went through.
From my findings, the pain of suicide is only passed on to the family and loved ones of the suicide victim, as Ifani, Akachi's friend, tells me.
The Monday he died, the Monday morning, I saw him last. We greeted and we talked. The news I got around 8 a.m. was that he was in the hospital. So I had to rush to the medical center. I saw him in a really bad situation. Getting to around 8 p.m. in the night, I got the news that he passed on. The major issue there is the reputation should I say, bad reputation in code that he left behind. Because, for instance, someone would just walk up to you that he's a close friend. Why do you let him do it? And someone might almost think that, okay, since you guys are close, you must know what happened to him, or you participated in making him commit suicide. So the stigma and then the loneliness that your friend is gone.
Just a few kilometers away from the campus, I meet this clergyman who is using his church to reach out to more depressed students. He complains to me that most Nigerian universities do not have the structure to help suicidal students.
Talking about suicide among students, I have come to see that there are 3 factors implicated. Some cases are absolutely mental. The student loses mental coordination and he wants to kill himself. Others are emotional. The student is battling with failure, battling with heartbreak in relationship, battling with one thing or the other, sometimes even parental pressure. And he breaks down emotionally, he's depressed, and he wants to kill himself. But others are absolutely demonic manipulations. The case of Akachi that happened last week, I believe, is one glaring example of demonic manipulation. We live in a very harsh situation in the country now. There is poverty, there is joblessness, and it's not even good enough reason for someone to kill himself. It's not. That is why even those of them who go to school should understand that school is not just about passing exam. School is about being enlightened. So you're able to understand situations of life and how to bring them under your control. That's what education should give to anybody. And besides this intellectual enlightenment, there should be emotional education. Maybe the university should think about introducing a course like emotional intelligence as one of the general courses.
He came all the way to this secluded building to take some bottles of Sniper. As at this time last Monday, Akachi was actually battling for his life, a battle that he lost. Akachi's case is one case too many of increasing suicide attempts across Nigeria. The Department of English and Literary Studies of the University of Nigeria. This used to be the class room of Akachi Chukwemeka, who had actually committed suicide on May 10th. The last time Mr. Akachi was in this class was on May 10th, his last moments, according to information that I gathered. Well, this used to be one of his favorite sports in this class, where he shared beautiful moments with classmates and friends. According to information that I've gathered from the head of department here, Akachi was actually one of the brightest students of the department, and he was in a first-class grade.
Akachi was a good student, very studious, and he was also a student of mine, all black literature. And to be honest with you, I never had an inkling that there was any trouble with him.
Only a few days after, another devastating news breaks about yet another suicide case. This time, a church worker, a music minister allegedly from the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Michael Orowoshaye, in Abuja. Now, this leads me to the streets of Lagos, where I ask the question, why would someone want to take their life?
I just read recently of the jumpites who failed jump the second time and they went to commit suicide, and that was crazy.
I'm not God. Even God said that created everybody knows that we are one way or the other going to fall short of his glory. So why do I want to commit suicide?
I think the guy that committed suicide has low self-esteem. Suicide is not the best way out. I have a purpose on this earth, so I can't waste it by committing suicide.
These answers lead me to a mega church where I ask this clergyman one question. What does religion say about suicide?
The spirits responsible for suicide are wicked spirits. We've got to understand that this physical world is controlled by the spiritual. Paul said, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers, wicked spirits in high places.
And seeing that Islam is one of the two major religions in Nigeria, I am here at the Lekki Central Mosque in Lagos to ask the same question. Is there a spiritual side to suicide? And if there is, what is it?
As a Muslim cleric, I think suicide is demonic. It is against the law of God, against the law of Allah.
We never commit suicide. A Muslim must never commit suicide, must never even contemplate it.
The life that you did not create, why would you want to take it?
Religion has given us its side. Now we speak to the experts. Dr. Maimuna is a psychologist. She tells people to stop blaming suicide victims.
Sometimes when people just sit down and just make statements like those that have attempted suicide, or those that have killed themselves, that they are worthless, they are sinners. No, you shouldn't say such a thing. We as a society, we should begin to build a culture of compassion where we show empathy to people, listen to people, not judgmentally, to understand them from their point of view rather than just to respond to them.
She says with love and support, along with professional help, depression and suicide can be overcome.
Send them to professionals where they can be properly evaluated, assessed, know the root cause of why they are even suicidal. Suicide is an end thing. It's a bigger picture, but you need to know what this person is even suicidal. And of course, if it's depression is treatable. If it is pain, is it the kind of pain that can be managed? There are painkillers, there are even surgeries to even regulate pain. And there are even non-medication treatment for some of these illnesses. Meditation, yoga, some form of exercises and all that. So it's very key that we put all this on board. Let's not demonize people that have completed suicide. Let's not see them as bad people. Let's not see them as evil people, because anybody can be suicidal depending on your challenges, what you face, and of course from your past experiences.
Oftentimes, when we speak of people attempting to take their lives, it seems vague, with very few sharing their stories. I spoke with Fumi, who had tried to take her life a few years ago. From her account, we understand the link between depression and suicide.
I was under a lot of pressure. Then it was marital pressure. I was just under a lot of pressure from, family, from in-laws, from my ex-husband at the time. Just, hearing so much, it was almost like the pressure of the marriage was on me. Like, I wasn't doing enough. I wasn't doing well. I just felt not only was I feeling like I wasn't doing well, I felt like I couldn't do anything to change, the situation, or to turn things around, or to just, so I just had this heavy burden, upon me, and that's when I just started feeling depressed. Of course, at the time, I don't think I knew that I was depressed. I didn't know I was depressed until the time I tried to take my life. I was just very, very, I was just very sad.
According to more research, depression is one of the leading causes of suicide world over.
Depression is a mood disorder characterized by low mood. So it has to do with the mood. But what affects the mood has to do with your mental state. How you are mentally, then affects the mood. Probably what you're going through, how things are not working out fine, the issues, the challenges that you're facing affects you mentally, then it basically affects your mood. You're not happy, you're feeling down, you're sad, you're indoor, you're secluded.
Depression itself is a clinical diagnosis. You cannot just say I'm depressed because you're broke or someone cheated you or something didn't go the way you plan it.
But what are the symptoms of depression?
If depression, sadness or low mood, you are experiencing this on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, coupled with this second sign that I'm about to mention, loss of interest in what you used to find interesting, loss of interest in what you used to find pleasant, or you're beginning to feel you're apathic. There is no interest, there's no excitement about any activity you used to find interesting before. These two, when they are present on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and they're beginning to affect your ability to relate with people, to work productively. And there are 3 other symptoms and signs among these remaining 7 we call classical symptoms and signs of depression, like a change in your appetite. It could be appetite for food reduction or increase. It could be appetite for sex for married ones, reduced or increased. There's a struggle with maintaining concentration or attention or focus or sustaining focus. That's another classical symptom and sign. If there is a problem with fatigue, with energy level, so you cannot explain where this fatigue is coming from. You cannot explain it, or you are extra energetic, you are restless. Then there are other physical symptoms, especially in men. Depression can manifest as physical symptom in men. If a man is beginning to visit a doctor, visit a clinic repeatedly, this week treated for malaria, next month treated for typhoid and malaria, and is becoming a repetitive stuff, it can be a pointer to depression. Another classical physical symptom is sleep alteration. You're struggling to initiate sleep, or you might even find it easy to initiate sleep, but you are waking up intermittently, or you even sleep all through normally, but when you wake up, fatigue is there, you don't feel refreshed. That's another classical sign of depression. Then a chronic feeling of guilt, hopelessness, or regret can also be a pointer to depression. Then another common one in our society is what we call social withdrawal. In fact, I should have mentioned this as number 3, social withdrawal or isolation. You could begin to withdraw yourself from social media, Facebook, Instagram, and the likes, or even religious activities that you belong to, or social clubs that you belong to, or even your siblings or family members. That could be a pointer. If you see anybody, observe this in anybody, that could be a pointer to depression. Then lastly, suicidal ideation. And I need to explain this because it's quite peculiar with Africans. Because of religious indoctrination or religious restraint, some people might not have it well thought out to end it all. But when someone begins to tell you in any conversation, they are quick to say, I just want to escape from everything and just be alone somewhere. It could be a pointer. Or there's a news about a collapse of building, and the person is saying, what's the big deal about collapse of building? Even where we are now, if the building collapses, what's the big deal? We end it up, we go over, and we go and rest. That could be a pointer. The religious folks can sound like this. I just want rapture to happen. Let's just go. Let Jesus come, and let's end it up. If it's becoming repetitive like that, it could be a pointer. So these are the 9 symptoms and signs of depression, but with the first 2 that I mentioned must be present with 3 other ones, making 5. When they are present on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and they're beginning to affect the productive living or relationability of that person, something has shifted in the brain, biochemically or structurally. The diagnosis of depression is made. And at that point, the person needs professional help. There's this tendency in Africa, because mental health issues cannot really be grasped with physical descriptions of physical ailments. They are quite abstract. We tend to just adduce everything to spiritual under the balance of religious doctrination. Because I hear people say to the people battling depression, have a firm grip on your mind. Come on, are you not a child of faith? Are you not a prayer warrior? And my question to those people is this: if a woman has breast cancer, do you say to the woman, have a firm grip on your breast? You are a child of faith. Or you encourage the person to seek help. If a man is battling prostate cancer, do you say to the man, come on, you're a prayer warrior, have a firm grip on your prostate? You know why? Because those ones are physical. You can rightly see the symptoms and signs physically. But because this is psychological, it's quite abstract. Pray with the person, quite all right, but refer them for professional help.
And how can you know that your family or friend is depressed?
A lot of depression cases will be caught early if the people around are able to spot it early enough and able to get the right information and referral to the right places. Because these things will manifest subtly. Because it's a progression. It doesn't just happen suddenly. It manifests subtly, but people cannot pick it.
What remedies are there for depression and suicidal thoughts?
Globally, we are advocating now that all organizations should have 1 or 2 people in their human resources department or human capacity department that are trained in mental health first aid, so that they can deploy this model. ALGE model, ALGEE, A representing assurance. You can only assure someone when you are aware of the signs and symptoms. So if you don't know how to spot the signs and symptoms, how do you even start assuring? You will start misreading the behavior. There are ways people that are already sinking into depression behave. If care is not taken, you will misread it or misinterpret it as being snobbish. You will misinterpret it as being unkind or as being lazy or as being a man or woman of weak faith or not prayerful enough. So awareness is key. Awareness and assurance, that's the A. Being able to assure them that it's something, it's just a mental health issue. You're passing through so condition now. It could be triggered by stress. It could be triggered by a trauma, but you can get out of it. Now, L is listening non-judgmentally. You must know how to communicate with people battling depression. The problem with us, especially Africans, is that we are quick to conclude and condemn. And that's not love. Listen non-judgmentally. In fact, limit your talking and do more of listening. And when you're listening, you are not trying to judge them as being weak, not mentally strong, not prayerful, not strong in faith, or this and that. You must be able to listen non-judgmentally to them. By the time you are repeatedly saying, aren't you a man of faith? Aren't you prayerful enough? You are judging because you are concluding it's lack of prayer that led the person into depression. And you're further sinking the person into depression. I see a lot of comments on social media when somebody says I'm depressed, even though I'm always quick to say that a lot of people that claim they are depressed, they are not depressed, they are just sad because they are broke or they just got heartbroken. There's a difference. You will get out of it if you know what to do because it's natural to be sad. However, depression is different. But I see a lot of people commenting when people say that I'm depressed. They say, is it only you that you are depressed? All of us are depressed. As long as you are in this country, you cannot run away, this and that. But that's not the right way to go. Listen non-judgmentally. Just the awareness that you are present in their life is enough strength for them to even pull through to a large extent. Then next one is G, which is giving support. Giving support and information. So a lot of people, we have more people that are unaware of these signs and symptoms and what to do than people that are aware. So that your friend, that your colleague might not even be aware that this is depression I'm battling. That's where I'm low in mood. That's where I'm withdrawing. Might not even be aware. Just you giving information that, have you considered researching or checking on a doctor concerning these symptoms you're feeling? Because I think I've experienced it before. I've read about it that when you're having this, when you're having that, it could be depression and it's better caught early. It's better managed early. That's giving the right information. The fourth under the model, which is E, is encouragement. Encouragement. And when we say encouragement, it's encouragement with tips. There are basic tips that everybody should be equipped with. As simple as nutrition change, diet change. Because your food controls your mood. These are things we need to create more awareness about. As simple as how to be in charge of your thoughts, how to be in charge of your self-talks, how to reframe from negative thinking to positive thinking. Encouraging people is quite key, and the people around must be able to do this. It will go a long way in preventing suicide and also curtailing the progression of depression. Then the last E, which is essentially about ensuring that you follow up on the person gets the professional help. It's not enough to refer the person or give information that you need to see a doctor, you need to see a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist. It's not enough. You must be able to ensure that the person gets that help, seeks that professional help, follow up. What are the obstacles? It could be fear of financial implication. Could it be stigma in the society that they will see me going to see a shrink? You must ensure that you are able to help them follow up, to seek help, see the professional help, and if there's any obstacle, you help them to remove it, or you ensure you support them in removing. That's why we say that social support is as important as psychiatry and psychotherapy. Family, friends, colleague, workplace, the support they give is as important as the medications. By now, because of the crisis we're having, I dare call it crisis, mental health crisis in Nigeria, I believe every religious body should have a counseling center. And religious bodies have a lot of role to play. We're not relegating their responsibility or their role or their usefulness, but we're saying they should do informed religious help. While they're praying, while they're helping them support, why not try to have counseling centers? Why not try to have counseling center? It doesn't cost much, so that it is served as a mental health facility. So churches and mosques should rise up to this responsibility. While government is doing theirs and we are advocating for government to do more, churches and mosques must rise up, because, see, we cannot divorce our societal culture from religion. We are highly religious. A lot of Nigerians will obey their pastors or imams before they obey their parents, before they obey doctors.
According to experts, with more awareness and a lot of effort, depression and suicide can be overcome.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
Death in a family is always sad. Death of a breadwinner with a wife and children is even more so. Around the world, the death of a spouse in most cases bring up challenges that often undermine the quality of life of those left behind. For women, the world calls them widows.
My husband died 2000 January, when I carried so much baby.
I became a widow when I was 47 years old. And my husband was sick for good 3 years. And the family abandoned me and my husband. The family reject us. Nobody out of us. The family reject us. They reject my children. Nobody. I have to struggle. Who am I to query God? Or am I to challenge God? Because He's the questionable God. It has been ups and downs, struggling. I'm a mother of 3.
Just once every year, attention is drawn to their plight on June 23, marked as International Widows' Day.
People will neglect you, people will reject you. Some people, before they will render help to you, they want to take you to bed.
There are some words that they will say to a widow that will injure that widow's mind, that will make the widow to think back and say, ah.
I tell them not to rely on any man. Don't just believe that your get friend. Don't just believe your family people are there.
If I call some of my husband's friends, the people that I think that they can be of help for me, you see that they will disappoint me at the end of the day and they will turn it another way around and be looking for a way to take advantage of me because I am a widow.
Being a single parent is terrible, very, very terrible. I didn't even pray it for my worstest enemy.
When your husband is there, you look as if you have an umbrella that covers you. You have respect. But when the man is not there, you see that people look down on you.
Heartbreaking conversations, to say the least. According to recent statistics, an average of 500 men die across Nigeria yearly, some naturally, others unexpectedly.
Because if say my husband die, Nashara die for good. He went and collect money, they kill her.
Grace, my ribs, my ribs. I said, what happened? What did you do? Did you fall down? Say no. That very night, he died.
Their death introduces their wives into the growing community of widows. Among them is Mrs. Grace Imariegbe, a struggling widow with 2 children, twins, a boy and a girl. They live in conditions that will break the hardest of hearts.
Things are not be easy at all. Things are not be easy. When we came here, the children was worried. They cry every time. They cry. If I say let us pray, if they pray, they will turn it to cry. Sometimes all of us will be crying. We will pet each other. Small before you know, when somebody just favor me, somebody rent me a favor, I use the money, I buy wheelbarrow. When I bought wheelbarrow, I brought it. The children were happy. Say now we cannot carry with our hairpan again, with head again. Now we can use wheelbarrow to push the sand.
How long have they lived like this, in such squalid conditions?
I've been a widow since 2008. Since my husband died, things are very, very tough. So since then, I'm the one taking good care of my children. The family neglect us, they reject us. Even the piece of land that my husband bought before he passed on, the brothers, they seized this from my children, they collected this from us. So since then, I've been struggling here and there to survive with the children.
We are not going to school in this place. Then my mom said that we should stay at home, that we should be praying, that God should send somebody that should take us to school. In Isashi, life was good there. There was light, there was no mosquito, there was no rain, sun. We were happy there. If there is sun, we enter inside shower, we bath. Now, when we came to here now, life has been hard for us. We are not able to be bathing like before. The mosquito is too much here. Ants. And mosquito is giving us malaria and cold. When they call us to come and fetch water, sometimes we fetch water, they will give us 300. Sometimes we will clear for people. We clear. They will call us to come and clear. Sometimes they will give us 1,000 or 1,200. We will collect it. When we bring the money, I'll give it to my mommy to cook. When there is no food, we use it and buy small things, then we use it and eat.
How did it all happen?
They called my husband from home that he should come, that one of their elder brother died, that is his father's brother, that he will be the one that will lead them for the burial. That is how all of us prepare. So my husband came, Grace, my ribs, my ribs. I said, what happened? What did you do? Did you fall down? Say no. Before you know, he started sick. That is how we carry him to General Hospital in Benin. That very night, he died. Around 12 o'clock, he died. So, as I stayed for 1.5 years, mocking him. The family reject us. Nobody has of us. The family reject us. They reject my children. Nobody. I have to struggle. No husband, no brother, no boyfriend. I say, no, Jesus is the husband of a widow. I will keep to these children. If it is my last vein, if it is my last life.
Grace is just one in millions. Globally, the number of widows is put around 245 million. And of this figure, over 100 live in extreme poverty. In Nigeria, statistics show that we have over 8 million disadvantaged widows with an estimated 21 million children. This is quite a huge number for any society. Why do these women suffer so?
My first son was in 200 level when I lost my husband 2009. So I can't discontinue the education of the child. Their family said it's none of their business.
First of all, husband family really face problem for right, for left. Like we people, Umuada will stand. We talk to you, we will not supposed to talk to you. If you want to go and commit suicide, you can go and commit suicide. They don't care, they don't ask of the children, and they eat, whether school fees or anything. I know what I go through.
But the most annoying aspect of it is that what is due to my children in form of inheritance, maybe from the family, what is due to their father was denied them. And that is what most widows go through.
Up to today, I don't have freedom for when my husband is freedom. Since 19 years now, I don't have freedom.
In Africa, and in Nigeria in particular, there is the belief system that a woman marries a family and not just a man. The allegations against the extended family unit is strong. There are strong claims that some of these behaviors are not random and may have their roots in certain cultures and traditions. We spoke to a chieftain from the Niger Delta and another from the Southeast.
One of the main practice of the people of Urhobo land as regards widowhood is that the widow is taken as a special person. She is the responsibility of the whole family. The Urhobo woman marries the whole family, not only her husband. That's why my senior brother cannot ask me, say, how is your wife? He will say, how is our wife? So the woman is a mother in the family and a wife to everyone in the family. For that reason, if she loses her direct husband, the rest of the family becomes her husband.
When a woman becomes a widow, traditionally, she has to bury her husband, mourn her husband for a minimum of 6 months. And within that 6 months, the woman has to wear the mourning cloth. She's supposed to shave her hair as a mark of respect for the husband. Then after the mourning period, there comes some questions and answers.
In our land, the woman is even viewed as a property, not to talk of property that they both own together. So the properties that the husband owns with the wife are assumed to be the man's properties. And if the man did not leave a will, I'm talking of current practices now, if the man did not leave a will, even if you go to court, the court will award something to the family. So it is possible, if you are not lucky, the customary court may actually say, you leave the house for the family.
A woman that loses her husband after mourning the husband, depending on her age and her choice, has the right to cease remain in the family as a married woman to the family. They will give her a knife and say, among the male brothers in the family, anybody she gives the knife means that person will take over the position of the husband.
Asking the woman to marry a member of the family is still on till tomorrow. She is appointed and given to a member of the family to look after in great details. In fact, in marriage, someone in the family has to marry her. If she does not want to marry, everything is handled amicably. She is asked, what is your choice? What do you want to do? And she says, I don't want to marry any member of this family. Okay. So she's allowed to go. But if there is a young man within the family who showed serious interest in her and she kind of snubs him, that member of the family can create a lot of confusion for her. And it can get to the extent where she will be asked to leave the family. Then she must return the dowry. But usually it is a token that is returned. Just a token, not the whole dowry.
Shaving of head is like a respect. It's mark of respect for the husband, you know. But it's still in practice, and the people that normally do it are the Omoadas. But it's not as if you will be forced to do it, but they know it's the tradition.
During the sharing, because that's the other part of the culture, the woman is shared along with the properties of the man. During the sharing, most of it will be given to the children, but some will be given to other members of the family. In fact, in most cases, if your father was old and he had young wives, one of the children of the man will be made to marry the young wives of the late father. I think that practice is not good.
Many people normally confer and said when a man dies, the woman, they sees the woman as a witch. That woman is the one that killed the husband. So I want people to know that, this world is not permanent.
Like now, if they accuse the woman of killing the husband, in my place, they will actually administer an oath to you. We are not God. Vengeance is left for God. The oath taking is like convincing the community or your accusers that I did not kill this man, I did not have hand in the death of this man. It doesn't mean whether you have hand or you don't have hand. Nobody has the way to determine whether you have hand in the death or not.
You are a witch, you killed your husband, you can stay there and suffer. Nobody will do anything about you. But if it is a serious case in which people actually believe strongly, they will ask her to take all kinds of oaths. Some people will even go to the extent of asking her to drink the water that they use in washing the husband. Things like that.
A lot of innovation has come up, and it has really affected the culture. And it's a blessing because what people know now is not what they knew those days. You don't just get up and condemn somebody all in the name of you committed atrocity, you committed unforgiven whatever. You don't take laws into your hand. There are law courts there. The traditional customs is a matter of conscience. I mean, if you decide to administer an oath on me, it's left for me to ask. I have the right to say I will not. If you kill your husband, drink this. I don't subscribe to that. And it can't happen in my realm. Because when somebody is dead, there are other means of identifying what killed that person. It was in those old days that they don't have the system, the mechanism to identify what killed that person. Now, anybody that is dead, you can do autopsy. An autopsy report will definitely indicate what killed the man. And if the autopsy report reveals that the woman killed the husband, she will face the law.
A woman who has been very good within the family can never be abandoned by the family. I can tell you that. It's only a woman who has been difficult, particularly to her husband, while the husband was alive. In fact, it will even be assumed that she is responsible for the death of the husband. That's the more reason why people will abandon her.
Employers of labor of these men who work hard and pass away untimely, often without a plan in place for their family's welfare. What role do they play?
After my husband left, The colleagues throw us out, pack our load to Main Road. He's a fireman, firefighter. The first time, they nail our door joined together, keep me with the children 2 weeks outside. No food, no clothes. All our property is inside house. Then after that one, they throw it outside.
My husband was the first man, and we were living in barrack because the government gave us 6 months to pay almost 2 million. And the job, I'm a teacher by profession. I'm in a low-rank officer.
Like the place I went to college. Now, and I find out that they don't even want to give me a shop because I'm a widow. They gave me that shop at the first time, and they later used another way to collect it. They are asking, do you think that the woman can be able to pay for this shop if the rentage is due? Because she's a widow. And when we talk, people will support her.
Till today, they have not given us anything. The last time that they came to our place that warrants me to stand naked before them, this man died in acute service. No burial, nothing. No care for the children. Not even a handshake for any good thing of life.
See, that's not surprising that that happened. I mean, I've heard of several cases of things like that happening. For those kind of companies, it's a question of economics, you know. They're thinking time, they're thinking money, and if they have no, if that spouse isn't working with them anymore, there's somebody else waiting for the same accommodations. So for many organizations, they would have what you call some type of insurance, such that when a spouse dies, they're able to take care of their beneficiaries. In this case, it would be the widow and her children. For most organizations, it's one payoff. It's just a payoff. Some organizations will spread it over a couple of months. Really, there are no laws as to how it is done. It just depends on the organization. Some organizations will take them up for maybe a year, pay school fees, and do stuff like that. But usually, a lot of these things are agreed beforehand, and it depends on the type of insurance coverage the organization has for the employees.
A report not too long ago by the United Nations identified the continued plight of widows as a major threat to the realization of the Millennium Development Goals 1, 3, and 8, which seeks to end poverty, promote gender equality, and engender global partnership. Now, Nigeria, as you may know, is among the 120 signatories to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. But much has not changed in the way women, especially widows, are treated in the society when it comes to the issue of inheritance and rights. What does the law say?
Once a woman loses the husband, she should be predisposed to certain kind of information, okay? Nobody have the right, okay, to inherit her as property under our laws. Nobody have the right to inflict traditional and cultural violent practices against her. Nobody have the right to subject her to sleep in the same room where the corpse of her husband is kept, because that's exactly what they do in some of the culture. Nobody shall be subjected into any kind of servitude. Nobody shall be dehumanized of his human person or be disrespected, you know. So that is why women should think first and decide, take on a statutory law marriage. That is very important. And while the husband is alive, they should also remind the husband to have a will. Because once the man have a will, and in his will he has stated everything there, the woman is at advantage, because the will determine how the thing will go, okay? But where there's no will, the man dies intestate, and she's married under native law and custom, she's in trouble.
Governments say they're doing their best. Some tout the various amounts they spend on widows' welfare. Wives of state governments and even that of the president of Nigeria have pet projects that hope to address some of the basic issues so identified. But experts say these are just too little. More needs to be done, definitely.
The suggestion I will give to government is that the various states we have, they should come up with legislations, laws, that once a woman loses the husband, if she's not skilled, okay, if she's not skilled, she should be enrolled in a program of her choice. And then the government should cater for that.
The government can come to our aid. Your lady, he said you cannot be giving fish. You have to teach somebody how to fish so that by tomorrow, that person will not disturb. If they can help us raise a little money for us to be trading, so that we'll be able to take good care of our children, we'll be glad.
God will already do it for me, but I pray that God, some widows that just happen, their own just happen, let government put eye for them and help them, because it's not easy thing.
Those that God gives the ability to care, the ability of caring, they should try and care for widows, not hoping to get something in return from them, because it's only God that rewards.
Agreeably, some women are lucky either to be well provided for by their spouses or they're gainfully engaged financially. But for the majority, as you've seen so far, the story is rather an uneven one. The truth? Non-governmental organizations are plentiful across the continent of Africa, and Nigeria has its fair share, like the Blessed Fruit Foundation and the Trinity Center, that work to help alleviate the challenges widows face.
In 2008, I got a call that I should work for widows and orphans. I should support and assist them.
Actually, I lost my husband at a very tender age, 30 years, 1985. I was just 30 years, 1985, and with tiny children. It was not easy, but I continued trying. But along the line, I had this urge to I would help them through their plights, address their issues.
And since then, we've been having so many programs, and a lot of widows have been coming to register with us. Now we have over 200 or 300 of them registered with the foundation.
There will be money that I will pay interest for me. So when they give me until I deposit with the children, they never do. No one gives it, I get it. Their faith help us a lot. They help us, especially for food. Then if person is sick, we prepare them.
Well, we have several intervention programs. The first and most important one is what we call the Business Empowerment Program, where they apply for loans. And the loans are interest-free. The foundation pays the interest for them. They just pay the principal over a period of 6 months. Then we have a program we call Back to School, where we support about 50 children.
As highlighted by the United Nations, empowering widows through access to adequate healthcare, education, decent work of lives free of violence and abuse requires more than charity if they are to have a chance to build a secure life after they lose their loved one. The role of the government, the UN emphasizes, is to take action to uphold their commitments to ensure the rights of widows as enshrined in international law, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, are upheld. What is your role, you say? It will never happen to me. So did some of the women we spoke to and many others think. Just do what you can for the widows around you. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. We can, if we choose.
Hello and welcome to Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. I am Fumi Noajefe. Today, we'll be focusing on how people on the continent are taking care of their environment. In Kenya, someone initiated the plan of Trash for Cash.
Every Monday, Jeffrey Baluzzi, age 26, combs the beach as part of a cleanup crew from the Watamu Marine Association. Each time, they pick up about 4 big sacks of plastic waste. They're paid the equivalent of €4 a day. That means they earn €16 a month. That's not very much, but they're all happy to do this work. Jeffrey has been part of the crew since its inception.
My main intention was just to change the environment itself, because since the environment was different here, there was a lot of taka, and this was dangerous even to the sea creatures. So that's what brought me here, in fact.
They bring the trash to a recycling center run by the organization, not far from the beach. Shakushi Lewa helps sort the trash. He lives on the grounds of the recycling center. They separate hard and soft plastic. Part of it is given to local artists and women's associations, which make flip-flop sandals or window screens to stop insects from getting into houses. The hard plastic is the organization's cash cow. It brings in the equivalent of €7,000 a year. The recycling center has acquired a new shredder. Soon it will be able to handle plastic not just from all of Watamu, but from another nearby community. Jeffrey thinks they'll be able to shred about 20,000 kilos of hard plastic, more than double their present capacity.
So I can say this project has been so beneficial on me and the project itself, because up to date, the taka we used to hide on the beach are now reduced. On the village, the same.
Thanks to the initiative, around 25 people in Watamu are earning steady money. Shakushu was unemployed for a long time until the project hired him. He lives for free on the grounds of the recycling center. He mixes old paper, water, and wood chips to make briquettes for burning. The business idea earns him the equivalent of €100 a month from garbage. When the people from the community collect those plastics and bring them here, they get money for the plastic. Jeffrey says the biggest challenge is to make clear to the community that recycling plastic is much more than just a short-term money-making project.
The challenge we do have is that, because people say, okay, I can join with you working there, but what are you going to give me? You know? So you have to pay him. Instead of volunteering, they don't volunteer. And they do have to volunteer, because this is their country. The environment belongs to them too.
The Watamu environmental activists want to do more to educate the community. Jeffrey wants to make people understand that recycling garbage is meaningful. It looks like he's already come a long way.
If you ask me, I think they should legislate that all bottling companies should recycle all their PET bottles. recycling could create a revolution. Still in Kenya, a former banker recycles plastics and create new products which will reduce the cutting of trees and in the end, save the forest.
Nicholas Wambua is busy marking the borders of his farm outside Nairobi. Usually farmers here use wooden posts for their fences, but Nicholas has bought a new product.
Compared to the normal poles, the lifespan of this one is longer than the normal poles, so I prefer this one. It is reducing the destruction of forest, because now you find we are lessening the cutting of the trees in our country. So I am for it, because our ecosystem is being controlled.
On the outskirts of Nairobi, the posts are produced by a new, innovative company. EcoPost is the brainchild of Lorna Ruto, a former banker. She came up with an ingenious way of getting rid of the city's plastic waste by making eco-friendly posts from recycled plastic.
All this plastic waste has been collected from various dump sites, some streets, and even homes, people's homes. So we bring them here. This is the first step. They're offloaded from the truck. Then we store them until we get a good quantity. From there, we're able to take them into processing.
Every month, EcoPost gives 40 to 50 tons of plastic waste new life as building material. In its first year of operation, it produced more than 5,000 posts, removing hundreds of tons of plastic waste from the environment.
We crush the sawdust and we mix it with the plastic, and we make very good aesthetic and quality posts that can be used even for now building. And it's an alternative to timber, so by so doing we're able to save a lot of trees, and we hope to save the 2% forest cover that is remaining in Kenya.
Kenya has a massive problem with deforestation. Much of the wood is used as building material. EcoPost offers not only an alternative, it also removes plastic waste, which helps limit toxic pollution. Something Karanya Nyoroche strongly endorses.
The society is part of the problem. A problem in the sense that they are the source of that waste, and they should actually be responsible on how to dispose of it. If there is a market, and that market generates 2-3 tons every day of waste plastic, then the market should have regulatory guidelines on how to recycle whatever they generate. Then we'll end up with less plastic strewn on the streets or in the landfills.
Every year, Kenya's plastic waste grows almost tenfold. Lorna Ruto has shown that it's also a resource which can generate huge profits. EcoPost has already created almost 40 full-time positions and hundreds of casual jobs.
So it is not only in Kenya that people are making money from waste. In Gabon, one man is separating and recycling waste.
They have become an established team. Several times a week, men from Global Services come over to the market in Labarene, Gabon, and sort the enormous amount of waste. Organic waste goes into the pink bags and plastic in the blue. This is all done under the watchful eye of CEO Firmin Makaya. Unfortunately, the people here are used to just throwing their garbage on the street. Many simply don't understand why they should think about waste separation and recycling. That's why we have to explain to them the importance of this over and over again. Not only to the residents, but also to the city administration. Labarene may be small, but for years it's had a big waste problem. The city waste management exists only on paper. Businessman Makaya took action. The 37-year-old founded his own private waste collection company, rented a small office, and established a team of 8 strong men. Now they are the stars of Labarene. It's very nice to see what they're doing here. A clean environment helps everybody. We used to really have too much garbage here, but since the people of Global Services started their operations, you can see a difference. These two tricycles transport the garbage daily to the depository on the outskirts of Lambarene. The company purchased them with its initial capital, which it won in a startup competition. This is the most unpleasant part of the work for the men of Global Services. Here is where the waste is burned. This, of course, is not good. It's not good for the health of the people who work here. And it's also not good for the environment that we actually want to protect. Now the businessman is working together with his wife on the next step of his garbage project. They want to construct a recycling plant in the jungle of Labarene. The plastic waste will be mixed with sand to create a cement-like brick. The mass is well suited for road construction. And the land has already been purchased and cleared. What's missing now is only money. Of course, it's all a difficult and lengthy process. To be honest, I have sometimes thought of giving up. But today, I'm more convinced than ever that we'll succeed. Makaya has already convinced a producer about his recycling idea, who's supplying Makaya with sand at a special price.
A 16-year-old in Tanzania holds a weekly show focused on the environment.
She's determined, ambitious, and has come a long way. Valentine Waku is a scientist and a staff member at the International Centre for Tropical Agriculture, or CIAT, in Nairobi. For now, the 29-year-old is researching the quinoa plant. The nutritious crop from South America could help in solving Africa's nutrition problem. For this, she analyses seed and soil samples from 5 countries in East and West Africa.
The seed and soil will be analyzed so that we can see the relation between the nutrients in the soil and the yield we're getting from the seeds.
In the first year of her long-term project, Valentine Waku already discovered 3 suitable kinds. Her results are soon going to be implemented by the farmers.
Especially this being a new crop, we want to tell them that you can have a good yield with this and this variety. So we will propose that these are the varieties that are doing well in Africa.
From the lab to the fields. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organisation works hand in hand with the researchers. The farmers from Machakos have been taking part for 1 year. They get tips on planting and harvesting a particular type of bean. Because of the training we got, the work is now reduced for us. Now we always uproot the weeds and then use them for mulching.
We are proud because we're getting good harvests. It's not like before, because we were taught how to plant, and together with my group, we're applying what we learned.
The farmers get to put the surplus from their harvest on the market or sell to processing companies. This is also a result of the project.
Our role, in short, has been select which varieties can go for industrial processing, the pre-cooked, train the stakeholders, including the farmers, on how to grow them and to aggregate them.
For the scientists at CIAT, sustainability is important. Director Robin Burukara knows this as well. The institute now has the plasma of all the bean germs known across the world.
We have the germplasm, there's the research we can do, but we work very closely together with our national research systems and then work closely together with agents which can support dissemination so that the farmers get the product.
The bean project has been ongoing for 1 year and is soon coming to an end. Valentine Waku is happy about its success. She also researched the beans. Now with quinoa, the goal remains the same.
This food security crisis in Africa is ongoing song. So with especially what I'm involved in the quinoa, if it's successful and we see that it can do well in Africa, it will really improve the livelihoods of the downtrodden people.
Valentine Waku's quinoa project has been planned for 5 years. The scientist wishes that the farmers would quickly profit from her results and that quinoa would successfully be planted in Africa.
Imagine if we could educate young Africans very early about recycling waste and taking care of the environment, we would have a cleaner continent. But trust me, it's not too late to act. We'll take a break and then we'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome back. So in our next story, we are taught not to take the fresh air we breathe for granted.
These volunteers are about to learn a lot about the benefits of fresh air. Brice Delagneau is the activist behind the tree planting campaign. The meeting place is no coincidence. It's the epicenter of exhaust emissions in this city of nearly 5 million. We're amazed that many more people came to participate in the reforestation campaign than we expected. Banco Forest is just outside the Ivorian commercial capital, Abidjan. It's clearly visible from the highway, but many urban residents have never been here before. Brice studied environmental management in Abidjan, then founded his own organization. With this campaign, he wants Abidjan residents to understand that Banco Forest is the city's source of oxygen. This is a large metropolis. There are so many cars. The ones you see here in the city are usually bad for the environment. They're 10, 15, or even 20 years old. Sometimes even older than that. Without Banco Forest, the air in Abidjan would probably be much worse. Recent studies show that people already breathe in 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide here every day. With its abundant vegetation and rare tree species, the forest exudes a kind of magic. Part of it remains untouched and has been designated a national park. But many trees are being cut down outside the protected area. In 2009, this entire space was a rainforest. Today, it's full of residential buildings and factories. There's only one thing to do to save part of the cleared area: plant more trees. Participants plant various kinds of trees, including makore, nyangon, and tiama. These volunteers say the air is clean and refreshing, and healthy. The funds for this campaign come from an annual environmental conference. More than 70 new trees have been planted just today. To assess the impact of his efforts, Brice returns to the rainforest. Looking at this natural beauty, I would like every Ivorian to get involved and preserve it and stop cutting down trees. They should be protected. The same goes for the whole environment. Everyone should come to this space so they can learn how to love nature. Brice Delagneau has been able to inspire more than 130 volunteers with his initiative. He's also taken his campaign to neighboring Burkina Faso and Ghana.
If we knew how valuable trees are to the air we breathe, I doubt we'll cut down a single tree. So from planting trees, we go to the eco warriors protecting their land.
In the remote Yaida Valley, the Hadza people have lived like this for 10,000 years. They still depend on the forest for hunting meat and gathering fruits, and even whistling to birds, which lead them to honey. But today, their land is under threat, and to protect it, they're turning to modern technology.
We hate it. We don't like to see the trees cut down like this.
Ezekiel Filippo is one of the Hadza's forest guards who patrol the area looking for signs of damage. His team uses GPS satellite tracking to collect evidence of the destruction.
We use tools to record where we have been on patrol, and we take pictures. If we come across an area where someone has destroyed trees, we take a picture on the GPS device and it records the location.
The problem is the competition for this land. Other tribes need space for farming and cattle grazing, and in places that means the natural habitat is completely destroyed.
You can see the state of it. It is devastating. The way they are farming this land. Now where are the Hadza people going to live?
When I was a child, all of this was thick forest. There were lots of animals, and this area was especially good for collecting honey. It hurts my soul to see it now.
To stop the destruction, it is now illegal to cut down trees on Hadza land. And where the patrols find damage, they can arrest or report the offenders, who will face a fine.
When it happened that there is someone establishing maybe settlement or a piece of farm or a boma, that is an illegal issue. So the Walinzi Wajadi or village game scout, using GPS picture, to prepare the report that will be sent to the village governments to take a legal step against this issue, because it is not allowed.
The project is funded by the Global Carbon Credit Scheme, where businesses offset their emissions by contributing money to projects that reduce carbon. The villages are given payments twice a year of thousands of dollars. And the patrols also work with other tribes in the area to voice their concerns about the environment. There are now just under 1,000 Hadza people left in this area, thought to be among the last hunter-gatherers in the world.
This, everything you can see below me here, is the land of the Hadza people. This is where we live. This is where we get our meat and our honey. This is what we call home. I feel very happy when I see how we have looked after this beautiful land. Before, when I saw the land being destroyed, I hated it. But now that I see it being protected, I feel very happy.
Thank you for watching Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. See you next week. I am Femi Unwajefe.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
No, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Hello and thank you for watching. This is One-on-One on Plus TV Africa. My name is Elsie Godwin. On this episode, we are one-on-one with a businessman, a youth empowerment and entrepreneurship coach, the convener of Thinkation Conference, the chairman of Ubong King Foundation, and the group chairman of Protection Plus Services Limited, Ubong Thomas King. Hello, Mr. King.
How are you doing, Elsie?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you too?
I'm fine.
Okay, so you are a motivational speaker and you've helped build a lot of people. So I would like to start with this question. Do you think being an entrepreneur is something that can be learned or it's an innate capacity?
Entrepreneurship can be learned and it's supposed to be learned. Every child that was born was only born with 2 things, fear of loud noise and fear of falling. So everything that anybody has achieved today, they learn. So entrepreneurship is something that is necessary to be learned.
Okay, so a quick search about you online would say you're 48 years old and then to say you're a billionaire, right? And that you ventured into security 21 years ago. Now, I want to tell us about that journey. What has it been like?
Wow. Okay, I think let's not say leave the billionaire part. I don't know where people keep saying that.
Are you not a billionaire?
Somebody that I pay my bills.
Okay.
Okay, I pay my bills. And I lost my father at the age of 13, and my father was my friend. My mom used to heckle at me a lot, and I used to think that because I was dark-skinned and she was light-skinned, that maybe I was a factory reject because I'm the first son. So when my father died, we found out I had a second wife with 4 children. So my mom had 5. My mom didn't go to secondary school. I mean, just secondary school. She didn't go to university. So there was this competition in the house that you must be better than this other one's children, you must be better than this other one's children. So that kind of competition raised a lot of internal fights in the house. So the only thing my father had at the time of his death was just a 504. Brown in color, registration number LA3069.
You still remember?
Yes. So we sold the car for 11,000 naira. They gave my mom 6,000, gave my stepmom 5,000, and they said to attend to Israel. Now at that time we were living in a 3-bedroom house, and then we had to move in from a 3-bedroom to a face me I slap you house, where we had 4 other families, and the restroom was a latrine. I've never been moved to such a life before, so it was strange for me. So every night I used to cry, and my mom continued to do that. So all my life I wanted to be able to grow, become a soldier, then revenge my father's death. We watch a lot of Chinese films. So you kill my father, I have to kill you back. So that was my plan.
But the plan wasn't to kill anyone though?
No, my plan was actually to kill the man. But unfortunately, by the time I grew, the man died.
Wow.
So I didn't have time. So that interest of security came in because I didn't want to see somebody lose their family or lose anything. That was where my interest for security. So I finished secondary school, which was interesting. I came out. I didn't do well in English, so it affected my going into university. So I did university, dropped out from UNIBEN. In my first year, they said I didn't have English. In Lagos State University, because of English, then I went to UNICAL. So I was moved from agri-economics to agri-education. Now, so my mom got to hear and disowned me, that I was a failure to the whole house. So with that, it became a very interesting challenge for me. So for me to survive, I had to squat in somebody's house in Onikewaya and also stay there and work in the shop. So 3 months I'll be there. On the 4th month, I'll get back to school with any money I have. So that affected my grades in school. I came out of UNICAL with a 3rd class, extra year. And it was a challenge. I didn't go for NYSC. So that affected me. So what happened was that for me to survive, I needed to be a security officer because that's all I knew. So I was a security officer in a church for 3 years.
Yeah, and that takes me to my next question, which is about volunteering. I mean, your story says you did that job at no pay for 3 years.
Yes.
Why did you do it first? How were you surviving for that 3 years? And why did you carry on?
I was working in a friend's house.
Okay.
And then if they needed to go and eat in their mom's place, I'll follow them. And in church there, you say, I just had to prove to myself I could do something, that I could contribute to somebody's success.
So would you say you were battling self-esteem, or being at that place at the time was
I was
just
not
what you
battling
could do?
self-esteem.
Okay.
What I was doing was that I could contribute to something.
Okay.
Yes, I could contribute. I knew this was wrong. And I could stand in the gap to say, please pass here instead of park your car here. You know, this is okay, so that other people can pass. If people want to go, please fall in line this way. I volunteered myself to be of service.
Yeah, so I would also like to know how you turned that into business. But before that, let's quickly touch on volunteering, like I said.
Yeah.
What do you think is the role of volunteering for a young person hoping to have a good career?
Volunteering helps you to build access, build skills. It is the easiest way of training. And sometimes you even get paid for volunteering.
Yeah.
So if you volunteer, one, you get access to whoever is doing the, and the team of people that are volunteering. And if you do well, you could even land a job or something better. Number 2, you develop experience. You know, you're able to go to new places, meet new people. You're able to learn a skill on the job based on whatever you're supposed to do. So those are the first and most important things that happen in volunteering. And then you develop yourself as you do volunteering. So for me, in volunteering, I was exposed to a lot of people, a lot of things. And when people know you are doing something for free, they want to actually reach out to you the more. Yeah.
Okay, so definitely you encourage anyone to volunteer more.
I even expect that it should be part of what we should teach our children.
The process. Okay, so how were you able to transition from 3 years of doing something without pay and now making income from it? I mean, in a big way. Exactly.
I think, first of all, the hunger is the gift of God to man. When you get hungry, you look for food. That's always my greatest motivation. When you get hungry, you look for food. Now, while working in church, one of those days, my pastor says that they don't need the security team anymore. However, because of what I was doing was good, he said, look, King, when we need service for security, we will now give you a contract to provide the service and we'll pay you for it. Okay. So that was how I got my first pay. Then I had another church that said, please come and train my people in Calabar. And I went there and the man gave me 30,000 there for training his people for 5 days. 30,000. I was in bliss. So I knew I could make money from it.
What year was this? To put the 30,000 in perspective for those who don't understand the bliss.
That should be in 1999. 1999. That was when.
Okay. Yeah. So in telling the story, I mean, I really want us to get out the lessons for people that are watching. So when you got these opportunities, did you have any issues in transitioning and managing a business as it grew, and how did you handle them?
Okay, when he gave me the money, it was money that, look, you did some work for me and I paid you. That was not business.
Okay.
That was not business. The business came in when I started reading magazines. And those magazines, I saw somebody give me a security and safety magazine. And I read it. The address of it was somewhere in Ebutemeta. And I now read it back to back. I began to see companies like corporate guards who wore uniform and posted guards, and they charge people for money. So I now said, look, I see that many people have houses, they are looking for security. I can as well kit up guards and put them. I didn't know we needed a license. I just thought, okay, I had a lot of young boys who, took me as somebody that could lead them in security. So I said, okay, no problem. So I will post you to this house. You wear black jeans, black shoes, and then you wear a t-shirt. Then you now write Guard It. My first company was called Guard It. It didn't even last 6 months, But when they gave me 5,000 naira, I gave them 3,000 naira. I kept 2,000 naira. Now, because I had 2,000 naira profit of it, I now did multiple. So if I had 10 guards, I will now have 20,000 naira as my own profit, and I paid them 3,000. So for me, that was the beginning of business.
Okay, we would like to definitely know more, but let's go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll carry on this interesting conversation.
This is Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa.
There were a lot of men, but they chose me.
Parties in Nigeria, they're simply platforms of convenience for people to go and aspire for power.
If you were not awarded a contract, then why are you coming here that you are aware?
Let me explain. No, it's okay.
Some people have also accused you of talking too much.
Even if I say things, people like Obasanjo should tell us, don't say that. Not that Obasanjo will be saying, and with results that will be carrying cake to go and say, Obasanjo, stop that.
If you have your family issues, you don't discuss them in the marketplace.
Those who will take over governance after the exit of the military will be mindful of the economic deprivation of our people.
Will the cost of governance ever be reduced?
Census good, but timing has to be right.
The people who are getting the palliative right now may be the wrong people because we do not have data.
Plus Politics, 7 p.m. Mondays to Fridays on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome back. This is the 101 on Plus TV Africa. So before we went on that quick break, you were talking about how you were able to turn the opportunities to proper business. We started from you reading a magazine that opened your eyes to what could be done. So please carry on.
So in this magazine, written by a company called Security and Safety Magazine, so I now decided that I wanted back editions. I wanted more because what I was saying there was interesting. So I came to Lagos from Akwa Ibom, and I went to Ebute Metta, and I bought 10 back editions. Now, because I was buying back editions, it got the interest of the owner of the company. So he now called me, and I said, look, I'm from Akwa Ibom, I want to know more about security. So he gave me some extra. I went back to Akwa Ibom. I read that book as if my life depended on it. I marked every single point. And I did it over and over. So the lessons I learned were what I was practicing. So I always tell people that whatever you learn, first practice. Because the result of hard work is more work. When you get something right, more opportunities come. So as I was doing it, people were getting more interested in it. And then when I was talking to the chairman, the man that owned the company, he said, please come back. Come to Lagos. I'm looking for somebody that I can work with. So I resumed in Lagos as his PA in a company called Paik Security Services. And my salary was 5,000 naira. So I worked there, and I was staying in my mother's house. I didn't have a house. Now, this gentleman taught me the passion of the work. And this passion that I'll resume in the morning, and I'll finish. Then he will take people. He was working for some high brands. They will escort them to the airport. So I got to know that there was another part of security called protocol services and escort. So then in the evening, and I'll follow him till 11 at night. So that began to affect me. Then he says, King, your interest is in VIP protection. Go and focus more on that. So I now started studying things on executive protection, understanding not just being carrying a gun or something like that, which police do. There are things that must be in place. So I began to learn all the practice of executive protection. Then he seconded me to somebody to be the executive protection specialist for the person. And because I was good, And I was so interested. You see, the passion in anything is critical.
What makes a person good in a security job?
It's passion. First of all, passion, hunger, and ready to learn. If you are not ready to learn and pay the price for it, you're not going anywhere. In any field, not apart from security. Because there are things that will demotivate you. The increase comes when the pain starts. Yes, so I always tell people your muscles get built when the pain starts. Because normally I should close by 5 p.m. But if they tell me, look, this man is going out by 6 p.m. and he's not coming back till 1 a.m., you have to follow. Who cares whether your shoes are hurting you? Who cares whether your shirt is dirty? You have to find a way to wash your shirt and then dry it up and squeeze it on that towel and come back. So from there I began to, know more. And when you are good, people are looking at you. Then they give you more opportunities. So I worked there, moved into another company called Alarm Center. Alarm Center taught me technology of security. Then from there I moved into Halogen. Halogen taught me the business. Then Excel taught me corporate governance. When I put these 4 systems together, I said I might as well start my own company. Nothing starts until you start. So
I like that you're giving practical steps, because when it comes to motivational speakers, it seems like the advice or what they say to you can be sometimes impractical for some people. And of course they've had their own fair share of Twitter bans of saying they just tell you to perspire, to out-perspire. I'm sure you've, So how important would you say motivational speaking is in building up or preparing a person for the career they've chosen?
For anybody, everybody, even the president needs to be motivated every morning, because every day you wake up, treat life as a fight. You can't drive a car without starting it. So you need to start yourself up. That start gives you the push, gives you the energy. If you see people that even go for boxing, they need to psych them up. This is what's going to happen. You're going to be the champion. You're going to be the way. So that person sets him up, because you are going to get beaten. You're going to get blue. So life will beat the living daylight out of you if you don't get motivated. If you don't get, you will not be able to take the heat that is coming. Because when the first punch comes on you, you will retire. So what motivational speaking does, it starts you up. It gives you the buffer to take what is coming. So you have that energy, because if you are not started, whatever comes against you will rain you down.
So as a sought after motivational speaker, definitely you speak globally. What would you say makes one a motivational speaker?
I believe that you need to find your message, find your target, and concentrate then. My target is for people between the age of 20 and 45, because I consider them as an endangered group. And then one of the things that I decide to do is to ensure that I look for to teach them entrepreneurship. I don't really like to talk to employees. I talk to entrepreneurs, because a lot of us have too many excuses. So if you tell me there's an excuse, I'll tell you a counter, because nothing starts until you start. When you take the first step, it will show. You get to the next level. If you start giving yourself excuses, you don't have the money, you don't have the height, you don't have the color, you don't have this, there are so many excuses. But once you say, okay, let's get it done, do it badly until you get it. Just start. When you start, look for who will help you out, who will move to the next level, who will know. And a lot of people always ask the wrong question. The question they always ask, which is wrong, is how do I do it? That's not the question. The real question is, who can help me? So that is what you need to find. Who do I need to help me, advise me on this track, or get me to this place and go? Connect the dots. And then by the time you move on, you have moved one step further. By the time you know, you have left a long way. Now, remember you said something which I was laughing at you. I did not know that I was that I had crossed a certain threshold. It was my sister-in-law who told me her friend said that Mr. King is successful. So it was at that time I realized, school fees that they used to give me a letter for in school, I was paying it. House rent, I was sorting it out. Car bills, I was sorting it out. Staff salary, I was sorting it out. I didn't have those problems anymore. Why? Because I was on a mission. A man with a mission is a madman until the vision comes to pass.
It's interesting you say that you don't pay attention to employees, but rather entrepreneurs. But I've had conversations. I mean, this program is about having conversation with successful people. And some will tell you that it's also important to have someone with an entrepreneurial spirit as a staff in your organization. Now, having to segregate those people, don't you think there will be a lacune in the kind of people entrepreneurs end up employing in the organization as well?
No, I did not say I don't talk to employees. I say my own market, whenever I speak, my motivational speaking goes to young entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So I specify that. I go there. But if you tell me to speak to entrepreneurs, there are certain laws I'll tell you because I know what they need. I know how to push them. I know where they need to define. I know certain things because of exercise. When you said I'm a motivational speaker, I'm not. I will tell you I'm more an experiential teacher. So I have gone through the process. I know what somebody will do. I know how far to go. I know where to use that person.
Mm-hmm.
And there are certain rules I have learned, good, bad, and terrible, to make it work. So those are the kind of things that I do. So if I speak to an employee, I say, okay, this is what you need to achieve, how you need to get there. And then when the person gives me his counter, because I like to face the person, so I have to feel what level that person is when I know your response, then I know exactly what level you are.
Okay, let's go for another very quick break. But when we come back, we'll definitely carry on.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Okay, welcome back. We're still having conversation with Ubong King. Now, let's talk more on security. How would you describe the security industry in Nigeria?
I think it's totally untapped. Mm-hmm. Totally untapped. If you have crime, you have opportunities. So what the industry needs to do is to find out what are the countermeasures and what value can they put on the countermeasures. That's security business. Mm-hmm. Because if you check the Global Competitive Index report, you'll see that our rating in security is quite low. Now, when the rating is quite low, people that are businessmen in different parts of the world take advantage of it. They know that, okay, look, if people with that poor crime, they can sell CCTV to you. So that problem is what creates the opportunity. Mm-hmm. But what we do more in this country is that we're focused on what they call guarding services. So we just want guards here, guards here, guards here, guards here. But that guard will need, okay, now look at it, this COVID-19 period has come out. Now, what is the first thing a guard needs? He needs to have, now it has created an opportunity for somebody. Now, face masks has created, uniforms has created. So when you take an industry, find out what can you do for the industry, look at the scope. And that's where the industry is. There are many areas in the industry.
And saying it's untapped, I mean, looking at young people as they are looking for opportunities for job creation, is there an area you encourage young people to look into and get into? Yes, there are many areas. First of all, criminals are not spirits, they're human beings. Mm-hmm. And then there is nothing new under the sun. Now, let's give it, in this time now, we have a lot of cybercrime. And this crime are perpetrated by young people. If young people begin to get involved in cybersecurity, they'll be able to add value to businesses, to companies, and help, start a new wave of, counter cyber security issues. It's a lot they can do. And it's all over the world, not only here. So you speak at leadership and management retreats. I mean, you are the chairman of Ubong King Foundation, and you focus more on youth development, like you've rightly mentioned. Now, what have you found to be the gap in our educational system and structure when it comes to leadership in Nigeria? In simple terms, we don't tell them SWOT. SWOT means what are the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and the threats. We just tell them, label the part of a cockroach and then go. Now, the question is, who has a cockroach helped? And I say this in simple terms, is that the education is not teaching them what we need to do. You teach them copy and paste from the books. Now, this copy and paste is outdated. We need to get what is needed for now and prepare them for what is needed tomorrow. Somebody sneezed in China. The economy of Nigeria is affected. So what we need to do is find out what is happening globally and begin to now internalize it in our systems. Population explosion is going out of hand. Now you have a case in 2018, there are 20,210 children that were born in one day on January 1st.
2019, there were 25,856 children that were born in January 1st. 2020, there are 26,039 children that were born on January 1st. How many are we expecting in 2021? Now, so if you do your calculation, by the end of this year, we should have 26 million children added to our population. Now, so once you have that, you will now know that hunger will increase. Now, and I'm telling you because when we talk about this, I now tell them that my element of going into youth development is because you have these gaps that are like a balloon. It's growing. It's growing. 75% of the country is made up of youth under 45. Now, that is crazy, 135 million people. And then they say 40% of them cannot be employed because they don't have skill. That is 62.5 million people don't have skill. So if 62.5 million people don't have skill, in 10 years or 20 years, what would they be doing? So that is where the challenge comes in. So what do I need to do? I now start teaching you. If you can make the shoe. Now learn to sell it to somebody in Port Harcourt. Learn to sell it to somebody in America. Learn to sell it. If the person creates a business, he will employ 5 people. Imagine if you have 50 people in every local government trained. Times 4 times in a year and employ 5 people. You reduce crime drastically. You have to find out what are the opportunities, and that's where leadership comes in. Leadership must anticipate the problem, must be able to find out what is the possible solution and start working towards it. You don't wait for the problem to happen, because if the problem happens, when it rains, it pours. Yes, that's the problem. That's the problem.
So I like that you talked about unskilled set of people that we have that definitely do need a job. And so what are your thoughts on the 774,000 special public works job by federal government that they are pushing into to cushion the COVID-19? What do you think about that?
Well, I think if we do what it is supposed to do, it will help cushion something.
Okay.
But if we politicize it, then it will only aggravate more. Because I remember that you've had banters between the assemblies and the minister in charge. So now if it's okay, give me 30 for my people. And then this honorable member goes to his place, okay, give me 30 boys that have been loyal to me. Now, because he wants to sort out his boys, it wasn't based on people that are qualified or people that really need it. So these people believe that it is their entitlement to get the job because this is my boss. So what have you done now? You have only shared the money for this day, for the period, and you have not sorted a problem. So now the responsibility goes back to local government chairman and then the governors of each state.
The recruitment process, basically.
Not even the recruitment. The thinking of solving the problem. See, solution to crisis is not really President's Wala. It's not his problem. It is the leadership at local government level. You are the one there. It's the responsibility of governors. You look at how is your state growing? What do you have in that state? How do you take it to the world? What can you do with the macroeconomics that is in that place? Look at templates from other countries and find out, okay, how is the country? Look at a country like Trinidad and Tobago. Only 1.3 million people. It's just one street in Lagos here now. But those guys, they are thinking of it. They turn drum to their national instrument. That's what they used to create a band called, what do they call it? Is it Sokarama? They created uniforms. They created that industry that they call the carnival. Does an average of $2 billion every year. It has created microeconomy. So the responsibility is for us as leadership, especially at government, at state and local government, to sort the problem. If the states and the local government are sorted, we will not have problem upstairs.
Before I let you go, I mean, our time is up. In your opinion, are Nigerian youths ready for political leadership?
For political leadership? We have a lot of schooling to do. It is one thing to say yes. It's another thing to do yes. So if we say yes, I'll say, look, we need to start. We need to just start and start running and be ready that, we should be accountable to every decision that we take.
Thank you so much for your time. We'll definitely want to have you again to speak more on other things.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for watching. I've been speaking with Ubong King, the Group Chairman of Protection Plus Services Limited. To catch up on this conversation and all our exclusive content, do visit our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, and please do subscribe. Also, follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Plus TV Africa. My name is Elsie Godwin. Please do stay safe.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Saleh, and today my body is doing me sweetie. So I have Isia Fodile in studio with me.
Hello.
And we're going to have a very good conversation today.
As always.
Yeah, I'm so excited about today's conversation because it's not all the time people get to meet our co-anchors, really meet them.
Absolutely.
So today is one of those days where our co-anchor will double as a guest. So it's quite an interesting conversation. I am looking forward to having that conversation on personal finance. I mean, she's an amazing and intelligent finance expert.
We call her our financial
queen.
Yes,
so our financial guru always. So I'm so excited about it. But how are you though, Isi?
I'm doing very well, but hasn't it been a quiet Christmas?
It's been.
It's not like the usual, the razzmatazz that always goes with the
money.
Christmas.
That's why we have Temi here.
There is no money. Everybody is so sober.
Everybody is humble this year. Everybody's humble this year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's such an interesting conversation. An interesting conversation. All right, so I'm gonna because we were talking finance, I had to go and dig the quote from our personal finance guru. Yeah, I said no. We're not doing foreign quotes today. We have to show them.
Absolutely.
See, let me tell you, when you have something good, flaunt it.
Absolutely.
I'm not about all those people that say, oh no, I flaunt my own very well. All right, so here's what we found as today's quote. Your financial well-being in future is crafted by the choices you make today. So make every penny count. That's from Temi Obasanya, our finance guru. In fact, that part of make every penny count.
There was something I said to her earlier today. I said to her that if I had known what I know now about financial literacy, I don't think I would have ever been indebted in any form or in any way. And I would have been richer, a lot richer. So I always follow her page. So if those of you out there, follow her page, and you
yes,
get to
so
know
you have
more.
to follow. You know, the
about
thing
the
is that
tips.
you see that part about make every penny count.
Absolutely.
I think that is where I am so bad, because I always believe that money, you know, it is the big numbers, but truly, money is in those little penny that you think those money it's not important.
Exactly. Somebody actually said if you spend 1,000 naira every day, that means in a month you've spent 30,000 naira because it is 30 days
or
31 days.
31 days in some cases.
You just have to be very careful about the amount you spend.
You think it's just small money.
Try and throw it into some piggy bank or some little hole so that you can always account for it.
Yeah.
Make it count.
Very
it's
interesting.
So
I have a friend of mine, or not really a friend, she's an older woman, so I call her auntie. She's an older aunt, like family, you know, friends and all of that. Yeah. What she did, you know, there's this candy, you know, those shaped in a fizzy drink bottle. Those candies that come in those big fizzy drink bottles. So what she does every year, she just created a hole. Every year, she just dumps 1,000 naira.
Wow.
Do you know that at the end of the year, she has how much? 365K. As in she does it every single year. So in December like this, you see her unlocking the thing and she start gathering her money. So when you think that 1,000 naira or that 500 naira does not count, you can easily just be throwing it around. People are actually doing stuff with money like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, just imagine how.
Important.
Yeah. So I'm excited about today's conversation.
Some people say it's being stingy. It's not being stingy. It's being wise with your money.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if you are like me, that is always itchy to spend during festive seasons, especially Christmas, then you would have to grab your pen, your paper, and a glass of wine. Yes. As our in-house finance expert, Temi Obasanya. Yes, so Temi Obasanya is here to discuss seasonal festivities and our personal finance. But first, we'll take a break for what's in the news.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, I tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Oh my God, thanks for staying with us. This is my people at the back end. They will not kill me. Now, National Roots Day is observed on December 23rd. The day encourages family to delve into their family history, heritage, and ancestry. Now, every year during the holidays is an ideal time to collect family information. While family gather around the table, telling stories and sharing memories, someone is sure to be the family historian. It is entirely possible to be like a grandparent or an aunt or uncle that has already started a family tree and will also share with the other family members on this day their history. I know Isi will be that family member that will be sharing history. You know how to share history very well.
Funny enough, I don't. If it starts with my father, okay, my grandfather, oh, I do.
Oh, see, I'm not even. See, respect me. I see people's future.
But you have to be a home girl, you know.
Yeah, you are.
You know, for you to be able to decode things like this and want to know about your family history. It's so important that we get to know things like this so that we can pass it from generation to generation. Just like the story about Roots. I have forgotten the name, Alex, I've forgotten his name, that wrote the book Roots. And he was able to track the family history back to Gambia. So he knew where he was from, even Kunta Kinte, the story of Kunta Kinte.
You see why you're the historian? I'm just here to listen.
So it's very important that we talk
Yeah.
about things like this
Yeah.
to our children so that we can pass it from generation to generation.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Historian.
I shut up.
Have you accepted the title now? So what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, today in the news, we are tired of people stealing people's children. We're tired of people coming, having baby factories. We're tired of people not being able to account for having someone's child with them and not knowing who that child is. So the immigration, actually, the story that caught my attention was the story about immigration that rescued a 3-week-old baby who was being trafficked in Calabar, Cross River State. According to the news, it was stated that a 3-week-old baby suspected to be a victim of child trafficking was on Tuesday rescued at the Marine Patrol Team by the Nigerian Immigration Service in Cross River State. Mr. Oke Zugu in Cross River, who is the controller of the Nigerian Immigration Service, identified a woman who is supposed to be the trafficker, Mrs. Maureen Awokara. This Miss Maureen Awokara, this is the key thing here. She wasn't able to explain who this child is. Now, the child traffickers have now devised other means of having to
move the babies?
Move children, exactly, transport children from place to place. And she used water this time instead of using the road. And when she was being asked who this child is, how she got to know about this child, she couldn't explain anything about the child. So it is important that we know, we ask people, even if there's a way a child would even behave, but this is a 3-week-old baby, so it's a baby.
And she looks too mature, in fact, you know. See,
She-
let me
she's
tell you
not
something.
40.
I think why we have a high rise in child trafficking is because of people are still battling with accepting surrogacy or accepting, what's it called? Mainly surrogacy, you know, as an option to having a child, you know, because you've been married for a while, you don't want to embrace surrogacy as an option for having a child. That's one. Then secondly as well, a lot of women, right? A lot of women find it difficult to come to that realization that, you know what, at this point where I am at, you know, this is something that cannot happen anymore.
Yeah.
So it's either you accept your fate and know that this thing doesn't define who I am as a woman.
Exactly.
And just move on. I think so. Not only women, actually both parties.
You know, it still comes back to our cultural heritage, what we believe in culturally. If you look back to traditional concepts.
They need to demystify it and say, you know what, government will support and maybe subsidize or something.
Government, culture, mindset
everything
shift,
yeah.
is so important.
All right, so my story is quite interesting and I'm happy. The reason I took this story is called Otemi. When she comes on, I want to ask her why. But she has told me off air, but I will still ask her again. You know, I saw the story, it was quite interesting. I just thought to mention. They said Nigerians to shun luxury items in 2021. That's the latest report. Well, that one is the question I want to ask. Latest report from CBN, and they are saying this, that most Nigerian consumers are not likely to purchase expensive or luxury items in 2021, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria Consumer Expectation Survey that was carried out. Now, the report for December 2020 was released by the Statistics Department of the Apex Bank on Tuesday in Abuja, and according to the report, most consumers believed that the next 1 year would not be ideal for the purchase of high-costing items like vehicles and houses. Now, CBN also said that most of the respondents to the survey expected that the Naira, you know, maybe the Naira would, you know, come down and all of that. Because I think, like what Timmy was saying off air was that, you know, a lot of these luxury items are solely dependent on Forex. And with the high rise in, what's it called? Forex, you know, it's only natural for people not to have the same buying power. $1,000 3-4 years ago, you can't compare what $1,000 is today. You know, part of why I want to lose weight. Part of why I want to lose weight is economical for me to lose weight, because I cannot afford to buy clothes.
New
I really don't like shopping in Nigeria. And I cannot afford to buy new clothes right now because it is ridiculous. What you buy $100 worth of clothes, you can't even
afford to get.
Yeah, you can't get
like
the same. Yeah.
And
So it's actually
thing,
crazy.
The president actually said that we should prep ourselves up for perilous times in the coming year.
God will help him too.
God help all of us.
No, God will help him first. God will help him first. I do not belong to this economy. Let me just say for the record. Hold on.
SAP has started a long time ago, starting from Babangida's
Yeah, we have to
time.
take a break. Wait,
Okay.
I do not belong to this economy. I belong to heaven's economy. So let me just state it out there. We'll take a break. When we return, our guest, Temi Obasanya, will join us. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, having separate accounts for designated purposes is essential for a successful personal finance journey. Now, that's one of many financial nuggets Temi always shares with her online family. Now, many people know this principle, but how many people truly practice the principle of planned spending? Now, if we were to do a quick survey, quickly, between myself and what's it called? Did you spend what you planned?
No. I spent more.
If we did that quick survey on whether you planned your Christmas shopping, did you spend what you planned?
I spent much more than I bargained for. Honestly.
So this is the problem. So that's why we're talking about this.
Cost of living
And for
is
those that are
high.
watching, tell us if you spent much more than you planned for your shopping this Christmas. Now, let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So you spent more, Abi?
Did you spend below what you bargained for?
Let me not just say my own.
And besides that, the cost
See
of
the way I'm
living,
breathing heavy.
when you go to the market these days, things are so expensive. And it's not anybody's fault because inflation, I'm not a financial expert, but inflation is high, like everybody says. So it's no one's fault. You imagine a bottle of water, 100 naira, what used to be 50 naira. I was shocked.
Okay.
Osaiwame, what did you
I'm
spend?
not going to answer that question. Temi Obasanya is a chartered financial analyst and a personal finance expert with over a decade of work experience spanning across different markets around sub-Saharan Africa. She teaches financial literacy, proffers investment solutions, and she is a co-anchor on Ways. We are proud to say that. And she's joined us live in studio, looking all glam and looking so beautiful.
Hi, ladies.
It's interesting that you are our guest today.
You know, I was liking the intro and everything. I'm like, okay.
Is that me?
Because this is home, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm so at home on the table. So I'm like, okay, I'm the guest.
Yes.
I better milk this.
Yes, so
Yes, you sure do.
How you
But you know,
ladies
Temi,
doing?
it's so interesting that, when I was going to have this conversation, given that today is just barely 2 days to Christmas, I know for a fact that fever between today and tomorrow, everybody wants to get something, there's just something around Christmas that no matter what, even with COVID, we still point in terms of, if we want to look at lessons learned, first of all, from 2020 and how it's so important for us to have a very disciplined structure when it comes to personal finance. Where do we even start from first? Let me even start.
So absolutely, it's planning. So when it comes to seasonal festivities and celebrations and all of that, what's most imperative, right? when it comes to your personal finances, to understand that it's the time for you should know to control your spending. So around the festivals and, all the fun around Christmas or Ileya or Diwali and all, it's not the time to say, oh, I want to start budgeting. I want to start investing. It's just another consideration for your overall personal finance journey, right? So we knew we were going to have Dirty December in December, but we knew since January. So we should have planning, right? That's the way to look at it, to say, look, it's not a fire brigade approach to say, oh, when Christmas is coming is when I need to start shopping or I need to start saving or investing. No, you should be I keep telling people, the kind of intentionality that you give to your career, that you give to your relationships, that's what you need to give to your money. It's not something that you can outsource. Your financial future is not something that you should let happen. You shouldn't let it happen. You should make it happen. You have to be intentional, about it.
But Timmy, I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the common problem? Is it that we lack financial literacy, the majority of us? Is that the biggest problem for our personal finance and why we're struggling all the time?
It's the biggest. So all over the world, right, you'll find that people need to learn better money habits. It differs from, location to location. But in Nigeria particularly, you're right, the financial literacy numbers, they don't look too good, and it's an extension of our formal education numbers. So in Nigeria today, it's very possible, depending on your discipline, right, you can finish school from primary to secondary to university without knowing the difference between assets and liabilities. Like, it depends. You can study. I did cell biology and genetics for my first degree, and I didn't need to learn. At no point did anybody teach me, this is an asset, this is a liability, this is how you calculate your net worth, this is how interest rate works. If you go into debt, this is how it happens. You can actually live your life without knowing. And so you don't learn to plan. You don't know what retirement planning is. You just know that I'm making money and I'm spending it. You don't know to invest. So it's a big problem. It's society.
I like the fact that you said something about formal education. And it's so important that in our education sector, we are not aware of things like this. And most of us get to find out the hard way when we are indebted.
When life happens.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So when is the right time for you to introduce children to financial literacy?
Very early. I say it all the time. Financial parenting. I'm very grateful to my dad. God, rest his soul. From the time I was 5 years old, he started playing Monopoly with me. Wow. You'll be amazed. Interesting, fun game, board game, right? And so I started to learn the concept of having money. And then I knew that I could exchange it for assets. So I would buy a title deed, I'll buy a land. I knew that if I made more money, I'll buy a house or convert it to a hotel. I started to understand, assets and liabilities. Okay, I'm owing you, and then we were playing in a group of more than 2 or 3. It would talk to me and say, don't sell this. So I started to understand partnerships and negotiations and all of those things. And by the time I was 6 years old, I could hold my own on the board. Like, I was beating teenagers, on the board and all of that. So I knew the concept of saving. The concept of investing, perhaps not a lot. So whilst I was in the university, I was working on this, and I'm going to talk about this. There's something I tell people about my 4 C's of financial success. We'll get to that. But you have to constantly be creative about earning money. You can't just sit down and say, this is my day job and that's it. You have to be creative, right? So I was in school, but I was doing photography modeling. I was making money on the side. But all I did was save it. I just had a fixed deposit account, period. So I left school knowing what I know now, and I'm like, oh my goodness, if I had started investing then, maybe in the equity market or something, do you know what I'll have by now? So the best time to invest was then, right? The next best time is now. Don't sleep on it.
This thing you just say, you struck a chord inside of me. Let me tell you, the chord is struck. That's how me and my sister were in the university. They were telling us, buy shares. That's how we carry our hard-earned money. I can't forget.
You just went to buy blindly.
She bought 1,000 shares. I think I bought 1,000 shares. We're in the university. We're like maybe 200 level or something. All State Trust Bank. You are saying
You're even naming and shaming. Oh my God.
I have to name them. I have to name them because now I don't even know where the bank is.
Yeah.
Because at some point they said whether it was which bank that took them, bought them over and all of that. But so we invested.
Financial education.
Wait, I'm coming somewhere. You know, so because I say you hit a chord. The chord is still paying me. You know. So by the time I bought those shares, I was so excited. Was it 1,000 or 4,000 units? I think it was 4,000 units.
That's a lot of units.
Yes, we bought 4,000 units because it was quite cheap, and we had saved our school money. You know, me in school, I didn't used to spend my money. I used to save my money.
Money you should have
until I met boyfriend. I will now, it's so interesting that anytime my sister sees me going to the bank to withdraw money, they knew that my husband was coming that weekend. Because anytime he was coming, I would always make a bowl of
something
soup
nice
for him that he would take back to the fridge. So anytime I go to withdraw money, they knew he was coming because I was very prudent saving my money. So I bought those shares. And at the time I bought the shares and everything, I was excited. You know, I'm a shareholder. I also bought some as well with Oando and all of that. But it didn't just go well with me. And because of that, if you mention share near my ear, like I just don't want to hear it. And I know that there are a lot of people like me. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
So, should we, because, I mean, we had an amazing guest on Monday. She was talking about shares. And she said that, in fact, now is even the best time to actually buy shares, even with all of these things, because when they bounce back, they'll bounce back well.
Better.
You know, but I'm still a bit skeptical about, you know what, where do I even start? If I say, okay, now, I want to start being financially, free, my personal finance, I want to take it seriously and all of that. So for all the loose change that I have, where do I even start to put this money? Where do I take it to? You know, what do I do with it?
So you need to invest in yourself. So I tell people, look, you can outsource some of those things. That's my day job, right? You know, there are rich people who just have money and say, okay, I want to get a financial manager and do it for me. I get it. It's a thing. But you should understand the basics. And I tell people, you can call me and say, oh, Temi, I need investment advice. I have money. What should I buy? It doesn't work like that. If I give you advice now, that advice is good till the end of the conversation. Because guess what? The market can move in 2 hours. So you yourself should invest in these little things, like understanding simple basics of saving, investing, you know, budgeting, retirement planning. How much do I earn monthly? How much goes into my transactional account? How much am I saving? Because every one of us should have emergency funds.
Exactly.
COVID happened in March. Unprecedented. We weren't expecting it. A lot of people lost their jobs. People got pay cuts and all of that. If you didn't have emergency funding, how would you feed your family? Right? So we always say that, look, even if it's just 3 months of how much, you know, you earn, just a runway to say, if I lose my job or something, or an emergency, my wall falls in or something, I have this as a safety net. So that will be in a savings account somewhere. It has to be accessible. It has to be liquid. So that's not money you go and use to invest in real estate, for example. It's emergency. You should have access to it, right? And then you have an investment account. And you don't just invest because, oh, I want to buy shares. Or everybody is saying Dangote is the one, you know. No. What are your financial goals? So I'll give you an example. Hypothetically, right? EC is 30 years old. She's not married. She doesn't have children. I'm 35. I have 2 children, aged 10 and 5. We're good friends. We earn exactly the same amount, 500K. EC is only 30. She doesn't have children yet. She can save half of that money. She's not paying school fees. Do you see? She can put it in the equity market. Equity market, shares that you bought, right? It's a long-term thing. Don't get me wrong. You can put money in the equity market today, and with equity, with shares, there's no maturity. So it's not like you're putting money today and it's a 1-year investment. It's ownership stake in that business, right? So you're making money from that company being a going concern, that company doing well, their fundamentals, you know, their profit, and they're paying dividends and all of that, right? Until you sell it or the company goes down, you know, there's no maturity. So if COVID happens or there's a recession or a credit crunch and the company goes down, you still have time. You're 30. You probably work for longer than I'm working. You can wait it out. It's a waiting game, right? But I have 2 children. I'm 35. I'm paying school fees so I can't afford to take all of that money and put in the equity market. Absolutely. I have to take a different approach. Asset allocation. I can buy small treasury bills because you know what? Rent is due in 6 months. You know what? I have school fees. You don't have school fees, right? So when it comes to this planning, and that's what I was saying at the beginning about festivities, right? You start budgeting from January. So even in the way you are allocating to the different accounts, in the way that you're saying, okay, 30 December is coming, I'm going to be putting 50K aside, right? She's living in her own house. She's not paying rent. She can put 50K aside. I'm not going to compare myself to her because I'm paying rent. So can you see that my allocation is totally different? So my budget has to be customized,
tailored
for me. That's how it works.
You've been saying 500K, 100K. Some people don't have that amount of money in a month.
Absolutely.
So, for the low-income earners, what will be your financial advice to them?
Those are the people that actually need personal finance planning. It's not for the rich man. The rich man is okay. He can get a Temi and pay her on the side to deal it. But for those people, those are the ones that actually need to sit down and say, okay, I'm going to cut my, cloth.
According to your...
Cut my coat according to my cloth.
Yeah.
Do you see? I'm going to live within my means. I'm going to spend less than I earn. So I was talking about my 4 C's earlier. My 4 C's of financial success. I say that you have to be creative in how you make money. This one is not about, I'm a CFA charter holder. I've sold hair. I've sold bag. I'm telling you.
Multiple streams of income.
You'll be amazed, right? You can monetize all these other things you can do, teach people how to do it. You have to be very creative. You can't just sit down, on just one stream of income. What if COVID happens, a pandemic, or you lose your job or something? So you have to be creative about how you make money. You have to be conservative. You have to consistently spend less than you earn. If you're spending everything that you're earning, it's a big problem. If you're spending more than you earn, your own is a different conversation. There's a separate show for you, not even today. Do you see? You have to be consistent in how you save and invest. Saving and investing is how you grow your money. There's something called the law of compounding, and it simply says that you should grow your money at compounded interest over time. So don't spend your interest. If you invest 100K, let me use 50K or 100K, right? And you get 2K income, interest on it. Invest the whole 52 and keep compounding and compound. That's how your money grows, right? And it also happens on the debt side. When you take a loan, and you're not paying, that your gbese is compounding as well. So you have to be intentional about these things. To say, this is how much I'm earning. I'm going to, spend consistently lower than I earn so that I have some money to invest. That's your future. All of us have a finite number of years we're going to work for. And then we retire. What's going to happen to our lifestyle?
So
Number
the
3, the third, third one.
Third is
consistent
yes.
and be careful who you listen to. Investment advice. Oh, today everybody is doing agric. That's where we're putting money. What are the fundamentals? They come to you, they promise you 50% return in 60 days. What is the underlying? What are they putting that money in this interest rate environment to be earning that? Back to financial education. Do you see? So nobody's asking you to go get a diploma or go do accounting exam or something, but you need to invest, you need to say, okay, this is my money. What am I doing with it? Where am I putting it into? And be very intentional. Have a budget. And know that with budgeting, look, if it's too restrictive, right, you won't follow it. The idea is not perfection, it's just progress. Stick as close to it as possible. And for, festivities, again, look, it's been a tough year. Chop this life. You only live once, YOLO. All of that things we say, problem, no, they finish, all of that. Yeah. Just plan for it. It has to be within the budget.
Okay. We're going to come to that, coming back again to festivity, because you see why we say we have guru in-house. Everybody's already asking questions. Well, we'll take your questions, but we'll take a very short break. When we return, we'll continue the conversation. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. If you're just tuning in, we are learning how to spend, especially during festive seasons. Yeah. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You see, my head is just swelling here, you know, because honestly speaking, listening to you, Temi, I have so many things in my head, right? I'm trying to just reduce it to the topic that we chose. It's not like we cannot broaden the conversation.
We'll take the rest off camera.
We have to do part 5, part 10, part 100 of this show, because I think, honestly speaking, a lot of the mistakes that we've made, especially when it comes to finance, and it is a general common mistake that a lot of people make, is that we do not learn anything about finance. You know that a friend of mine once told me something, that take your time. So she used to watch, she followed, I think, Financial Times.
Right.
She steady. She said, see, there's no how you can ever be wealthy if you do not learn, as in you don't know, you don't have common knowledge of what wealth creation and finance is. Absolutely. A lot of us, when it comes to business news, we just look away. We don't watch news. So I made it deliberate, you know. There's a particular channel I follow. I make sure I watch their business reports every day, because I'm just trying to say, you know what, let me break that circle of poverty.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's the full spectrum, right? It's the full spectrum from even your money mindset. What kind of relationship do you have with money? Are you one of those people that just see a rich man and say, he must have done something, he must have done for one night or something? That kind of mentality will make money run. You know, do you believe that money can control you or you will control money? So it's even from that mindset to understanding, you know, how to earn money and then how to keep it and even how to understand the market to say, okay, this is not the time to even be investing in this currency.
So talking about that, there are people, you have talked about people that are earning earning steady income, paid salaries on a monthly basis. There are people that their business or what they do, their craft is, okay, like for instance, let's take for instance actors.
Right.
It is per job.
Irregular
right?
income.
Their income is not regular. It's not a steady thing. It's not monthly. So it is on the job. So I earn maybe 500K today. Tomorrow it might be 50K job that I got and all of that. Their income is not consistent. So how would you say that kind of a person should have, you know, plan, you know, especially when it comes to festivities? Okay, with Christmas is here in 2 days. There's going to be New Year celebration.
Absolutely.
There's going to be Valentine. There's going to be Easter. There's going to be summer, next year Christmas, and all of that. So if I were to be in that position where my income is not regular, with a monthly one, I think I'm able to think about it and structure it. But for those that do not have regular income, how would you advise, you know, that they go about structuring that, you know,
I like that
plan?
she slipped in Valentine as one of the holidays. I'm like, I got that, you know. So the very first step, you know, for anybody, regardless of your craft or if you earn regular or irregular salary, is to assess where you are, right? So you're an actor. You don't get paid every month, but if you look back in the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you kind of had a pattern, right? You kind of know that, okay, you know, year 5, I made 1 million naira. It didn't come like that, but it was 1 million. So if I was going to pay myself a monthly salary, I know I shouldn't be spending more than like 70, 80K per month, right? So every time that inflow comes, you know that you have to warehouse it somewhere and pay yourself a small percentage. So you kind of have an idea of what you're worth. You have an idea of what comes in. But more importantly, having multiple streams of income is for you. That person that doesn't have the regular, you know, more than ever, you have to keep doing something. You know, you have to look for other things that you can monetize to be sure that if money is not, because you can't control how many roles you get. What if nobody calls you for a role in 6 months, right? So you must be able to control your own. This life is hard enough. Things are happening that you can't control. So your future, your finances is not something that, you know,
you must leave to chance.
To an extent, absolutely. So, you know, you have to find other ways to earn money. But that kind of person, every time you get that bulk funding, you have to put it in a fund somewhere, you know, where it's growing, you know, interest is accruing, but you're paying yourself monthly for your transactional account. That's something that can potentially work.
That's fantastic. Okay, let me take, okay, so you see, you come, let me just quickly say, bring in some of our audience. Is it Jenny? Angela says, I spend more money, I need help. Then Loretta says, your guest, Temi, please, we need her to design a financial literacy course for kids.
I'm working on it.
For kids, so she's working on it. Then Kelvin says, MMM return is what we all want. I like the breakdown on compounded interest. This is making me crack
They're looking
up.
for 60%.
Looking for Ponzi schemes.
No, she said that everybody is, and it's true. Everybody wants this MMM return where they
money,
promise you,
fast,
you something that if you check is not feasible.
You know, in
gonna say
investment,
something.
before you go, there's something we call the risk-return trade-off, right? It's funny to me when somebody says to you, you earn 60% in 30 days, but there's no risk. The risk, for every iota of return you get, there's risk. So if you're saying to me that the return is 60%, that's when I'm going to run, because you're giving me 60 times risk. Do you get? That's why when you buy treasury bills or bonds, these are essentially risk-free, because a government that has issued it is not going to default, right? That's why the return is not usually high compared to like alternative investments and all that. So the more the return you see, you should get a microscope for the risk to say, what exactly am I putting my money into?
Absolutely. Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
we've talked about low-income earners. We've talked about irregular earners. We've also talked about individuals who do not earn, they earn a monthly income, which are regular earners. And we talked about individuals or child literacy as well. So would you say that education, financial education, can start at any point? Is it from childhood? Is it from middle age or secondary school? Even whenever you've made a mistake, is it possible for you to bounce back and learn something?
The best time
and what
was
is the
then,
best way
the next
to go
best time is
ahead
now.
to do it?
Absolutely. So, I mean, for children, right, as soon as they can count, you can start to teach them about money. You know, your piggy bank, you know, it's your short-term money, and then I'll open an account for you, and that's your long-term money. You don't have access to it, you know, that kind of thing. And then, if you've missed out before, it's never too late. Just wherever you are, just start. You know, assess yourself. What is my net worth? You know, my assets in totality today, what is it? And how much am I owing? You know, the difference is how much you're worth. And then you start to build your budget and your planning around that. It's a beautiful journey. You just need to understand what you're doing and realize that, okay, I need to have a plan. So I'm going to do Dirty December. I start planning for that. In fact, I put out a fictional story on LinkedIn about, I tagged it Dara's Dirty December, talking about salary earners, because around here, you know, in December salary comes early. They pay you like second week of December. And then you finish the money before Christmas.
January.
And then January salary, it is finished.
January.
You know, so I'm like, why don't you start? And then there's something we also call black tax. You know, it's more amplified around festivities. So this was coined in the US, in the black community, where you find that narrative, or this black person is the first person to go to college in a family. So for that reason, as a young professional, the black tax is the money that you make out to struggling family members.
To help
sometimes
them
out of guilt, sometimes out of compulsion, but you have to help, you know, everybody. And then you do that, and then you cannot save. It's heightened during, you know, festivities, because you're like, okay, I need to buy this for my mom,
for
my
this
family,
person.
and then you end up having nothing,
So
and
much
then you're cranky,
responsibilities.
and you know, so spread that cost throughout the year. What do you do as a family over Christmas, over Diwali, right? You know what you do. You know how many people you have to buy stuff for. Start to put that money aside. If you started putting 20K aside in January, you have 240K for Dirty December plus interest. Without touching.
What about for
your salary?
daily income earners?
Okay, so
you can also do something. It doesn't have to be that much. 1,000 naira a day is 365K.
Yes, I want
in a
them
leap
to be
year,
aware that they can do
366.
something. So I had to throw in that question.
Absolutely. So it's not for, I keep saying again that, look, the way you would treat 100K in the bank today, that mentality you have, that relationship you have with money, that's the way you would behave when the balance is 10 million.
Absolutely.
So it's better to start when you have 10,000 naira.
Or 1,000 naira.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
So
I'm
you
very
want
guilty of plenty things. Let me not wash my dirty linen in public. But tell me,
I can see your bone straight
Ah,
with
but
Dirty December.
no,
You
this
know,
bone
so
straight.
you just had to.
Let us not talk about bone straight. you know how you talked about savings, right? Some of us have the culture of saving, especially maybe we open an account for our children, but we end up touching that money.
You end up finding use for the money, right?
The way you are broke. You know, I think, so for me, how do we even go about that financial discipline? right? How do we go about it? Is it that you have to create an account where even you cannot access it? Or how do you go about it? Because if the account is there, in fact, I deliberately do not put some kind of funds in my personal account because I have mobile app. Just tell me how much I transfer to you. Do you understand? So that discipline is not there. And a lot of us are struggling with that discipline. And we want to be able to, say, come 2021, whatever it is that I'm spending, somebody said something one time that said that even up to fuel money, you bought gala on the road, write it down. You do. So by the time you calculate how much you spend in a month, you'll be shocked as to how much you're spending and you're complaining that you do not have money.
And go a step further, right? By the time you do that calculation, if you can just categorize it, my needs and my wants. The needs are the things that are absolutely essential. I couldn't have done without it. And then the wants that I'm like, it's a nice to have. You would see most times that the wants
that
are
you're
3
spending,
times. So that discipline has
so
to
how
be
do
there.
we now go about it?
I mean, so the first thing is always good to have an accountability partner. So if it's like the account for the children, you have to be watching your husband and then he's policing you, just to be accountable, right? That's number one. Number two, keep it in a place that is not accessible. Put it like in a mutual fund or something where there's like a lock-in period and before you can, in fact, the stress of withdrawing it's a deterrent. It just disincentivizes, you just go in there as frequently as you please. So you can have like a mutual fund where every month, you're just putting something in there and it's growing. Again, look, I keep telling people, the only money you want to save, right, is the money that is for maybe like emergency or there's like a short term, I need it, whatever money you have, every penny has to count. It has to grow. So investing is actually more important, than saving. Saving, yes, sometimes it's an accretion. You want it to grow before you use it for something, but we have to be very intentional about growing our money. So just put it in an instrument that is far away. It's not on your app. You can't reach it, right? It's easy to just move money there monthly, and should you need it, then you have to go to that entity to say, I'd like to draw or something.
And you go through a lot of
just put it in an account that is not, again, those 3 accounts, transactional, saving, and investment. So the investment account is not the one that has a card that you can just swipe easily. No, it shouldn't be.
There was something Osaiwa talked about. She talked about Nigeria not being, what did you talk about in terms of luxury items?
Oh, yeah. That.
So, in terms of Nigeria not being
able to
afford luxury items in 2021, and you talked about needs and wants, right? So in terms of needs and wants, do you think Nigeria or Nigerians would be able to abstain from luxury items?
As Nigerians, we like our things. When we catch on the bug, we do it to the extreme.
Like bone strength.
Bone strength. And the iPhone and everything.
Exactly.
So the macros, when CBN released that, obviously they were looking at the macros and economic conditions and the fact that, they've had to push out palliatives that did not go out, but hey, a lot of people have lost money, right? And when you're talking about these luxurious items, they're foreign currency items. So imagine when you could buy at 360 and now black market is somewhere around 4 something. It's definitely more expensive. So that in itself should tell you that if this thing is not actually something that I need to breathe, let's normalize saying I can't afford it. There's nothing wrong.
But wait.
He's saying I can't afford it.
Hold on.
Why should you borrow for something that you cannot afford?
I will disagree with you there. You see, Nigeria, we are very superficial.
Yes.
We are showstoppers.
We have to borrow.
That's why you will see that they will tell you, hey, big influencer on social media caught stealing bronze straight hair. So I'm saying that, is it a mindset problem that we have? That we just feel like we need to impress? Because people borrow. There was a video that went viral of a guy that went to buy Mercedes on credit, and he now sold the Mercedes that he bought on credit.
How do you
understand?
what?
Yes, I saw it.
Not only do you owe,
you sold it.
So how do you buy it back?
That's my point. So this is something that is big. right? So is it just okay for you to just say, you know what, because we are superficial, tell me. If I come to your office and I tell you that I want to do a meeting, you size me from head to toe. You understand? It is the thing. Even when you go to corporate organizations that you want to have a meeting and all of that, you have to look the part. So some people have to borrow.
It's in Nigeria that I heard you have to fake it to make it. I'm like, what if you get caught while faking it? You haven't made it. You know, what do you do?
So how do you even do that?
I think it's just society, you know, and at the end of the day, some of it may be self-esteem. Like your bone straight can be touching the floor. I'll just tell you, look good, babe, but I'm still going to floss my own. Like, I don't have to go and buy it. You know, so it's you, it's society. When you look around, like the kind of examples you see around, a lot of young people want to go into politics today. Not because they care about community. Thank you. They want to be able to buy those PJs and all those things. So I think
so
it's
what
society.
are the quick tips as we are wrapping up now?
Oh, we are wrapping up. Oh my goodness.
So we are having fun and I forgot at the time. You know, so what are the quick tips you would like to share with anyone that is struggling with, you know, balancing their books when it comes to their personal finance?
So, I mean, let me start off, you know, by saying, look, let's normalize saying I can't afford it. There's no shame in this game, right? Try to get a working budget and stick as close to it as possible. So it's not perfect, you know, because when it's too rigid, when it's too perfect, you know, that's why you now start to feel a certain way if you don't meet it, right? So just know that it's progress. It's not perfection. So if I didn't meet my budget last month, I'll do better this month. Try to get a working budget. The fact that it's on sale does not mean you should buy it. You know, because I hear stuff like, oh, it's 50% off. It's supposed to be 40K, but I bought it at 20K, so I've saved 20. No, darling, you spent 20. You know, the only time it's a bargain is if you absolutely needed, not
That
wanted,
thing,
needed that thing, and then the price dropped, and you're like, oh, it's a bargain. So it's on sale doesn't mean you need to buy. If you can afford it, fine, you know. If you can't, it's good. Let's try to resist buying stuff on credit, especially around seasonality. So that emotional, oh, I've worked too hard, I beg, as I they work,
YOLO.
you only live once. Thank you. You know, let's practice more delayed gratification. Let me save now, and then in future, when I've met my financial goals, I can buy something to reward myself. You know, I mean, and we should enjoy life. Nobody is saying that you should become so frugal that, you know, you like going on holidays, put it in the budget and start saving towards it, you know. So that's the best way to do it. You just have to be very intentional about it. Have a plan. Know that it's not I can't just wake up today and say I'm putting my money in equity market. How old are you? Is it an up market? Is it a down market? Why are you buying the particular share? What is the time horizon? Are you going for your master's next year? Then that money shouldn't be in the equity market. It should be in the money market instrument. That kind of thing. And ask a lot of questions. Talk to experts. Get a money coach. Learn stuff online. You know, just make sure that you're learning.
How affordable are you now? Tell me. How affordable are you? So that
at all.
Do we get a special free lesson?
Absolutely.
We are with.
Talked about equity market and money market. I was wondering, is there a difference between equity market and
yes, so money market, very quickly, is where we buy instruments that are dated 1 year. So anything you put your money into today and the money comes back with interest in 1 year or less, that's the money market. The capital market, on the other hand, is like longer. Yes, and then equity is that you're buying shares. It's like ownership.
Partnership.
Thank you. And it's variable interest, that kind of thing. Or it could be fixed income where you're getting a certain amount. As soon as you're putting the money, you know how much is going to come out over that tenor. Absolutely.
Hey. See why we told you?
Fire.
We don't play here on Ways. We don't. We have very sophisticated, smart women.
You go.
Don't play with us. Thank you so much, Timmy. I mean, we are going to do this more often. Because you see, I think part of what I also want us to do for our audience watching is we want to leave you empowered. Not just saying that, okay, you are empowered with information, also financially empowered. Because anybody that is financially empowered right now, you have the capacity to think straight.
You're limitless.
Yes, you can think straight.
You're able to take on things and just face it. You know, you're not under pressure.
Exactly.
To do stuff.
Thank you so much, Isi.
Thank you.
It's been a very, very insightful conversation, if I can say so myself.
Absolutely.
Now keep all the conversation going on our social media platform at Ways Show Africa 1 or on that's on Twitter, and then at Ways Show Africa on IG and at Ways Show on Facebook as we continue to hear what you're saying. Thank you so much again. Thank you, Temi and Isi, for a fantastic conversation.
That's such a good
Now, in
time.
case you missed today's quote, here it is again. Your financial well-being in future is crafted by the choices you make today. So make every penny count. That's from our very own Temi Obasanya. We'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that are spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
The Breakfast,
dissecting and analyzing top stories in the news.
The mess of 16 years cannot be clean. And so for 2 years, they also started adding mess to the mess. If the terrorists killed 100 people, that is probably not news. If they killed the governor, that is a big achievement. Nigerians are really upset. Labour cannot go there to discuss for the generality of Nigerians.
Join the conversation online on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Send us your comments via WhatsApp on 0906 000 5719. If you have an opinion, share it with us. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashoru Street where the
fire destroyed our transformer completely.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Congratulations on Plus TV Africa. I hope your night was restful. How was yours?
It was pretty good. I woke up I struggled getting out of bed this morning. I'm not sure why, but I think I was really tired yesterday.
Did you go for the party?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, Plus TV had a little thing. We had some fun.
I couldn't make it.
We just had a little fun, thanks to our MD for a very lovely afternoon for most of the staff. Even those that weren't there had some fun. They brought it back home. Anyway, that was what happened yesterday. Today on The Breakfast, we have, as usual, a huge lineup.
We're talking about a lot this morning. First of all, of course, Today in History will be coming up in a bit. We'll be sharing with you something that happened on the 24th of December many years ago. Actually, two things that happened many years ago on the 24th of December. We also have our news review where we get to go through most of the major stories making headlines across the country this morning.
Yes, indeed. We're talking ASUU as well. They suspended their strike yesterday, but there is a threat of another strike in February. And one wonders, is the strike really suspended? Because we're on holiday. The students are on holiday as it stands. And if by February that they'll be going back to school, there is a threat that if the federal government reneges, which we know is a very high likelihood, they would go on another strike. So we'll be talking about that. Are the issues addressed? Are we hopeful that we'll not see another strike soon? Well,
it really just sounds like rinse and repeat. You know, the same format. It's been happening for years. These promises are made very likely a few weeks or a few months into after calling off the strike, they realized that, none of these funds were released, and then, we're back at it again. So
well, I watched a
different
conversation yesterday with the Minister of Labour, Dr. Chris Ngige, where he said he will not allow another strike to happen come next year. And the presenter that was asking him questions basically said, can we hold you to this? He said he will not allow it to happen.
It's really not up to him. If he says he will not allow it, it's not like he allowed the first one. So when you say I would not allow another one, it's really not up to you. If the body still feels cheated or still feels like the government isn't taking them serious, then it's very likely there will be another strike. He really wouldn't be able to do much about it.
Let's see what our analysts, we have two people talking, and then we had an earlier conversation that we'll be sharing as well during that conversation. That's not all we have for you this morning. Also on the menu, we have much ado about the closure of border and borders being protected by God. We'll be talking about that today, analyzing it. Some are saying that's an irresponsible comment coming from the person who should be in charge of security. Others are saying, we are making so much noise. We're looking for something all the time to talk about what the president is not getting right. What about the things that he's getting right? Won't be talking about it. Is he getting this one right? That's a question for our guests.
Absolutely. And of course, for persons living with disabilities, we have you as part of our discussion this morning. I remember Chidi Odinkalu posting a story of a man who had, some disability and was kicked off a plane or wasn't allowed to fly by a particular airline in Nigeria. And of course, they currently are in court. Let's see how that turns out. So it's a pretty interesting mix this morning.
Disability Commission.
Yes.
What will it be accomplishing?
Unfortunately, go ahead.
Okay, I was asking, what will the Disability Commission be accomplishing? A governing council has been inaugurated. We're looking to have a conversation on what people living with disabilities are to expect and how they are to ensure that this commission truly serves the needs of people living with disabilities.
It's not your regular 24th of December. There's no Hamatan. There's barely any Christmas.
There was a slight drop of rain.
Yes,
I was shocked, to be honest.
Actually, it wasn't even a slight one. Most of the island, it rained. Some parts of Lekki Phase 1, it was just a little drizzle, but parts of the island...
I was already in the office, so I could hear it outside.
It did rain. Shocking.
Anyway, much more for you on The Breakfast. We're hoping that you can join us. The Christmas spirit is captured here on The Breakfast. Osaoge is making sure we don't forget it's Christmas Eve. We'll be right back for the newspaper review after this break. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Good morning and welcome once again. It's time for us to go straight into the newspapers this morning and see what major stories we have to share with you. We've also invited, and of course, thank you for joining us, Mr. Ezekiel Nyaetok. Good morning to you and Merry Christmas to you too.
Good morning and Merry Christmas as well.
Thank you for
Welcome again. Let's start with the Punch newspaper and see what we can do with it. ASUU may resume strike in February. Varsity unions war over 40 billion naira. I was trying to read that story downstairs, and then I came upstairs. I couldn't open it on my phone anymore, but I got a little glimpse of what it's about. There are three riders to that. FG promises 30 billion naira for Varsity's revitalization before January, says ASUU. Lecturers don't have monopoly of strike. We will ground universities. That's the non-academic unions. They are also threatening to go on strike. Prevent future strikes. Honor agreements. Parents Association pleads with FG. Will they listen? We don't know yet. Disgruntled politicians planning smear campaigns against Buhari. That's the presidency giving us a heads up. Not to take anyone seriously who tries to slander the president. We also have more. FG to deploy 200 security personnel to combat Apapa gridlock. That's... let's give our guests to... Let's just start talking, sir. Let's start with the big one. ASUU may resume strike in February. Varsity unions war over 40 billion naira. It's been suspended. How hopeful are you that this will last?
Unfortunately, I wish I could be optimistic, but I'm not sure that I'm very optimistic that it will last. The reason is very, very simple. The moment we start to apply our heads to governance, we start the process of, ending some of these avoidable hiccups. For instance, we all know that the university institution has 1, 2, 3 bodies. You have the academic staff union, staff members are going to also spoil for war. And when they are done, the students will also think in terms of students' welfare. I want to recommend to the federal government that they should set up a body in every institution. That body is like a representative, I wouldn't say council, I wouldn't say union, maybe board of some sort. And it has representation from all the elements that make up the institution. Now, this will serve as a clearinghouse for every institution. ASUU has issues, they sort it out there. And NASU has issues, they sort it out there. NANS has issues, they sort it out within the board. Only that board has the right to interface with the federal government. When we do a thing like that, you find out that the federal government will be able to have a particular face, and then there will be a body that looks at the goings on a daily basis, and they are able to articulate the issues. And when there are things that should come upstairs, talking about the federal government, that body will be responsible for it. Don't tell me that ASUU is going to go. And ASUU is not there to negotiate for NASU. No, it doesn't make sense. Nor is NANS there. Each institution is set up to protect the integrity and the interest of her members. So what ASUU did was right, extremely right. They talked for their members.
Yeah, but the challenge here, sir, apologies, the challenge here really is about implementation of their demands. If there is a body that stands in between the government and these bodies, and understands what their challenges are, like you've mentioned. What happens when it comes to a time where these demands must be met, or the demands of the body must be met? They're asking for more money. How does the body then enforce or force the government to give them more money if they believe that it's a legitimate demand?
I'll tell you if it comes. If you have a laundryman working for you, and he washes the clothes that you have on a daily basis, he will never get stuck. If you pile up those clothes to a weekly basis, you discover that the guy is sleeping a lot of times, but when it comes to do, the pile is so much that to do it Not to talk of if you do it on a monthly basis. Now, if you have this body, it's able to take trickles to the government and deal with. At a time like this, you're asking the government to give you over 100 billion. Where is that coming from? I mean, just ask yourself, where is that coming from? So if we have such a body, it will interface with the federal government on the little bites, and you're able to take it. You get the point and resolve. And when you lump up these issues, you know, the deterioration is like your car. If you service your car regularly, you discover that the service cost is relatively low. But if you allow the brake parts to affect the drum and the drum to affect, by the time you discover that the whole, tire system is broken down and you're asked to replace what should have cost. Let me even take the simplest thing. Check your engine oil, top your engine oil. And what you're going to spend is less than 2,000 naira. Let the engine knock and you are spending over 500,000 depending on the car you use, if it's a Japanese. If not, so heaven help you that you are using a 540.
All right, let's take a look at this other story. I wanted to talk about the proposal to address the Apapa gridlock. The federal government has come with its might and said they were going to address that. That was almost a year ago, and now we have another effort deploying 200 security personnel. Do you think that this will have much impact in the situation, rather?
I think it might come as an interim succor. It's been done before, it can be done again. But the question is, what is so difficult for 1, 2, 3 people to sit down and ask one question? What is the main problem here? Is it that of getting out the crude or that of clearing things from the port? If it's the crude, the tankers, which are what really causes a lot of the problems. 2 answers. Number 1, can we have it piped to a place that is more neutral and from there we discharge? Or number 2, can we have a train link that will be able to discharge this by rail so that we solve this problem once for all? If not so, for as long as all these tankers and all these trailers have to go into Apapa to get a discharge, for so long will we have this problem. And very soon, the people that are sent there to go and solve the problem are going to become negotiation agents. Before you know, they are like having little tips from drivers and things like that, and then preferential movement, and the people get angry. Why is this guy going? Why am I not? And all those things. So the question is, this can be an interim succor, but please tell me what the long-term solution is. That's more commonsensical. I use that word again.
All right, great. Let's move to the Daily Sun newspapers next. One of the stories you can see there is talking about 2023. It says their agitation for Igbo presidency gathers momentum. It's one of the things that we will be bringing up. And of course, ASU is part of the discussion again this morning. ASU suspends strike, SANU, NAT spoil for war. Also, NANS clamors for students' involvement in future negotiations. Federal government declares December 25th, 28th, and January 1st public holidays. You can also find it on the Daily Sun. 16 die in petrol tanker fire in Jebba. Governor Wike asks APC governors to own up to federal government's failure. COVID-19 vaccine. Over 40 million will be vaccinated, says the federal government. And MyGP in Katsina vows to rid area of banditry and criminality. So let's, I want
to make. No Igbo man is going to be better off with a misfit in government. That said, I can say with every sense of responsibility that some of the best administrators in this country are Igbos. I can say that because I'm an associate Igbo man. That can be explained later. So I relate with them and I know that very well. So the conversation that the Igbos should be parading now is their sons and daughters that are the brightest and the best. Let them have a conversation from the back end and the front end. At the back end is political negotiations, understandings, networking with the parties. At the front end is throwing up their best before Nigerians.
Talking about among these best, Mr. Nyetok, there is always this, infighting making a choice who will come in. There's a saying that Igbo doesn't have king. Yes. So, yes, and there are so many sides to it. Do you think that they can actually resolve sorry to interject, the Ohaneze Ndibo, the election there is already filled with rancor. So how can they come together to bring a candidate when they don't seem to have, a consensus on anything?
Yeah. Let me tell you what bothers me. Apart from that, the line has been drawn between Southeast and Igbo. You know that recently, the Ohaneze youth bestowed the best Igbo man title to Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi is from Rivers State. So the question is, do we want to disenfranchise me? Okay, if it says Southeast, there are some...
is, I would say, one of the factions of, groups that have just been created. Ohaneze Ndigbo itself is, for me, the only recognized actual sociocultural group for the Southeast. There's numerous factions of Ohaneze youths that come up every now and then. But, Ezekiel, do you think it's only fair that it must...
by ceding the presidency to them, but give them conditions, very hard conditions in terms of competence, capability, character, and not political. Because let me say this and say it loud and clear, and we must understand this. The fact that we think there are two parties is something that we are not thinking about. Number two, election is not selection. Election is public votes cast. What that means
you're sort of contradicting yourself there. If you say it's an election, we're saying we should give to Igbos, and we still need to make a choice.
No. This point must be clearly understood, that whoever they are putting forward is going to be subject to the approval of Nigerians. Yes. And secondly, that the Constitution does not bind any party to any party arrangement. In which case, if, for instance, APC and PDP bring out Igbos, and these are not shining stars, and ADC goes to bring somebody from another place that is miles and ways ahead of others, Nigerians will say, for goodness sake, please, my future matters. So I want the Igbos to go in-house and do their house clearing, and there are names that they can throw up and everybody say, that makes sense.
Well, they are just, the Igbos are just one group. There are many other groups that are clamoring for presidency. We saw campaigns already, a subtle way to get people that Tinubu's name has been thrown in there. We've had some other names that has been thrown in there. So it's not, Nigeria isn't often about fairness. Nigeria isn't often about fairness. Is how much political might you have. That's what a lot of persons will say. But let's move on and see what we can do quickly with the Daily Trust newspaper. There is a new twist to the ASU situation. ASU wasted 58 weeks on strike under Buhari. 3 riders conditionally suspend latest strike. Lecturers don't deserve 9 months pay. That's XVC. Give varsitors autonomy. That's done. Quick, I want to drop a thought here. What if students decide to go on strike?
Can they?
I'm just saying. What if students collectively decide to go on strike and to, deal with these shenanigans that seems unending with federal government and ASU?
No, the issue is if the students go on strike, the question is, are you smiting your nose to spite your face? Who's the loser at the end of the day? These guys are going to get their salaries, man. They have a way of negotiating their ways out of these log jams. You are going to remain a student and leave the burden of paying your fees on your parents. And besides, time is going. The time has come when we have to redefine who a youth is.
We now have a multiplicity of private universities. And, they can choose to go do something else because you've wasted, I was talking to a couple of them a few days ago, you've wasted 9 months of their lives. So
it's not an option. It's actually not an option.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Let me tell you something. The only thing that students can do which I hope they doesn't get to that, is to go and occupy island. So I think the students should be wise and see how they can manage a bad situation. You know, managing a bad situation, I would say so. They should never contemplate doing anything to disrupt, them going back to school.
Ezekiel Nyatok, thank you so much. We always enjoy conversations with you in the morning. Thank you for stopping by.
My pleasure.
And our warm regards.
A few kids already, so I'm not sure, if he would be.
I was just trying to put it out there because it's really crazy. We'll be talking about it a little more in depth. But I was just watching a conversation yesterday on television, and my mind was just rumbling. Why is it that there's prediction that 2021 there will be more strikes?
Yeah. But it's I mean, if you want to, look at what ASUU is trying to do, yes, it might come hard on students, it might come hard on, lecturers themselves, and a lot of people would say, oh, you guys are, just greedy, you're asking for too much. But if you look deeply into it, they're genuinely asking for a better educational sector, better, university system.
It's taking so long. And I worry that, is it not individuals that are invested in the Nigerian dream that are part of this negotiation? Why is it being so difficult and cumbersome to come to an agreement?
That would be because, or from me, it would really be about the Nigerian government's feelings about the educational sector. If you feel that the educational sector is extremely important to your nation, to your nation's growth, these things shouldn't be. I mean, look at the amount of money that we spend on our National Assembly annually, and think of how much ASUU is really asking for and how much the university system really needs. It's what your priorities are. I'd also quickly mention the idea of sending security agencies to Apapa is the stereotype of all the goods and services in the whole country. The other ports have been begging to be put into use for many, many years, and still not much has been done about them. You have a railway system that has been begging to be put into use.
Don't be surprised; it will be a campaign gimmick
once again
in the coming months. But let's see what. Good to know you're still with us. Today in history, the first Christmas light was put on by President Calvin Coolidge in 1923. That's on this day, President Calvin Coolidge of the United States touches a button and lights up the first national Christmas tree to grace the White House grounds. Not only was it the first White House community Christmas tree, but it was the first to be decorated with electric lights, basically. And then several music groups performed at the tree lighting ceremony, including the Epiphany Church Choir and the U.S. Marine Band. Let's take a detour here and talk about the first indoor Christmas tree. According to the White House Historical Association, President Benjamin Harrison was the first president to set up an indoor Christmas tree for his family and visitors to enjoy as way back as 1889. It was decorated with ornaments and candles. And in 1929, First Lady Leo Henry Hoover oversaw what would become an annual tradition of decorating the indoor White House tree. Since then, every First Lady's duty included trimming the White House tree. Let's go back to Coolidge now. The inauguration today was the inauguration of the first outdoor national Christmas tree, and it initiated a tradition that has been repeated for every administration since then. That's basically what happens today, December 24 in 1923. Let's see how that has replicated across the world. We know it's a big deal. I witnessed the one in Edo State. I witnessed the one in Akwa Ibom. No, not Edo, I beg your pardon. Akwa Ibom, yes, the lighting of Christmas trees.
I didn't know it was.
We also know that Anambra has a case of, they just did it. I saw a news story about them lighting up Christmas tree in, I think it's, what's the name of this, their major city again? I've forgotten.
Oka.
Anambra. No, not Oka. I think somewhere else. They lighted the trees there. It's now a tradition across the world. We see big ceremonies of people lighting up the Christmas tree and it's part of the fun of Christmas.
Yeah, and yes, it's a reminder to, everyone. I think we all also, should try and get a small tree, even if a tiny one, and make your Christmas a little bit more special.
I don't have a single thing in my... it's just me that's seeing it now. Why should I put plenty? Just come and see it as, oh, happy
Get yourself
Christmas.
a Christmas
But
tree.
if you can, get yourself a Christmas tree. It's nice. It amplifies the ambience in the environment and just gives you this happy feeling. So today, we needed to just mention the fact that in the U.S. in 1923, President Calvin touches a button and lights up the first national Christmas tree outside. I guess we'll get to hear the day that turkey, setting the turkey free for Thanksgiving issues
the
will
Thanksgiving
come up
turkey.
eventually.
We should talk about that
sometime.
Yes.
We will know one day in history. All you need today is stay with Plus TV Africa. We'll give you things like that.
He was I would also mention he was the 30th U.S. president. And I think we're out currently in 45, the 45th U.S. president. So and this is in 1923. All right. Also today in history, now we're moving to maybe a little sad story. This is now talking about the Nigerian Civil War. It was on this day in 1969 that Nigerian troops captured Umuahia. It was just about 15 days before the Biafran surrender. It was, still in Nigeria's history, one of the most painful eras of our history from 1967 to 1970. The war basically was at a, sort of a stalemate before this part, because troops had tried to capture many towns. The Biafran soldiers had fought back a lot of times. They really were trying to get a hold of Owerri at that time. But Owerri was one of the most difficult places for them to capture. But I think it was Olusegun Obasanjo and his battalion of troops, about 10,000 of them, that did the work at that time and eventually invaded Owerri in September 1968.
I think this was just 15 days to the end of the war, Biafran.
So Owerri was in 1968. It was eventually captured in 1969. And then December 24th, Umuahia was then captured in Abia State. 15 days after Umuahia was captured, the Biafran soldiers surrendered. So
it breaks my heart to read about war, and I chose to avoid it and just try, while we are commemorating that this is what happened on this day, I'd like to pick something from a piece that was written by Professor Patu Tomi. Sometime in January, he wrote a piece in the Vanguard newspaper that I'd like to just highlight a few some of it, basically. Yeah. He said, I would like to pay tribute to the human spirit, which allows broken men and women to overcome the anguish of war and construct new lives after. With the Nigerian Civil War, there were saints and sinners, and there were heroes and traitors. We still have that today. Let me also highlight some other things. That piece was very engaging. It's published in the Vanguard, January 2020. It asks the question, why Nigeria continues to wobble so badly in spite of experience that should be driving it forward, and what can be done about it. Now, there's this part that you really might want to pay attention to. He said, merit must matter. He is of the opinion that the Nigerian essence sadly has become about the democratization of mediocrity. Affirmative action that some are educationally backward, he went on to say, has been abused and has devalued the Nigerian way and its institution and made corruption the purpose of public life. The collapse of culture, which has reduced human purpose to primitive accumulation of power and money, often through criminal privatization of the Commonwealth, has hurt Nigeria badly. I'll just recap this. public life must be about service and advancing the common good. That is, he was sharing his experience of the war. He was still quite young when the whole thing was going on. And basically anybody, it doesn't matter how young you were, experiencing war would never wish it, even on their worst enemy. So Nigeria is at the brink of so many possibilities. We don't want war to be a part of it. So we must continue to work to keep this Nigerian dream, find out exactly how we can be together. We shouldn't shy away from tough conversations. The Nigerian civil war is not something that must be repeated in this country. We must work together to ensure that doesn't happen.
And I like, that you said we shouldn't shy away from tough conversations. I like it because I've noticed that the Nigerian civil war and the Biafran war is something that is sensitive to, too many people to talk about. Some don't want it spoken about. Some need their stories to be told. Some, are always trying to, hush every other person who tries to bring up this conversation. But we should get to a place as a nation where we accept the failures of both sides during, 1967 to 1970, accept, the places where people actually committed war crimes, accept the places where there should be national apologies, if possible, towards the Southeasterners. There is, every now and then, Nigeria goes to Rwanda to, take part in their memorial and their remembrance of the Rwandan genocide. But it did happen in Nigeria. 1 to 3 million people lost their lives.
There's been conversations, to be fair. They continued. I think this was written in commemoration of the 50th Biafran War. It's now called the Biafran War because we know that there were a lot of people that died from starvation.
Yes.
1 to 3 million, according to figures. And Oyeka Owenu, there is a track on a jingle on Plus TV Africa that has her speaking that she is angry with our leaders, and that anger needs to be translated to action to rebuild this country. Let not the dead be in vain. Those that have bled for this country, people like that were assassinated as well, that could have helped build this country. We talked about that yesterday, Bola Ige. Let their deaths not be in vain.
And the mentality, the emotions towards the Southeasterners also needs to be worked on. I'm from Edo State, so I'm not from the East, but I lived there for about 10 years or even more. And I still see Nigeria today still almost having the same emotions and mentality towards the Southeasterners. They still use, the Southeast and the Igbo people as pawns during social media battles. There's still some very, very negative tweets.
But it depends on where you're looking at it from. Some would say that, yes, there are issues to be resolved, but we don't help matters with the way we conduct ourselves.
No,
Let's talk about IPOB, for instance. It's been banned as a terrorist group. Let's talk about some of the agitation. Igbos killing themselves over fight for supremacy. Who leads? Nnamdi Kanu is not in this country. He is somewhere else, but he is still pressing buttons. So when we prioritize the nationhood of a particular people beyond personal interest and work in that direction, knowing that if you kill somebody, whether the person is Igbo or Hausa, so long as that person is Nigerian,
yes,
you are killing what makes us.
I agree. There's unfortunately not, the time to
keep talking. This is one conversation that is unending, but we have to pause now. Today in history, two things happened. One on the chariot side, the president of the United States at the time, Calvin Coolidge, put on the light for the outdoor Christmas tree at the White House. And also on this day, the invasion of Umuahia during the Biafran war on this day. I think it was a period of 3 days, but there you have it. We'll talk more here on The Breakfast. We're going to break, and when we come back, we'll be revisiting the conversation around ASUU and the calling off of the strike. Please don't go away.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 and they pay.
Good morning and welcome back once again to The Breakfast. We're now moving into a conversation with regards the calling off of a strike after 9 torturous months, after months of negotiations and back and forth with the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities. We've invited 2 persons to join us this morning. We'll be introducing them right after watching this. Earlier, Felicity had a very interesting conversation with Professor Yomi Fawemi, and we're going to be listening to that and watching that report. When we come back, we kick off with the conversation on ASUU.
I think what we are likely going to get to after almost 9 months of strike is to say, oh, let's just do anything to end the strike, sign anything and move on. That's what has happened in the 50 months of strike we have had since 1999. I think the opportunity we have is to really address the issue. All these issues about IPPIS, delayed payment are branches that came from the roots. At the root of this problem is a question of capacity. Does a Nigerian state have the capacity to manage all the university has? If we don't answer that question, we'll likely find something to do, call off the strike, but I can predict to you, the average run rate for ASUU to go for the next strike is 18 months. In 18 months' time, we'll be having the same conversation. And please note, the state universities will likely start their own strike based on this agreement from next year. So we're going to have strike next year, and then we're going to have strike the next year because we're using short-term measures to deal with long-term issues.
Okay, the long-term issue you're talking about would involve what?
So it's just a basic question the federal government needs to answer. Can I afford 49 universities? Can I afford over 7 inter-university centers? Can I afford to pay every lecturer, every staff of the universities as if they're full-time? It's a question of what I can afford. Like they say in that popular parlance, cut your coats. Somebody said according to your size, and another person said according to your cloth or to your material. I think the Nigerian state doesn't have the capacity to maintain those number of institutions, and we don't want to accept that fact. That's one part of that conversation that is very basic. The second part of it is the question of, do we want to leave our universities the way they are? Nigeria is one of the few countries where every lecturer is a tenured staff. In other parts of the world, a certain percentage are tenured, the others are non-tenured. The ones that get all the benefits are the tenured ones, and non-tenured ones are practically like part-time staff. What we have in Nigeria is that, I mean, I've been teaching the Nigerian university system since 1996, is that everybody, practically everybody, excess of 90% are all tenured. The system, the university system cannot afford that structure. And that's the second conversation we should have. And they are fundamental conversations. If you don't have it, we're not going to move forward.
Professor Yomi Fawemi there would now say good morning and welcome to Dr. Peter Ogudoro, who's an educationist, and also Dr. Adelaja Odukoya, a former ASU chairman at Unilag. Thank you both for your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. My pleasure to join you.
Okay, I know you watched that conversation. We'll try to expand it to that, to include some of the issues that he raised. But let's start with this suspension. Do you think it's something to be celebrated on the heels of the threat that they would go back on strike in February if government yet again reneges? I'll start with you, Dr. Odukoya.
Yeah, good morning once again, and it's nice to be here. Without much ado, it is clear the calling off of the strike on behalf of ASU is based on what I would call a reasonable promissory note. I want to believe that the government will equally be reasonable in actually fulfilling those promises. That was why the strike was actually suspended conditionally. So, but we are hoping so that what Professor Yomi Fawemi has actually said will not, the sad situation will not repeat itself, not even in the next 1 month, talk less about the next 2 years, is for the government to start doing the needful. It is sad that government will always enter into agreement it never intends to fulfill. I want to believe that given the sad experience we have gone through in the last 8-9 months now, there will be a change of heart, change of methods, and change of modus operandi, so that the university will work the way they should work. So I want to believe we are very hopeful as patriotic Nigerians that the government will do its own bit so that we, the university system, will be on track and contribute its expected quota to national development.
Dr. Peter Ogudoro, I'm coming to you now. There's people who would argue that ASU was maybe being inconsiderate, keeping students at home for that long, 9 months. Would you agree with them? Do you think that the strike was justified regardless of how long it lasted?
Yeah, that's a tricky one because of the kind of country we live in. Our people like to go for populist views. But if you are an academic and you understand the true value and indispensable place of education in national development, then you will understand and agree that what ASU has been trying to do is to help Nigeria to recognize how important education is if we have to really become a competitive nation in every sense of the word. But unfortunately, they have found themselves in a country where people think that they are obstacles rather than the way. But I think that given what I know as an education researcher, comparing Nigeria's education system to what I have seen in Senate environments, I think that ASU considers the organization as a responsible one that must play its role to sensitize the government to what it has to do for Nigeria to give education its rightful place in the scheme of things. So I do not think that they have done the wrong thing. In some sense, I even worry that they have allowed themselves to be stampeded into calling off the strike because the fundamental issues they have been grappling with have not been addressed, which is what the professor you listened to earlier, was mentioning. We have created and established so many universities that we don't have the funds to run. And we are insisting that we need more universities just because we want to do what ordinary people in the street are looking for. People don't understand what university is about. We think university is a secondary school. Universities are supposed to be in research. Are you not worried about the fact that for the entire period, the world was searching for solutions to coronavirus? All our lecturers and researchers who are supposed to be part of that conversation and doing the work to find vaccines were at home. And it was in the month that vaccines were discovered that we now send them back to work. So Nigeria is not a stressed country. I suspect that it won't take very long and we'll go back because we haven't got the money to do the kind of things that government has promised us.
One of the bone of contention, Dr. Odukoya, was the IPs and UTA's payment systems. And we know that I watched a conversation with Dr. Ngige yesterday, and there doesn't seem to be a conclusion to that conversation. Do you worry that either ASUU might not deliver on their part of the agreement, or more, that the government will fail to respond to their demands that they've agreed to?
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
No, go on, sir.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The question is for you, Dr. Odukoya.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to get this right. The IPs is actually not the basis of going on strike. It was actually a diversion, a distraction that was introduced to the old scenario. So it was not an issue at all. And talking about ASUU fulfilling its part, we've done our own. And as at yesterday, and that's as at the time we call off the strike, the UTAS is actually undergoing what they call the integrity test. And what we were told was that it's already at the final stage. So for us, as a matter of fact, the later negotiation, the issue of IPs or UTAS.
Okay, for the purpose of clarity, Doctor, for the purpose of clarity, why was the strike suspended? What agreement did the government agree to? I mean, what concession did the government agree to that led to the suspension?
Okay, basically, let me start from the most mundane, because for us in ASUU, it's not about bread and butter, but let me start at that end. You know, for 6 months, the last 6 months up to now, salary were delayed on the basis of no work, no pay. And we insisted, those of our colleagues that are on IPs have not done any work. So if it's no work, no pay, why are you paying them? So the first thing was to say, okay, we'll pay your salary, which this issue of no work, no pay does not hold. And I can confirm that 2 months' salary have been paid. And in the next 1 week or so, another 2 months will be paid, and the balance will be paid with the December salary. On the issue of IPPIS, like I said, it came in along the line, and it has been agreed that, oh, okay, by the time we are done with the integrity test and UTAS is successful on that, we deploy it as a measure of payment in the university system. On the issue of state university, because now, like it has, my two other colleagues have actually said, university has become a constituency project, particularly at the state level. Even the federal government, everybody just creates university as if it was secondary school. So it has equally been agreed that a law should be put in place to stem that. ASUU and the Nigerian University Commission were to work on that, and the law is already before the National Assembly. Then on the issue of visitation to the university, the visitation committee have been inaugurated, and now that we have called off the strike, by January, visitation to universities will start. And this is very critical because, for example, ASUU has always been accused of condoning corruption in the university, but interestingly, we are the one calling for visitation. Visitation is a statutory position that says the visitors to the university, which is the president, should send visitation to university to look into their affairs, what they are doing right, what they are doing wrong, and on the basis of that, white papers are issued, and what has to be corrected will be corrected, and what has to be sanctioned, or those who have to be sanctioned will be sanctioned. But
all right,
government hardly do that. We do that. Yeah.
Okay, I want to go back to Dr. Ogudoro, Dr. Peter Ogudoro. One of the last things that you mentioned was the government may not be able to afford some of these demands because of how many these universities are. You have, of course, described Nigerians open universities like their secondary schools. So I want to, talk about one of the things also Professor Fawemi mentioned, and that is that the Nigerian state doesn't have the capacity to maintain all of these universities. Do you then subscribe to the idea of privatization of some of Nigeria's universities? Can government hands off somehow, some way, and let private investors take over these universities and make them run better?
No. Nigeria is a very poor country. The average Nigerian parent doesn't have the money it takes to pay school fees to keep a child in a private university. We know what is going on now. If you are familiar with economic indices, Nigeria's per capita income is under $3,000, and over 100 million Nigerians are on less than $2 per day. So if you move in the direction of privatization of government-owned public institutions, you are going to compound the problem of poverty in our country and then make life very miserable for that person.
What then would you suggest?
Well, the truth of the matter is that instead of thinking of all the time expanding the system in terms of number, we can think in terms of using the structure we have now in an efficient and effective manner, really. Because those of us who do research in the system, we have confirmed that you don't need more universities to cater for more people. You only need to improve the capacity of existing universities to be able to take care of the young people you want to give access to higher education. Because most of the time, the argument in favor of creation and establishment of more universities is to expand access. But you don't need to increase number to expand access. You need to empower the ones in place to be able to absorb.
Yeah, but it takes us back to the point that you've made, that the government cannot afford to maintain these universities, doesn't have the capacity. So what then, do you suggest? Do we shut down some of the universities and then focus our finances on the ones that we think are most relevant? Or how else can this be done?
You see, when we talk about capacity, our capacity building should start with the people who run the system, the vice chancellors, the university lecturers. We are not doing enough research. We are not collaborating enough with industry. Industry has money. When I talk about industry, I'm looking at manufacturing establishment, I'm looking at banks, I'm looking at NGOs, I'm looking at organizations outside of Nigeria that want to do business in Nigeria. They should be able to give contracts to Nigerian university lecturers to do research for them, and this will bring money, make money flow into the university system so that we don't have to depend entirely on subventions and school fees to be able to run these systems. And then we should get other stakeholders involved. In Nigeria is, I'm sorry to say, a country where alumni are not playing a major role in the running of universities. They are not giving back to the places that have made them what they have become. How much has Dangote given to the Nigerian university system? How much has Adenoga? All the big names that we hear here, some of them actually go as far as Harvard to donate money, but they are not donating to the Nigerian school system.
I'm not sure we're able to verify that, and I don't think it will be fair to those who actually contribute to their alma mater to say that they are not. It is not their responsibility. A lot of persons would argue to be providing for the maintenance of universities. But let's go back to Dr. Odukoya. I want to talk to you about the students and the new proposal by non-academic staff unions who are saying that it's not just the lecturers that have monopoly of a strike. So if they too are threatening to go on strike over the earned allowances, does that mean that the calling off of this strike is of no benefit to the students? Because if the non-academic staff unions are on strike as well, it means academic activities might be stalled, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I think that's part of the problem that the government needs to address in this issue of capacity, in this issue of funding university. You see, support staff in the university system, Nigerian university system, are unfortunately almost 5 times more than academics, whereas the reverse is supposed to be the case. Quite often than not, the funds that come to the university, quite a big chunk of the money that comes to the university goes for the servicing of unnecessary personnel, and that's part of the problem. Yeah, I won't grudge the non-academic staff for whatever they want to do because the government allows it and the government is their employer, and if they allow it, we are on strike, we negotiate for a particular purpose, and part of it was our earned academic allowances. And it is based on calculation. We calculated this is our earned allowances, and based on that, we say government is owing us X, Y, Z amount, and government has decided to pay something. I don't know where the grudge comes from. That this issue of lumping us together is actually the problem. But again, Part of the problem too, again, is this capacity. For example, the capacity of the Nigerian university system to actually be online and to do virtual learning is actually very limited. But again, within our limited power or what is available to us, if they are on strike or not, we can decide to go online. The students and the lecturer are the first most important issue for the running of the university system. And for us in ASU, the only unfortunate thing, again, that's where government qualifies in its responsibility. When ASU is on strike, we don't disturb anybody from doing their work in the system. When the non-academic staff are on strike, they beat people, they make sure they disturb the system, and academic staff are not, cannot do their own work. We have always protested against this. Please do your own this thing. We don't grudge you. Do your, if you're on strike, it's your right, go on strike.
Dr. Ogudoro.
Do our own work too.
Dr. Ogudoro, I want to come back to you. What's your reaction to Dr. Odukoya's comment? Is it fair to say that the non-academic staff union are not as important as, you know...
I've not said they are not important. I've not said that.
No, I said not as important.
Yeah, you said the students and lecturers are the most, important.
Oh, yes, of course. No students.
Well, I sympathize with the points he's making, but I think that he probably he was talking as if he's in his regular place where everybody comes from his background and understands what he's saying. He is not trying to give the impression that he does not need non-academic staff to deliver a good education system. I don't think that's what he has in his mind, because he knows as of the truth that they are almost as indispensable as the university lecturers. You can't get a certificate if you go through a system and you are taught without non-academic staff processing things that make life easy. The non-academic staff, they run the accommodation, they manage the logistics, they run the facilities that make that ensure that lecturers are able to do their job. So it's a matter of division of labor. Everyone has a role to play. And but I do think that he raised the fundamental issue. Do we need as many non-academic staff as we have now? The answer is probably no. But do we need non-academic staff at all? The answer is yes. All the time we need them. But probably we don't need as many as we have on the ground at the moment. I think that's what the ASU official is trying to communicate to.
All right. The government has agreed on I think 30 billion naira revitalization fund. Has also spoken about earned allowances, 40 billion naira, which was also part of the agreement. I think I'll take this one to Dr. Odukoya now. I want your views on 30 billion naira and how much you think that would really achieve if the government does go through with its promise.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Like I said, the issue of earned allowance for academics are based on specifics. And these are not dash. They are not just bonuses. They are based on work already done. And my colleague there has actually emphasized this issue about capacity. Again, the issue of going back to what Prof said the other time, there might not, everybody may not necessarily be tenured. But you see, the issue of an academic
no, let's start with the revitalization fund.
Lecturers are doing more than what they should do.
Dr. Odukoya, let's start with the revitalization fund.
The revitalization fund, yes, I'm back to that. The revitalization fund is just a drop in a very mighty ocean. Of course, government is due to pay 220 billion based on the need assessment report and the agreement in 2013. So we said, at the level of negotiation, we say, okay, if you say you don't have this money, pay 50%. Government says they don't have the money yet. Okay, so that's how we came to where we are. So, but again, that may not be enough. It's definitely not enough. But if government is consistent, that is about being consistent with its promises. Over time, we'll do this and get back to the situation whereby the university are where they are. I will send you a clip of the need assessment report, and you'll be shocked the state of the Nigerian university. You will see people using in our laboratory, people using stove as Bunsen burner and quite a number of things like that. So we hope government will do the needful of that. On the academic allowance, Our end academic allowance are based on calculation on excess workloads and responsibility being shouldered outside the normal work of academics. Yeah, they are still owing us, but the good thing about this, the last negotiation is that there's an agreement again to mainstream it into the annual budget, and the Speaker of the House and the National Assembly have promised to do that. So with that, there will not even be a strike again on end academic allowance and things like that. A certain percentage have been agreed between both parties to actually mainstream it to.
Okay, Dr. Odukoya, if I may just interject, and
you are not paying us tomorrow, will not come up.
If I may just interject, you said something about promises again from the federal government and the National Assembly to ensure that these funds are put in the budget. Knowing the history of the federal government when it comes to keeping to agreement, are you aware, let me put it this way, are you aware of any measures to ensure compliance to agreements reached this time to avoid any stories that touch?
Yeah, thank you very much. Particularly, I was talking in terms of the end academic allowance being put in the budget, and actually the initiative actually came from the National Assembly. In fact, it came from the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi. And one of the things we have done in this time around to actually make sure these agreements are actually not the way they used to be, a mere promissory note and things like that, was that we brought in the Governors Forum. The last negotiation was actually brokered with the chairman of the Governors Forum, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, in attendance, and the National Assembly, and were equally involved. So we are hoping this time around, with all these other parties involved, Governors Forum, the National Assembly, and things like that, the possibility of actually remaining faithful to the agreement is likely to be higher. And that's what we have done this time around to make a difference, so that this instances break of agreement and going on strike may not necessarily be the issue.
Okay. Dr. Peter Ogudoro and Dr. Adilaja Odukoya, thank you very much. I did enjoy this conversation, and we all hope, including Nigerian students across the country, that we, of course, would have a peaceful 2021, strike-free 2021, and we can somehow, some way put our educational system up and running again. Thank you for your time once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Have a good day.
All right.
Let's hope we don't get back to it. But I to be honest, I'm usually an optimistic person. But in this scenario, it's hard for me to find something to hold on to because of the antecedents of reneging on agreements and then as you go in on strike. And again, I speak from a point of frustration for the Nigerian students whose future, whether we like it or not, is being plundered by this incessant strike. Year on year, Professor Fawemi is saying that there is a possibility that in 2021 there will still be more strike. Then for those of us that don't have kids yet, you worry, should I be bringing a child to this world when I cannot guarantee that I can give them the very absolute best of what life has to offer when you are living in Nigeria? So I think our government, I know most of them have the luxury, even the Minister of Labour did allude to that even some of these people that are striking have their kids in private schools and abroad, But I just hope that we revisit the conversation around making it a policy for all government and public officials' children to be educated in our education system, so we don't have, maybe we'll have more commitment to addressing the issues of education in this country. It breaks my heart every time. I'm not hopeful, but I'll just find a way to stay alert.
I think we genuinely need to also get into a conversation about funding for Nigerian universities. The two guests mentioned that we build universities like we're building secondary schools, so many of them. And so if the government, as it stands, cannot afford to maintain all these universities, then we need to have a different conversation about the funding for Nigerian universities. Do we need to get more, private hands into it, and not necessarily
that's another tricky
turning
part,
all of them
because I was a victim of an alleged private polytechnic. Long story short was I spent almost a year of my life in Alaja, Delta State, at the allegedly Delta State Polytechnic, Delta Polytechnic, and then before we know it, they changed the name again. A lot of Nigerian students in the quest to get education. I wasted 1 year of my life at Alaja. And nothing came out of it. And I know that there are lots of students who fall victim to private university. Yes, they have regulation.
So the thing is, I'm not necessarily saying sell them off to private investors, but I feel like there needs to be a conversation of what can be done, where funds can come in from private investors to handle certain parts of the university. The government still plays its role. There's also, a part of the conversation that seems to be lost, and that is the funds generated by the universities themselves. Where do they go into? What are they used for? What parts of the whole education system are they put into? And so, these are conversations that need to be had.
I do agree with Professor Fawemi that we can't keep treating these issues on the surface of it and looking for short-term solutions. We should treat it holistically. The question of government, are they able to finance this institution? And the suggestion that's been put forward by Osaoge, should we consider more private participation in our education? These are conversations we must have if we are to move forward. ASUU, I guess we'll be talking about them soon enough, but for now, we're done. We're going to pause and go to other conversation. You're still here with us on The Breakfast. This time, we'll be looking, I believe we'll be looking at the conversation around only God can please Nigeria-Niger border. That's from President Muhammadu Buhari. Don't go away.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the first truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good to know you're still with us. We're now going to be looking at the position of the president when it comes to manning our borders. Is it much ado about nothing, or is there something to talk about when the president says that the security at our borders will be in the hands of God? There's been some reaction to that. The PDP has come up to say it is shocking and shows that he is incompetent. Norton Khan says president is using it as a cover-up for his failure. And then Afenifere Haneze says signifies loss of control, height of waywardness. Is this a fair position to take against the president? To help us talk about this and other issues when it comes to our border security, we have former Air Vice Marshal Femi Gbadebo joining us. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. We also have Dixon Osagie, security analyst. Pleasure to have you with us as well.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to start with former Femi Gbadebo this morning. Of course, we've mentioned if this is much ado about nothing, if a statement like this should maybe be ignored. Seen as, just something that he said in passing. But of course, other people might take it very, very seriously. So I want to start with you. You've been in that space. I want your thoughts on what this statement should be seen as. Should Nigerians push it aside and continue to, of course, urge the presidency to do its job of protecting Nigerian lives? Or should this be taken more seriously as a sign of defeat and failure of the Nigerian government?
Not a sign of defeat and failure by the Nigerian government. I think it's, it's an acceptance of the situation on ground. At the end of the day, we really need to work on our security architecture. There's been a situation where most of us don't understand. In the southeast and the southwest, you find that you move maybe 10, 20 kilometers, you're running into a very wide, deep river, gullies and stuff like that makes moving across the terrain very difficult. There are very few areas, especially the roads that have been prepared, that you can use to cross. But in the northern border, which is quite extensive, you find that you're going from, the savannah into pure desert country, arid land. And even when you have rivers, there are periods during the dry season when you can just walk across the rivers. And so it's wide open land for people to come. And there's been efforts to police it, but it's not as easy as the situation we have in the south. Now you have the people also who, no thanks to, our colonial masters who created the borders in our countries, you have people who, the affinity is such that, they're the same kind of people, and so on. So it's not easy to tell one another. You find, there are places in the north where the border runs around through a town. It used to be a village, but now some of them have grown to be very big communities. And so some houses are on one side of the border and some houses on the other side of the border. We're going to have to increase our border patrols, increase immigration strength, and have mobile monitoring with helicopters also to be able to effectively engage those who are trying to cross our borders for trade.
All right, Mr. Osagie, I want to ask you, a lot of persons say on the premise that he is supposed to be the strong one who puts up a tough front, saying something like this will give further impetus to people who choose to sabotage our security at the borders to continue and even grow bolder. Do you subscribe to that school of thought? And what should be the narrative coming from the president at such a critical time in our history?
Thank you very much. The president himself has surrendered his leadership to divine protection. And I'm not going to write him off because basically each and every one of us needed divine protection. But when you're looking after or looking for divine protection, you must also understand that the divine protection you're looking for, God himself has given us the ability, the capability, and the political will to protect ourselves. And that is why he's God. For me, that statement was really not expected of him because I had thought that in 2023, I'm going to bring out my PVC and vote for God. And if I vote for God, then the headquarters, the Abuja Aso Rock should be empty. Then God will take possession of Abuja. So I'm going to vote for God in 2023, and I believe that God is going to protect Nigeria. Now, going by your question, Felicity, when we talk about border protection is very systematic, just like Air Vice Marshal Badebo has rightly stated. It has to go through mobile protection. It has also to do with area protection, area surveillance. Cameroon, Nigeria and Nigeria is not the longest distance of our borders. We have Cameroon bordering us on about 1,600 square kilometers. We also have Chad Republic bordering us. We also have Benin Republic bordering us. One of the problems we have in the border protection issue was our negligence. We neglected our border for so long, and now we are paying the price. Why are we paying the price? Because we failed to put in a protection mechanism. When you look at the Mexican borders, when you look at the borders that surrounds America, it's far of a distance that surrounds us. Now, I'm going to ask ourselves, is protecting our national borders doable? Of course, yes, it's doable because wherever man resides, I think any protection strategies can be applied. So for me, the divine protection, I agree with him, but the president needs to remember that he was voted on the ground of capability, political will, and effectiveness. But I'm ashamed that he has given up, and he knows the reason why he gave up.
Okay, I want to rephrase a part of my question too. What kind of impetus is this given to people who seek to sabotage our borders? If the president speaks in this term, what do you foresee could be a spill-off as a result of his comments from those who are hell-bent on doing everything possible to sabotage our security?
You see, one of the greatest disasters in mankind is for you to surrender to your enemy. Your enemy must not get to know about your weakness. You know what I'm saying? And that is why sometimes I've said it here and again, that one of the leading factors in protecting our borders or excelling in national security, deception plays a very big role.